and then it started moving and it started spreading out like that. It looked like something was hitting it, like it was almost like it was a liquid in the air, and the wind was blowing on it, make it ripple. It was wicked looking, creepy and wicked looking.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the most wicked stuff. I'm like, what?
Just wait till you see the end of this. Wait till you get to the end. Just pay real close attention. When you hear me start screaming, Mike, that's my buddy Mike.
I got it on low here. Hold on, I'll turn it up.
A matter of minutes, and you know that.
I go out in the front yard and I stand down the street a little bit, and then I look back up, and then I start yelling, Mike. You'll see.
I got to get you to hold your camera more steady, man.
I know. I didn't have the steady thing on.
But I understand.
Excited, I remember.
You're in a hurry. Yeah, you're in a hurry.
Look, do you see it? Do you see it right now?
Getting it. Hold up. You're starting to walk out. You're walking out front. You're on the street.
I say it. Now watch. The black line. And as soon as I say it, now watch.
The black line, man.
It's gone. It's gone. See? Bye-bye.
No
more black line. As soon as I say black line, it literally went zzz and just disappeared. Don't give me that. Don't tell me that was a shadow in the fucking sky, because it wasn't.
Dude,
it was not a shadow, bro. Shadows don't disappear like that. I'm sorry. Unless the sun just blinked out or something. Yeah. See, you're trying to figure out how to explain this.
Blinked out, man. Say, right? Come on.
You're like, what did he just show? Is this real? Are you kidding me? No, this is not real. You're lying. This is fake. This isn't real.
So the black line thing, man. We're talking about the black lines. Yeah, man, that is the weirdest thing, man. I've been noticing that for a decade or more. It's like, what the hell's going on? Wicked.
And then as soon as I say it, the black line all about, and it literally vaporizes right after I say it. It's like almost on command. But I didn't notice that when I took the video. I didn't watch this until like 4 months later afterwards. I took the video and I was like, we were talking about it and we talked about it so much that I just didn't go back and look at it. And then when I went back and looked at it, I went, wait a minute, it disappeared. I didn't notice that. I was like, what the hell? See, I was just like so dumbfounded that I caught this all on video, and I was walking back in the house just kind of mumbling, fuck this, fuck that. I was like, holy shit, this is fucking crazy. Look at this shit. I can't believe this. I was so excited that I didn't realize what I just saw, like what I just videotaped. Didn't even occur to me what I was videotaping. I was just holding the camera up and like looking over, Mike, where are you? Come here, Mike. I'm looking away. Crazy.
Well, keep pointing those cameras up, everybody, man. Pointing them out, up. I don't care.
You're ready to jittery, huh?
Just keep pointing.
I don't think at that point I knew how to use the motion stabilization or whatever it is.
Whatever, man. You have to become the tripod, man. That's what a cinematographer told me once. He goes, dude, be the fucking tripod, dumbass. I was like, oh, okay.
You're right. I think that
be the tripod.
I have a tripod, actually. I do, but it doesn't extend up into the air like 50 feet like I want it to. If I had a pole to hang it from it.
Yeah, you can probably make one. 50 feet. Get a drone, man. Those go up 50 feet.
I've got one of those, but the camera ain't the shit, and it never shoots upwards. It always shoots downwards at an angle.
Yeah.
I think this is like weird because like towards the end of it, you see like looking up at it, you can see how.
Hey, NASA's got a new lunar backpack, so the astronauts don't get lost.
Or so they don't suffocate in the car on the way over.
So they don't get lost on the moon. Fuck off.
That's what I heard him say. I heard him discussing. Well, last week we had an incident where an astronaut almost suffocated in the car before they came over. So now we have this new air conditioning system that runs constantly, and each vehicle stays lit the whole time. And rah rah rah. I'm like, what? Yeah, that's that 3.5 hours before they let the rocket launch.
I can't make this shit up, man. Anyway.
No, you can't. You really can't. If I was making it up, man, boy, I'd be a genius. I'd probably be like write novels, man. I could write.
They got earthquakes on Mars. You guys see that one? Earthquakes on Mars.
I heard about earthquake shadows the other day. Someone told me that earthquake shadows are proof that the Earth's a ball. I was like, what? What? Say that again? Earthquake shadows. Or volcano shadows or some stupid thing like that. I was like, what? I've heard about some weird stuff. Who was talking about it the other day about, well, if you wanted to find out what was at the core, supposedly if molten iron or whatever came from, or molten rock came from the core of the earth, why wouldn't you just swim down the channels of lava to find the center of it? Of course, they thought of that and they made a movie about it, but I mean, it is kind of like an interesting question.
All right.
How far down does it go?
This one's going to get, this is New York Post. This is in the New York Post, Mongos. Listen up, man. Listen. All right, I'll post this one, man. Hey, there's a fucking asteroid that's worth a lot of money. We just got to go get it.
Crash it.
We just got to go get this badass golden. It's a golden asteroid.
No way. So you mean all the gold they've been taking up to space all these years? They're finally going to get some of it back.
It's worth 10,000 trillion. It's worth 10,000 trillion dollars. It's worth 10,000 trillion dollars.
How pure is it? How pure is it? What do our reflective tests tell us?
The golden asteroid.
If we reflect a golden colored reflection against a wall on our house, and when we look at it through a telescope, we can see that it's made from gold. Yeah. So if we look into space and we see that same weird rippling color, we know that we're looking at a golden planet.
So we got the golden asteroid.
It's spherical even. We won't even have to like purify it. It's already one.
I'm looking for purification.
Just bring it in and tractor beam it down and crash it into the ocean somewhere. And then swim down and get it piece by piece. Yeah, that's what they'll be telling you next. Never know. I'm going to laugh someday after I'm dead, like when it comes true. And people are going to go, he was a prophet. I'll be like, no, I was just wild, throwing guesses out there.
So the world's economy is worth $59.5 trillion. All right. That's all I'm saying. That's what they say in the article. You guys can read it, man. It's from the fucking New York Post.
Wait, what? That's it?
Dude, you guys read it, man.
NASA's budget, isn't the budget for NASA like...
You guys read this shit, man.
Close,
come on.
Or like...
It's about half of Rockefeller's, Sleepy Joe.
That's it? I thought, I did hear someone tell me that the amount of gold, solid gold we have in the world is only like the size of an Olympic swimming pool, full of it. And that's how much gold we have on the earth. Altogether that we know of.
Interesting. I mean...
And I was like, what? That sounds dumb.
Interesting.
But diamonds, I hear, are so abundant that they literally have to deliberately, like, control the flow of them everywhere so well in order to keep them valuable. And I thought, well, what the hell? Even though they use the leftovers from cutting those beautiful diamonds into rings, in shapes like that, they use the remnants like they're worth nothing. They cut through just about anything, right? But yet the diamonds themselves are so abundant. They want you to think they're so abundant that they literally control the flow of them into the country and out of the country so that they can keep you from knowing that they're not really worth anything. If you went to the country, people just have them in their pockets.
Fucking.
That's just the philosophy of mine,
$10,000 trillion, bitches. $10,000 trillion. I just find that number hilariously funny, man. That's funny. Hey, Langley's got a new space lab, man. They're checking out. They just first one they've had in 30 years, man. So Langley's hitting the new digs, man. They got some new digs.
Hold the phone. Hold on. Wait, no. In what? 30 years?
Langley's first lab opens.
Has it been that long? They let a hot air balloon out of there? I mean a space shuttle?
Well, they got a new lab, man. They got some new digs, man.
I don't know that for sure, but you know what? I don't know. I've heard it from so many different people, from so many different types of angles and arguments, that even some of the Globers agree with that.
Are you guys, if you fucking Mongos don't laugh at this one, man, I am leaving the server.
You're either going to laugh or cry, one of the two. I mean,
I'm going to read the headline.
Sometimes I wonder why I don't hear more people tearing up a little bit, like going, are you kidding me?
Elon Musk's SpaceX could probe Uranus on NASA's flagship mission.
Well, it had to be done eventually, right? We need to take this seriously, sir. This is not funny at all. This is a serious subject, and Uranus is a place that needs to be kept human waste.
No,
We don't want any of that space
come
junk
on.
crashing
I
in
have
Uranus. So
that
take it
is
seriously now, sir.
so good. All right.
I'm not
You
gonna
got
tell you again.
thumb up that one or fucking tell me to fuck off because that's pretty funny, man. But
And you know what? There's a lot of that going around here. You know that?
a lot of
There's so
probe.
many of them. Yeah. No, just a lot of
They
anuses.
never stop, Glad. They never fucking stop. He's like, did they ever stop? And they're like, no, fuck, no. Those cucks never stop, man. That's the fucking
Well, if we
shit.
can't get some Globers or anybody in here to actually have a logical conversation,
We're just
then
gonna
we might
piss
as well
we're gonna make
making fun of ourselves for being dumb enough to believe half of this crap, right? Like
Well,
that's what we're really
we
doing,
used
right?
to believe
I'm
this
making fun
shit.
of myself because I used to believe some of this crap. I did wholeheartedly. That's what's sad about it is like I actually accepted some of it because I thought I'd never have any. I thought there wasn't any evidence that it could actually back up what I already knew. I didn't think it was there, so I'm really kind of disappointed in myself for not keeping a lookout for it and waiting for it to come along when it did. And it being so late before I just it's weird. I don't know. I feel like I screwed
SpaceX
myself by
going up
being
Uranus. SpaceX
stubborn.
going up Uranus, gonna probe it.
Yeah.
Probe
And
Uranus.
are they gonna let civilians or are they gonna send real astronauts this time? Because I think they ought to give everybody a chance to probe Uranus. No, seriously. No, it's only fair. And you know what? They ought to send a woman and some other people that some other minorities or whatever. What are we calling them now? I forgot. I don't want to be. I don't want to. You know what I mean? I don't want to offend anybody.
Oh shit. NASA's gonna check out Lucy's solar panels. I'm just checking. Lucy's some kind of
Lucy.
it's a satellite. Lucy's a satellite.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. The one, yeah, the one that's exactly like the one they claim is in space, but it's in the back of an airplane, and it's an exact copy of it. Yeah, I heard of it.
That's
Is that
Sophia.
different? Oh, that's Sophia. I'm sorry, my bad. I misspoke. See, I'm getting
Alzheimer's, man.
Alexa and Sophia mixed up again. Those bitches. They're always arguing with each other.
All right, Elon
Musk. My
Musk.
jokes are just dry now. Okay, I'm sorry.
There's a new Netflix doc coming out called Return to Space. Just check it out if you get a chance.
Return to space.
Return to space. Yeah.
I thought we were already going to space. What wait.
I don't know, dude.
Come on now.
Dude.
No, don't. You're teasing me.
I'll leave you the
Make up
fucking
your mind, man. Is it flat? Is it what is it? Because 1 week it looks like it's this way, and now I'm starting to wonder if it's a donut or what it is. Like, can we nail it down? Like a pear? Is it what is it?
Elon Musk rescue, baby. He's saving Twitter.
Because I lost a couple of bar fights the other day because of this.
I think Musk is like the Trump of the fucking billionaires or something. I don't know. Is he like I don't know. Anyway, he is into space, man. Rich guys like rockets, man. Where's Issa, man? Rich guys like rockets. All right, we gotta. There's somebody here with a red fucking microphone. Hold on, who's that? KFX, man. No rolls. All right, we got KFX is in the house. How do I unmute him? Somebody unmute KFX.
Man.
Oh, somebody help me. What do I do? Command.
I don't know that, but I'm just taking a wild stab.
Control. Hold on. Control. Mute. Unmute. Mute. I can't unmute him, man. I have no power, man. No power. Somebody help me out. Any mods? Somebody. KFX needs it unmuting. Anybody? All right. How do I unmute? I click on their name. It says no roles. If I shift click or something, mute, disable, invite to server. No. Add block. No, don't want to do that. profile, message, call. No, I don't want to do any of those. Anybody here can unmute somebody? That would be great. There's the golden fucking asteroid with the happy face. There you go. I love that. Okay, well, back to NASA news. NASA's in the news. All right. KFX can unmute yourself. Now, it looks like KFX can open your microphone and talk on the microphone if you so choose, man. Otherwise, you might go back on server muted, it's called. Okay? KFX, you're going to talk. You're going to talk. KFX, you're going to talk. Say hi to the dude, man, who's in the house. Nope. All right, man. KFX is getting server muted again because he did not open his microphone. Bummer, man. Did somebody check him in? Anybody? No. All right. He's done. All right. Well, NASA's up to all kinds of shit. There's never, ever not a good day with NASA doing something great out there, spending billions and trillions of dollars. They really like to spend a lot of money, man. I've noticed that. This program's $2 billion. This one's, a couple trillion. I don't know. They like to spend money. 6 days ago. Oh, they got a picture of the sun spewing out some kind of flares, man. Whoa. It just flung a flare out. Somebody got a picture of it. Looks cool. Wish I could take that picture. Every time I take a picture of the sun, it's just like the yellow dot in my camera lens. I don't know, man. I must be doing something wrong. Totally, right? All right. There's a secretive SpaceX program going on with NASA. Apparently, it's not working out. They hit a snag. Just saying, man, they hit a snag. I have a feeling they're going to hit some more snags trying to go back to the moon, man. Any of you guys think they're going to... They're supposed to go back in a couple of years from now, man. 2024, but I think they kicked it down the road to 2025. And they'll just keep kicking it down the road. Every president I've ever seen in my lifetime has said,
"Oh yeah,
let's go back to the moon. We're going back to the moon. We're going
back to the moon." Every president, 6 times sometimes. Sometimes they would say it 2 or 3 times a repeat.
Yeah,
what happened to all those promises?
Ronald Reagan said it. Jimmy Carter said
every one
it.
of them did.
Yeah.
Even Bill hit, even the one that got kicked out, Bill.
Bill, he said
and all
it.
he was doing was getting laid in there, obviously. He was busy getting laid by all the interns. Or whatever he allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
We're going back to the moon, man. We're going back to the moon.
Yeah, right. Is it going to look just like all the other versions? Like a Godzilla movie, that was really, really poorly funded?
Wow.
You know, like literally reeling it in on a safety line. You know,
we got
bad filming.
Check it out. Hold on.
I want to know. I want to know why anybody that famous would put his name on something horrible.
Ah, fuck. Motherfuckers. Get the fuck. Get the fuck. All right. There's new pictures of the moon from space. From the
oh,
space.
really?
Yeah.
How does it look different from space?
No,
Or
looks
does it
like
look like the same moon?
they got.
Even when you're in space, you still see the same face of it. No.
Wait till you see this shit. All right.
Oh, God, no. Maybe I shouldn't. Like,
hold on.
Make me upset.
It's gonna upset you, man. I know it will.
Well, not really.
It's gonna upset you guys. Damn it. Yeah.
Take it personally.
Don't take it personal. All right, there's one there. There you go. That was from the ISS, man. They got the moon on the ISS, man. Check it out. Check it out. Yeah. Sleepy Joe's
got it on. They were on the ISS. Who was on there?
That's taken from the ISS, man. There's the article.
How would you prove that wrong? How would you prove that it doesn't exist? You'd have to actually catch the person that's supposedly on there, right? Somewhere on the Earth. That'd be how you'd have to do
ISS, man. That's on the ISS.
That would be a definite. That would be a definite like reveal, right?
I'm just sharing.
Well, what if they actually just commented and said where they were, admitted it? Oh wait, that's right. Somebody did. Damn. How? You know what? I got a question.
Fuck up.
How in the hell does an agency with that kind of crappy record survive and still get increases in their annual budget? I want to understand that. They must be doing something. They must be cleaning Uranus too, not just landing stuff on it, you know? Or maybe that, you know, there's a giant nose up there somewhere that's being pushed into your brain.
Hold on.
Am I coming in clear? Is there anybody else?
There was some, I don't know what Mongo was on here today talking about farts prove there's no gravity. I don't know who was saying it. It might have been Life or somebody. I don't know. We were talking to Life kid. It's like, dude, if I fart, man, the gases are going to go up to your nose. And I was like, well, yeah, there's no fucking gravity affecting the gases. I checked it.
It sounds kind of, you know what? That guy sounds a lot like another guy that asked. He told me, he says, "Can you see the moon?" And I said, "Why are you asking me a weird question like that?" I'm like trying to figure out what's his angle. And I'm like, well, why? I go, what do you mean? Do I see the moon? What do you mean? He goes, well, you've seen a full moon. I said, why do I feel like I shouldn't answer that question? You know what I mean? I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, what the fuck? So then then he goes, well, if you're not going to answer, then you're just like all those other guys. I'm like, well, I'm not going to answer you because I just think it's stupid. I think what you're going to do is try to twist it around somehow, and that's why I'm not going to waste my time with it. I said, but if you're really serious, then let's go into a chat room and talk about it. I'm tired of typing 5,000 paragraphs to try to explain something, and then you telling me, oh, I don't get it. You know, I'm sick of that. You know, it's just, I'm tired of it, man. My fingers hurt. You know, the screen on my phone is really small, and it's hard to find all those letters perfectly with my big old digits. So it actually causes pain. So believe it or not. Anyway.
Hey.
But it's like, you know.
NASA's getting real close to, they're inching closer to discovering alien life.
Flip and say NASA.
NASA. Yeah, NASA. Like, yes, sir, NASA. I made it up. Maybe I did make it up. Fuck, who knows?
No, that's a common explanation, or a common way for a president to say it.
So what did they blew up, Russians blew up a satellite in space, supposedly.
Like
and
ISIS is eyesore. That's what it is to that
Eyesore?
president. He calls it
Yeah.
eyesore. Eyesore. That's what he calls it. I swear. He calls it eyesore. And I was
Right.
like, what's he talking about? What did he say? Oh, he's talking about ISIS. Well, why didn't he say ISIS? Why does he say eyesore? Does that mean that it's of the United States or something? Like, I don't get it. Like, what how does he get it confused? Oh, well, you just don't understand. Well, no, I think I do. You know, like, he either says ISIS or he says ICER. What's ICER? I've never heard of it. But I know what ISIS is, so I just assume he's mispronouncing it. Oh, no, he's telling it right. Okay. I still don't know what it means.
Oh my goodness. Do you guys know who Eddie Vedder is?
I do.
Yeah, I do
I
too.
know a lot about Eddie. I like his music. He's a very good singer.
Give me like Pearl Jam guy, right?
Yeah, Pearl Jam.
He interviewed some astronauts in space, man.
No.
Yeah.
Wow, really? No, don't ruin. Hey, if you're gonna destroy my whole idea of liking this guy, don't fucking ruin the idea that I like this guy. Okay?
I'm just
Stop trying
telling
to
you.
destroy all my damn idols. Okay?
I am destroying. I'm a destroyer tonight, baby.
Fine, let's have it. Go ahead, just ruin my life.
It's already there. There it is. Go ahead, watch it. Go ahead and watch it. Took place in a. Oh fuck! I was on iHeartRadio, man. Check it out.
Can I just, for once, when somebody's telling me all this and they lead up to it with all this conversation, and then they finally share it, and then they go, "All right, there it is. Go watch it." I hate that shit.
Dude,
Would you just tell me what the fuck it is? What does it say? What is it telling? What am I supposed to be learning here?
I'll watch it. Let's
You
watch
mean you're
it.
just sharing? You haven't seen it yet? Oh, now I
No,
really.
I'm just I'm reading the headlines tonight, man.
Well, stop reading. You don't have to read everything you fucking see, do you?
Yeah, I do. I gotta read everything.
I know it's hard not to. It's like it's clickbait, damn.
It's clickbait.
Is Eddie Vedder of Pearl Jam? How do you hear me?
We have you loud and clear, Eddie.
Wow, this is quite an honor. Obviously, you're getting along quite well, and I'm wondering if there are any lessons you can recommend to us down here on Earth.
I think one of the lessons learned is that there's no borders up here, and so it's actually surprisingly hard to figure out where you're at over the Earth.
You guys gotta watch this shit, man.
Figuring it out.
Oh, fuck off, man.
Why would it be hard to figure it out? If you're looking down on top of it, how would it be hard to figure out where you're at?
Dude.
Are you kidding me?
Rook, man,
Really?
you gotta look and watch this.
What?
The video is so.
If I ever meet an astronaut, I'm probably going to punch him out. I'm going to take a video of that.
Where they were so much more alike than we are different. During holidays, we talk about our families and our traditions, and get together with food and with music and literature.
You got the 66.
You can stick your traditions up your butt, dude.
Perspective is one that is so incredibly rare.
Outer space doesn't feel separate. That thin layer of atmosphere, that's all that separates us from outer space. So when you're standing on the Earth and looking up,
okay, pause it. Am I the only one? Am I the only one that has a problem with the sound of his voice? It sounds to me like he's reading a cue card. Am I the only one that says it sounds like he's reading it? Like he doesn't really even believe what he's talking about. He's just reading it, and he's actually surprised by some of it by the way he says it. He's like, oh, and guess what? Like it's like he's surprised that he's actually saying it.
None of these cucks sound like they fucking believe what they're talking about.
They sound like they're advertising fucking like they're hand modeling something. It's like, oh look, it's a pop. Look, it makes your hands beautiful. Yeah, right.
Fucking Mongos up there, man.
in outer space, you're just at the bottom of this little puddle of air, and it's so important to protect it and take care of it.
Climate change, people.
The rainforest in Brazil, for
The
example.
rainforest is going to be a problem if we don't take care of it.
I'm not even going to comment because I don't want to go there.
It's going to be.
Agriculture.
Dude, you got to see the shirts.
I can explain global warming in 5 words. Bullshit.
I'll use that in the future. 5 words. Bullshit. I like that. Hey, man.
And then you wait for the room to go. Well, what are the other 3 words? That's all I need to know, bro.
Anyway, click on that. Laugh your asses off. Eddie Vedder is he's a fucking space tard, man. Fuck. He's not gonna be on the flat Earth team anytime soon. It's too bad.
You see flames, and like people are burning down again the rainforest, and then on the other side of the
it's all agenda bullshit, man. 100%.
Completely flooded, and probably lots of villages and.
It's like bad. The villages are burning in the forest and the thing and the fuck.
And so people suffer, and that is also a consequence of the climate change. All this is very visible from up here in space.
We can see it from his space here.
Well, thanks so much for your interest in the space program, Eddie, and your support of NASA.
I knew I was excited about this. I didn't realize how emotional it was going to be.
I'm emotional over the Earth and the space program. I should write a song about it, man. I should write a song. Yeah.
I wanted to be an astronaut ever since I was a kid, too.
I want to be an astronaut when I was a kid, and they think Latter-day Saints would have been a better astronaut than me because he makes better music than Eddie Vedder here, man. Fuck me. Come on.
Time out of your day
Saints.
To speak to us, and that you're helping carry our awesome message for exploring not only our own planet, but the moon, Mars, and all the awesome research we're doing. So thanks for your time.
Oh yeah, it's just no problem. I'm glad to do it because I'm a cuck sellout piece of shit. Thank you. Fuck, I don't think Eddie believes it either, but he's got to do it, man. He made He made the contract, man. He's got to do something to promote some bullshit. Yeah, thanks. All right, Latter-day Saints dropped a.
Say thank you.
He's like, thank you. You guys can watch the dude.
He's got to do the right stuff.
See, now you had to say his name. See what happens.
Well, I saw him. He just dropped the link. I saw him in the.
I know. I'm teasing. God, see, stop hurting my jokes, man. Make a joke, man. God, he knows. He knows.
Well, we're all out here in California, man.
Well, at least it had a chance of being funny.
All right, what'd you drop, Saints? Is that one of your new songs? Is that your new song?
Sticks that their extra bandmate is no longer available, and move on from the Roboto shit.
String Theory? String Theory, you along? Yeah, I love that. Come on, that's fucking ace funny, bro. String Theory, you along?
I'm laughing my ass off. I just had my mic off.
The fucking name alone is fucking ace, bro. That's all you had to do is just write that. You could have done a meme. You didn't have to do a whole video.
Right? I found some shit on Michelle Teller I never seen before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Some little kid asked her, he goes,
play that shit, man. I'd like to play that shit. But
he asked her, what's the fastest way to go from DC to the moon? And she goes, in your imagination.
AC?
Yeah. Oh, man. That's ace, bro.
Just try AC instead of DC. You might get it.
No. All right. Dude, I can't believe Eddie Vedder, man. Eddie Vedder just talking to the cucks on the fucking ISS, man. Are you fucking kidding me?
What? Now what are they taking up there? You're kidding me.
Watching the parallel sunlight from the ISS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful, right?
Yeah.
Mind-blowing.
Yeah. It's real good engineering.
When I first heard of the ISS, I thought it was something to do with ISIS.
Dude.
The ISS was something to do with like Germany or ISIS.
Eddie Vedder's going to be cucking it up with the ISS, man. What? No. Oh, fuck. Bitch.
How many
They even have
mornings
their own
do they
monkey
have
suit.
on ISS?
What was that, Gat?
How many mornings do they have on the ISS a day?
I think it's like 8. Something like
And so they drink 8 chaka chaka coffee a day.
Chugga chugga coffee.
Yeah.
Dude, we got to come up with chugga chugga coffee, bro. Somebody got a chugga chugga coffee meme anywhere? Come on.
Yeah.
That would be good, man. That would be funny. Hey, man, I'm here for the humor. I am here to take a piss on NASA and this globe bullshit, man. But you know, I'm not as serious as you guys, man. I'm more of a I'm in the rocking chair of flat Earth, man. I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't need to even watch another flat Earth video ever again, man. I'm done, you know. But it is funny to see
I
what they
don't.
come
I
up
don't need any other proof. I have my own.
Yeah, exactly. We nailed our own proof.
Yeah.
And suck it up and just try to plant some seeds here or there or something, man. You know, make them realize that they're lost in space, man. Lost in space, people. You're
gotta run back to work. See you later, guys. Take care.
All right, yeah. Thank you. Good one, man.
You too.
All right, cheers. We've survived like meteorites and sun blasts this week. I don't know if you guys have looked into this stuff, but you know, we've just skirted past us lots of disasters. And if you read the headlines, you know, for NASA, then you'll find out that we've almost died like 17 times this week. Okay?
Right?
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the
the whole planet was going to be destroyed by an asteroid made of gold.
Gosh,
oh my God!
One more time.
Hey, flat Earth dude, if it wasn't for NASA, they wouldn't have any pictures on milk cartons. You know what I mean?
Right. It would be like curvature.
Yeah.
Have anybody seen the curvature on the milk carton?
Yeah, they
I
would
dare you to try to get that put on.
They would put no missing kids on the milk carton, dog. Jimmy?
Has anybody seen the curvature?
That's something we could afford to actually do.
Since 1300 BC. Anybody got any curvature?
Have a did you know on the side? Did you know?
I think that's funny, man.
Did you know that cows would naturally fly off the surface of the earth if it was a ball this size and going through space at this speed? So it's a lot to think about.
Dude, SpaceX, Amazon, they put another $278 million.
All the same thing.
$278 million into some satellites, man.
Nice.
Nah, just a couple, you know, just a little chump change.
You mean they were just spending our money? Is that what you mean?
Satellites.
You mean they put their own money in there?
Wow. No, space, NASA, SpaceX, Amazon, they're all kicking in, man. They're all kicking in for the space, man. Kick in for the space,
right
bro.
for them. Oh, they're just trying to take the edge off, aren't they? Trying to help everyone individually. Save the
kick in for the space, man.
Save the world one customer at a
time. All right, ESA, the European Space Agency, ESA.
I met her. I met her.
You met her? She's hot. She's totally hot. I love the way she talks.
She lies every time you see her.
She talks like a fucking Brit.
And her CGI curves are really something to see.
CGI curvature are so hot. It's so hot. Dude.
Hey, you know, dude.
Go ahead.
Hey, you know
hurts so good.
The word satellite.
Yeah.
It really means set a light, like SET, because they're sunset worshipers, bro. Set a light.
Set a light.
Yep, as in Saturn.
Set a light. There you go. I like it, man. We got to get India on that shit, man. Where's he at? Oh, fuck, he ain't here. Anyway.
Because Satan made a Saturn. You got space.
Saturn.
I mean, Sapon.
These fucking cock bitch fucking Satan worshiping, sun worshiping motherfuckers, man. Fuck you. All right? Fuck them. Fuck off. And that's the best I can do, man. Tell them to fuck off.
What you say? You might invite one to your house.
No. That's what I tell them to fuck off. They show up at the curb. I'm like, dude, you ain't nowhere near my
If
fucking.
only you could just see them and be able to talk to them directly, because I know they're there.
Yeah.
But I always wonder, like, are they actually listening?
Well, I hope so, because if they're listening, I
Or
tell
am I
them
just
to fuck
talking to
off.
myself again?
I tell them to fuck off. Doesn't matter if they're listening or not. I tell them to fuck off.
But you only do that when there's other people to hear you around, right?
Nah, I do it all the time, man. Like, fuck off. You cocks. No. You're not pulling that shit over my face, man. Fuck off.
You know, it's funny that when I get angry, sometimes I do that. I'll just cuss, and I won't really be cussing like because I'm angry. I'm just cussing at whatever's like, responsible. Even though I know if it wasn't that I'd probably be dead.
Doesn't matter, man. If it's Eddie Vedder or Rockefeller, don't matter. I just tell him to fuck off. I'm like, dude, if I saw Eddie Vedder right now, if I met him at the fucking local pizza joint, I'd be like, dude, fuck off. Fuck you doing up there with those cocks and the fucking talking to the space station bullshit. Fucking.
First, I would pretend like I didn't know who he was.
Hey, if he went to a pizza joint, bro, he'd get rocket pizza.
Oh no! That's
what's on a rocket pizza, man. What's on top of that?
Yeah, ping pong pizza.
Oh,
careful.
Be careful now, man. Careful, man. Careful.
What's that Disney symbol that they put in all the movies that is like a pizza truck or something? A delivery truck or something.
Oh,
hey, you know why they always number 9 and 11? Because their master already say 10.
All right. Saints. Fuck. Dude.
Okay, now that I'm done laughing, now I can talk about it.
We cannot not hit on any pizza parties this evening, man. Maybe, crack a tuna sandwich or something.
What's the name of that guy, that Dip or whatever his name is?
Stay away from any pizza party stuff.
Dip. Johnny Depp, that's it. Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp.
About
Dip.
He's in Dip.
Hey,
Deep. He's in Deep.
Just spell his last name backwards.
No, thank you. Just like I don't spell run backwards.
Hey, Europe. Hey.
And I don't spell run when I'm bending over.
Hey,
I learned the hard way.
Hey, Europe was gonna do a joint mission with Russia to the moon.
Wait, say that again. They're gonna do a what?
ESA, European Space Agency, was gonna do a joint mission to the moon, but they canceled it. That's all I'm saying. They canceled it.
I made you say joint twice.
Yeah. SpaceX is going to space. Fucking.
Yeah, they're gonna have apartments on the space shuttle next. I mean the whatever they call that, Axiom. That's why they call it. What do they call it again? Something 7 or something stupid like that. Okay. Yeah. That's how many people have actually been to space. 0.
Well, according to...
okay, wait. It depends on how you define space.
Well, that's it.
If you're talking about the space between the trailer and the parking lot, that's probably where you'd find it.
Well, Neil Grabass Tyson was trying to explain. I made it up. After he got didn't Neil Grabass Tyson get busted for grabbing some ass, man? What wasn't he?
Grease ass. Yeah, grease ass.
Didn't he grab some ass?
I don't know. I would if I was him. I'd be
a couple
grabbing
years ago. It's a couple years ago, man. He got like somebody accused of him grabbing some ass, and nothing ever kind of faded away when
That's
we
just
were.
that's part of the shaming thing. You know that. That's all. They all go through that.
Yeah,
You've seen him wear his tie, right? You've seen his tie and his vest.
Oh,
the little
I've
symbols.
seen his tie. Yes, I've seen his tie.
How come everybody knows about that?
Latter-day Saints, man. You talk about the tie, man. I'll be back in a second here.
Hey,
If everybody knows all those details.
I'm making a video right now that I'm going to put out tomorrow about him and Bill Nye, about how they put on their ties and their bow ties and shit. This fool's talking about all these beautiful planets and stuff on his ties. It's pretty funny, dude. His name should be instead of Neil deGrasse Tyson, it should be Neil Strong Tyson, like Armstrong, Neil Armstrong, but Neil Knee Strong, bro. What do we think? Or Neil Leg Strong? What do you think?
Yeah, knee strong because he's always on his knees.
Yeah, in the grass, like Mike Tyson, biting off people's ears and shit.
Call him Green Knees Tyson.
Actually, his last name, you just break it into two parts, Ty and then Son. You know what I mean? Because that's what he was doing to kids.
You know, you can really twist that name around. Maybe that's the reason why they made it so.
Of course, bro. Everything they do, what they do is they take a letter from the alphabet, right? They don't make it bigger or change the shape of it. They reverse it, they flip it, and they.
Why do they have to involve Neil? That's messed up. Why they got to mess with Neil? Neil's a good name.
Well, about this today, America, I come to you on bended knee, like Minneapolis, dog. You know what I mean? At 8:46.
It could be Neil or Neville.
Everything they do. Oh,
They're talking about
all
you. Sorry.
Take any letter from the alphabet. You can flip it on its side, or you can reverse it, right? Like a mirror image of it.
I think they're neo-racist.
Holy shit, man! Fuck, they sent Barbie dolls to space. Did you guys know this?
Kevin Spacey.
Get the fuck out of here.
Kevin had a space.
Get the fuck.
I thought he got it on his face.
I am not. I'm putting it in a fucking voice check. I'm putting it in a text, man. Fuck this. Barbie dolls.
Posse.
Fuck off. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Have you heard that joke before?
What joke? Go ahead. Tell me.
Okay. No, I'm not going to tell it on here. It's not a
All right. Save it. Save that one. We'll park that one.
Hey, what about this one? Hey, what file did the detective pull when Pinocchio went missing?
I don't know.
The Geppetto file.
Dude, did you make that up? Tell me you made that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Geppetto is the one that polished his knob every morning before school.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about, man. Humor, man.
And then he said, "Here." He gave him an apple and he said, "Here, you can polish this."
Hey, what does a pirate do?
You roboted. You roboted, man.
I don't know. Domo Arigato.
You sick bastards.
Hey.
Dude,
you're not allowed to speak anymore. You've been in here all night and you ain't said shit. Screw you.
You've been here all
I'm just fucking with you. Come on.
Shit all night.
You're not allowed to fuck with
I
them.
have to go to bed like here shortly, man. So
good God.
We need replacements.
We need some new blood in here, bro.
Well, we do, because if somebody doesn't replace us now, then when we go to sleep, because I'm about to too.
Hey,
then it's gonna
those
be dead
Europeans, man, they're just drinking their fucking chugga coffee right now. So why don't you
it's a bit nutty.
We're talking about the people in England and Germany, Switzerland. We're over there, man.
Oh no, I may not be going to sleep after all. I heard
chugga coffee, man.
Somebody somewhere is going off on somebody. I have to go check it out. Sorry.
Oh man, the Hubble Space Telescope, man. Can we talk about the Hubble Space Telescope? The first picture the Hubble ever took, man, I forget, I don't know the name of the bullshit they came up with, but my friend, man, was in the library one day, man. He found the same picture in a book from like the 1970s, man. They took the same fucking picture that the first picture that Hubble took. And I have it somewhere on a hard drive over here, man, but I laughed my ass off. I'm like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. The same picture the Hubble took was some shit they put out in like the fucking 70s, man. I was like, fuck off, you bitches. So, yeah, be careful out
They're
there.
just so clever. They're just clever. That's all.
But yeah, he found it, man. In a book, in a library. He saw the same fucking picture they had, was supposedly the same fucking picture that the Hubble took in the 90s or whatever. And they had it in the 70s. And it's like, really? You motherfucker. Cock bitch. They have to put it out there, man. They have to put it. You have to do the research, man. You got to look this shit up, man. And you can discover they're full of shit. Or you can't, you can just go along with the program, man. Whatever, man. I don't control people, man. I don't want to control people. If we're fucking moving a building, I'm the first guy out there pulling the rope, man. I'm like, come on, let's go. I'm a fucking guy that would be out, I'd be on the third guy on the line or the last guy in line. It doesn't matter, man. I'm going to be on the line pulling the fucking building down the street, man. Whatever it takes. I'm a team, I'm in. Yeah. But, there are bosses, man, that don't do shit, and they just tell you what to do. And those guys suck. Fuck bosses, man. I don't like bosses, man. I like people that lead. Bosses suck. Bosses, they're assholes, man. Fuck the bosses, man. I go with the leaders, man. The guys on the rope saying, dude, man, or we're going to pull this bitch over here. We're going to hang a left over here. We're going to, okay. And then they get down there and they're down there with everybody else doing the job, man, getting moving the fucking whatever. And I like those kind of people, man.
They're building the wall.
Yeah. But if you're building the wall and there's some guy standing on the top of it with a whip, that guy's a dick cuck fucking piece of shit. He ain't down here.
You know why they had to
build the fucking wall, man? Fuck that guy.
You know why they had to build the wall? They had to build the wall because they had to drain the swamp, bro. So you had to build a wall to drain the swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, man, that's common sense.
Just trying to make something great.
Oh, you're so roboting. You're roboting. Fuck. You're mobile. I can tell.
I know. I'm driving through Summer or Montecito right now.
Yeah, that's all right. I can hear you now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was when I roboted out, I was passing where they're digging into the road, and they have all hella lights and like crazy ass machinery stuff I'd never seen before, doing some crazy stuff late at night right here. I've never seen one area of land in like 20-mile stretch with more construction that's been going on like the beginning of 2016. They're still working on it on the freeway. The freeway lane, sometimes they'll be like 6 feet higher, and then it'll turn into one lane and everything will be dirt. Then they'll pave over that, make a couple lanes, putting these big ass cables in the ground. The trip. Yeah. It's right. They're doing it right in front of where Black Swan is on the freeway.
All right, I'm gonna post a fucking photo in the live stream voice text here shortly. Give me a second. This is supposedly what the helicopter picture took of some crash landing thing from Perseverance. All right. Let me post this fucking picture. Upload the photo. Yeah. Where the hell did it go? Where did it go? There we go. And tell me that looks real, man. That looks legit, right? It looks like some kind of Star Wars scene, man, right? That's weird, man. Looks like Star Wars to me, man. What the hell is that, man? That's supposed to be on Mars, bro. Okay?
That's a plastic toy.
What the fuck? God rocking. What?
It's a plastic toy. Oh, fuck. Everybody believes that shit is fucking out of their minds.
Well, you're in Hollywood, man, if you believe that. If you like Hollywood, man, there's a lot of people apparently like Hollywood. I'm just saying, man. And you can trick people with Hollywood, man. And that's pure Hollywood, man. 100%. And the shadows don't look right. There's a lot of things wrong with this picture, man, on purpose, potentially. I don't know.
Hey, Flat Earth dude.
Yeah.
Think about this. Okay, so a star is somebody that's in Hollywood, right? But it's also, they say, something in the sky, right?
Yes,
and
right.
A star of a movie is called the heroine of the movie, right? And heroine is called Tar, like Ishtar.
All right. I can see the correlations for sure, man. Hey, it's 32nd birthday for Hubble. Did you guys know that? 32nd birthday, bitches.
Sure, it's going down then.
Happy birthday, Hubble. That was 4 days. It was 4 days ago. It was 4 days ago, man. 4 days ago.
Okay, 4 days ago then. Okay, so on their 33rd anniversary, that's when it's going down.
It's going down.
Yo, guys.
Hey, what's up?
See how many fanboys will get a 33rd anniversary Hubble tattoo on them.
Hey, hold on, Saints, man. Cars is saying hi.
Hi, what's up?
I know the space is up, of course, right?
Don't even start. Question. What would you say is the big trumping religious point for Flat Earth, aside from firmament and verses?
No, that's out of my fucking league. But Saints, go ahead, take that one.
I couldn't hear her. Can you repeat the question?
I said, what do you think the trumping point for religious flat earth is without using a verse?
Water's level and there's no curvature. I don't know.
I have one. I would say that all human beings, everything on Earth needs to be grounded. It needs to have, it needs to be have friction with the Earth, right? So the longer you're, the more closer to death you become. So you could say, how could anything be flying through space? Like everything we have on Earth is grounded. All machines, all automobiles, everything, right? So how could they have something with that much electronics flying through space and it not short out? What would they do
I haven't heard that one before. Yeah, going with electricity. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They put dirt in the spaceships so that it was grounded. No, I'm just messing with you.
I'm with the noob, guys.
Oh my goodness.
I'm with the noob here. So I'm just like thinking, I wonder how to introduce this really.
Get the fuck. All right. I don't make this shit up. I just posted in the fucking live stream voice text, okay? I don't watch this. I don't make this shit up, but you know.
What did I jump in on? Are you guys talking about flat Earth or something else?
We're always talking about flat Earth. We're talking about Mars, space. There's Barbie dolls in space. Do you know that?
No, that's so
You
fucking
did
dumb.
not. I didn't
How
think
does that?
you.
What do you mean? Wait. How you can't say it like that? Did you know there's Barbie dolls in space? No, there's no space. So no, I didn't know that.
I'm just taking a piss on their bullshit, man. I'm calling them bullshitters, but so I have to we got to take a piss on those bastards.
Hey, what about this one? What about this? When they're flying 25 times faster than a bullet through space, but it doesn't look like they're moving on a spacewalk. Those astronauts are going 25 times faster than a bullet, right? So if they're going that slow, like they're underwater 25 times faster than a bullet on Earth, how is it that their drills and their like, what are they called, hammer drills, where they're like loosening bolts and stuff? How is that going at the same RPM as it does on Earth? No faster, no slower. Think about that.
I've got one too, actually, you just made me think of. What about the fact that satellites must have extremely fucking high, like, velocity light bulbs on them for us to see them on Earth? What the fuck's up with that? What the fuck's up with that? What, they're all, like, glowing, like, bright, like, fucking stars? Like, what, would they just, like, put lights all over them or something? Or they'll be like, oh, it's the reflection from the aluminium tinfoil that's not even sealed.
Tinfoil. It's just tinfoil. It's tinfoil, Rob. It's fine. It's fine thing.
That non-aerodynamic.
Yeah.
Oh.
So okay. I thought that there was a civilization up in the stratosphere while they were going to wipe out the Earth or the life on Earth and then come back down once it's all settled. Possible or not?
Well, according to Tech Times is my citation. I just put it in the voice text. The first life components came from a meteorite, okay?
What? The
first life components came from a meteorite. Question.
No, they come from God.
I'm just telling you what I fucking... I got my citation. There you go. I got my citation.
Are you high? Are you high?
I'm totally high as fuck. Yeah, you bet.
Yeah. Enjoying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I come on late at night. I take a piss on NASA. I mean, I'm not your super researcher, but I try to find things that are funny, and I try to keep it light. I'm not too serious. Really, I'm not. But I can get serious, man. I can watch them. But they got Barbie dolls in space, man. I thought that was pretty funny. Fuck off. Oh, so bad.
What's the? Are you guys got any stuff about like the satanic aspects of it?
Well, the sun worshiping and the NASA and the Satan and all that. Yeah, we've checked it out. It's good. It's good to go. Pretty sure it's true, man. Pretty sure.
Yeah. Okay. So NASA never really went to the moon, did they? Like, I didn't believe that in the first place.
Right. They ain't go to the moon. No, nobody went to the moon. No.
So Satan. So I don't get how Satan's plan is to keep the world round when it's a dome. Like, what is how is that?
How do we know it? I don't know. I mean, it could be a box, could be a dome, man. But it looks like a dome. I mean, rainbows kind of help.
Oh, the rainbow, yeah.
Rainbows and domes go together really well.
It's dome shaped. I like the rainbow because the rainbow he's never going to flood the world again. So why not? Why would you not say I'm not going to flood the world again if that's the time when you like boom put the lid on the dome? Because back in the day they hadn't seen rain. Before the there was no rain, there was no water. But the
That's
water
right.
was there. But
I heard that. I've heard that. Yeah. I
that's how it from the water.
can't verify it, but I can hear. I've
That's how
heard
it
that.
Okay.
Okay, the
Well,
land's appearing. There's mass land, and then he's like, everyone's starting to go bad and be naughty and like just getting like really fucked up. And he's like, do you know what? You're not listening, and my creation is going to shame. He's like, fuck, and he's crying for 40 days. Okay, that's the rain for 40 days. Okay, cool, I get it. And then he put the dome over it, boom, because that's the seal of saying I'm not going to flood it. And every time after there's rain, there's a rainbow. So yep, that's because the rainbow is off the dome. Okay, cool. Now that makes sense, but why would they go and say?
Here's the but.
Why would they go and say that the world is round when it's a dome or it's a square or it's a but it's got a cover over it? Why would they go and say it's?
I told you.
You want the answer?
Because then
Do you really want the
meaning
answer?
fine.
I was
Do you really
going
want the
for
answer?
hearing.
Let her
Well,
talk.
you said
Well, I mean, you're asking a question. I want to answer his question.
Okay.
No,
Sorry, I was asking you guys.
no, do you want the answer to that question?
I do.
Why do they want you to believe the Earth is a ball?
Yeah.
Okay. Fundamentally, we don't really know. Could be any reason. Because, speculation, we don't know why people do things. Because we're not mind readers. And
Okay.
a lot of times people do things they don't even know. My personal opinion is they just don't want to admit they're wrong. But if you want to know, the reason a lot of people think, and the flat earthers don't all think the same thing. Not everybody thinks there's a dome. Not everybody. The only thing we agree upon is that the Earth is flat and stationary. All the other stuff, not necessarily. But a lot of people do think, but a small percentage think there's a dome. But almost everybody agrees. So if the Earth is flat, it is created by necessity, as opposed to a globe. So what's the creation story for the globe model? The Big Bang, right? There is no God. There's a Big Bang, something from nothing, right? You're an infinite, meaningless speck in a cold, infinite universe, right? You're a speck on top of a speck on top of a speck. Life means nothing, right? You live, you die, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay? So, there's a thing in the Bible where they call Satan is the great deceiver.
Yes.
Right? So, what else could you lie about other than to convince the world that God doesn't exist? Right? So if I was Satan and I wanted Satan's, if you read the Bible, Satan's goal is to make people basically give God the middle finger, say, fuck you, you're not the boss here. So that everybody sins, right, and goes to hell. That's the idea. So what better way to do that than to convince the entire world that he doesn't exist, right? And then people sin and go to hell as a result of that. But you need a reason you need some push to make people think that God doesn't exist. And making them think they were created by random processes, that organic matter life came from literally non-life, right? So, your cousin, your great-grandfather is a rock, dude. Did you know that?
No, my great-grandfather was a gorilla because, but
before that, they were a rock.
Hey, I dropped a link to an article regarding that exact same thing, Indio, where they said today they said that life formed from a rock here in space. Okay.
Even a NASA lady, her name is Michelle Thaler, she said human beings are just complicated rocks.
Mm-hmm.
But the point, I don't want to stray too far from the point. The point is, one, if the Earth is flat, it has to be created by necessity. It can't be some random process. Whereas, opposed to if the Earth's a globe, you can say it's just a random process created by nature and there is no God. That's what a lot of people believe. I'm not saying everybody, I'm not even saying me. But that is not the basis for which anybody thinks the Earth is flat. That is some afterthought, right? If you think about why would they lie. Other people think they lie because they're hiding land or, whatever. But ultimately it's speculation because you can't know what other people think. And I'll leave it at this. I'm going to say one more thing. If you prosecute a crime, you don't need to prove their motive. You don't need to prove why they do anything. You only need to prove that they did it. And we know the Earth is flat by direct measurement of the surface. Because the thing about a ball is that the surface has to curve. You can't have a ball without no curves. And since the Earth is 72% water, and we can measure any segment of water and it's not curving, we can logically deduce that the Earth is not a ball.
Right. What were you saying?
So I just wanted you to get it through your head that this idea of flat Earth, it's not even an idea. It's what we experience, but it's not based upon religion. So if you have that idea, that's incorrect. Nobody here bases it on religion.
I can literally put "You're in God's hour," and I can literally go, boom, put my thumb and push down on that, and there is this flat Earth. Now I want to separate the water from the land. Okay, what am I going to do? I'm going to let it evaporate off. I'm going to stop water getting into it. I'm going to let.
And Job says he pressed upon the earth like a seal under clay or something like that. So back in the old days, they would make seals, right? They would have a ring or a like a little like a little press, and they would press it in clay, and they would do it on top of a letter, and that's how you know nobody read the letter, because they would have to break the seal to read it. But in Job it says the earth is like a seal, clay pressed under a seal or something like that.
Yeah.
Which is
So
flat, obviously.
if God's pressed his thumbprint into it, there is literally going to be grooves, channels, mountains, indents, all of that, literally, and you've just impressed it in there because that's the grain on your thumb.
Yeah.
Right?
But if you think about every ancient civilization thought the earth was flat, it's only a small portion of Greeks starting in 4000 BC that thought the earth was a ball. The Indians, the Chinese thought the earth was flat into the late 1800s.
The Great Wall of China. They built a wall around it. Okay, sure.
Well,
why?
they did,
Where'd you get that idea?
So,
Where'd they get that idea
listen,
from?
let me tell you something you probably don't know. So there's a test called Eratosthenes, right? Where they said he measured the circumference of the earth with sticks and shadows. Have you ever heard of this? Okay.
And you were going to
at the same time that he was alive, the Chinese did that exact same thing, except for they used a different assumption that they assumed that the earth was flat. Right? And they used that as the proof that the earth was flat. Because that test has two assumptions. You have to assume the initial surface to reach a conclusion.
For the four corners with the angels standing guard the wind and go, yo, okay.
Did you even hear a word I said, or did you just like talk over me the whole time?
I was actually looking at a picture of flat Earth. And as the water dries out and evaporates, more of it will go down and you'll see more land around it as you come down. If you were to put a boat in it and let the boat swim around for 40 days, fucking awesome. Yeah. And then as the land's going down, the boat's going around and the mountains are popping up around it, and the boat's going down and it finds an island. It's like, hey, that's cool. And it's like,
what's stuff to say? You just found out about this today.
Okay. No, we didn't. Okay. No, we didn't.
That's your 40 days.
Do you live in Australia or New Zealand?
What?
Is he in Australia or New Zealand?
No, he's in New Zealand.
Okay. Have you ever been to the ocean? Yeah, you've been to the ocean?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I've been on top of. I've been on the top of.
Does the ocean look round, or does the ocean look curving, or does it look flat?
Both of them. You what?
Does the ocean look round, or does it look flat?
The ocean looks round. Now this was explained as the.
No, like for real. I'm being serious. Does the ocean
round or
round
flat, man? Flat? Which one is it? Round or flat?
The ocean. Because you said you just discovered it today, and I highly doubt that.
On a really clear day, if you've got the high enough vantage point, you can stand on one mountaintop and look over and see another mountaintop, which I can actually literally look and see because I've seen it. And then you can look down the other side and you can see another mountaintop, which is like miles and miles and miles and miles away. And it's like you can see them. They're real small, but you can see them.
Yeah, cool. But the Earth looks flat, right?
You put the ocean in there. The ocean is level, right?
Yeah,
because
great.
water level. Water finds its own level. How big it is, whether it's a 50-cent piece worth of a bowl or a drop on the table. It finds its own level.
So you far from the ocean, or are you close?
Close enough. I can be there tomorrow.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So there's a website called marinetraffic.com.
Okay.
Okay. So they'll tell you, like, you can go on it and they'll tell you where boats are out in the ocean. So what you should do is you should go to the beach and see if you can see a boat that's very far away. Then you go on Google and you type in the curve calculator, your height above the sea level, and then you type in how far the boat is away, and just test to see if the prediction of the globe model matches what you see. Because I've personally seen a boat 30 miles away from 15 feet above the water. Okay, how far do you think a boat should be? You know, they say ships go under the horizon, that when they sail off, they disappear bottom first, then the mast, and then, blah, blah, blah. Right? This is what they say, that ships go around the curve of the earth and they disappear bottom first. Right? So, like I just said, I've seen a boat from 30 miles away, and if you do the math, that boat should have been 425 feet underneath the horizon. So this is a simple test that you can do yourself. You don't have to rely on pictures. You don't have to rely on us telling you something. You don't have to rely on NASA telling you something. You can just test it yourself. See, we're not here to convince you that the Earth is flat at all. Not at all.
No, I'm not.
We're only
I'm
going to
not
tell
asking
you,
to convince
listen,
I'm not
we're
asking
here
you
to get
convince
you to
me.
critically think about where you live.
He's flat
and
earther.
tell you that you can test it yourself.
I'll tell you something. Okay, so this is a biblical speaking, right? This is my biblical understanding of this flat Earth and going from a dome to a flat Earth. Okay, this is going from looking.
Word I said. You didn't listen to a fucking word I said.
I heard it, Indio. I heard it. I heard it, bro. I was listening.
I can get 5. I'm higher. I can get 5 meters above the ground by standing on the roof of my house. I can park my house anywhere. I can park my house on the beach if I wanted to. I could park my house on the beach. I just need a rocky ground. It's like I need to find the right place to park, and I can park literally right on there. Be up 4.2 meters high. Then I can put a ladder on top of that, and I can be up another 6
You don't have
meters.
to be high. Elevation doesn't matter.
Cars, man. I'm gonna bring you back down off the ladder. Get off the ladder, man. It's dangerous up there, by the way. Get off the ladder.
Wear a safety harness.
Get off the roof. Get off the fucking roof. For fuck's sake. Come on. You gotta come back down here to Earth, and you gotta stand at the level of the ocean, man. Like on the beach. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You think they always tell you can't see Earth curve because the Earth is too big. But if you actually do the math, it's not as big as you think it is. They say I'll give you for instance. I'll give you for instance.
I fucked up.
If you look 25 miles across the ocean, that ocean is supposed to be 400 and I'll give it to you in meters. 40 kilometers. If I look to a distance 40 kilometers away, that ocean is supposed to be 127 kilometers down. That's what the math says, right? So if I'm looking to a spot, right? So say I'm on the sea, I'm at sea level, and I'm looking at a place 40 kilometers away. The tallest building I should see would have to be taller than 44 stories. Yeah, dude.
What?
Yeah, it would have to be taller. No building that's not as tall as a 44-story building should be able to be seen from 40 kilometers away.
Okay. I get that.
That's what the math says. This isn't my math. These aren't my numbers. These are their numbers. This is what they say. I just want to impart on you, these aren't my numbers. You can check this.
Oh, no, wait. Is this actually how you convince people? Is this actually how you guys go about doing this?
You guys are spazzing out, so I'm not doing what I... Listen, no. You all spazzing out, so I'm not doing what I normally do. So
this is off topic.
I'm actually humoring you. Normally, I would ban you both. That's what would normally happen.
Why would you ban me? I've been on here for years.
You've been on here for years? I never heard your voice.
Cars is good. Cars is good, man. She's been on... Fuck. Hey, man, they've discovered that there's black holes eating stars. That's all
Oh
I got to
boy,
say.
again.
Again.
Oh, did you see? They released 5
Black
days ago.
holes. Fuck off.
They released. Oh no, it gets better. They released.
No, 30 seconds.
If you-
Who's your face? You're gonna flash. Indy.
Yeah, dude, you're muted.
Oh, come on, don't mute Cars. She's
Hurting my
cool, man.
ears.
It's
a she? You're a she?
That's a she. It's
Hey,
a
calm
she.
down, man. Then calm down, relax.
Hey,
Yeah, well, he's
hey,
just trying to ask you a simple question. So just for a sec, okay?
I'm just saying, black holes are eating stars, man. Thousands of stars, not just like a couple of stars. Thousands of stars are being eaten by black holes.
Oh, you guys.
I think we need to start a new movement to save the stars from the black holes. What do you guys
Well, what
think?
about the white holes that are spitting out stars?
You got me, Indio. Fuck, you got me. Fucking bastard.
Listen, dude, I can barely hear you, Cars friend.
Cars, Cars
dude,
is
it's like you're talking through a car muffler.
Cars. She's actually talking through her muffler. Yes.
No, I'm not. No, I'm literally bringing God into it and going, I can see it because I've read the Bible, and I go to men's group and I'm going, okay, cool. This is going to be really, really fun. I'm going to sit down with my men's group and go, they originally thought I was a devil. It's like, hey guys, guess what? I'm actually stoned in God's power, and that's fucking amazing. And you haven't been the people that came into it. You don't understand that.
No one should be wasting weed on you.
Yeah, don't waste your weed on that shit.
Man,
hey, man,
I don't know what.
Dude, I keep dropping really, all right, really funny.
Mm-hmm.
The moon, Cars, you and your friend, you guys can talk. Don't make random noise, okay? Because this is being recorded. Cars, you should know this, that this is being live streamed.
Yeah, well, then maybe you guys
And
should be
people
taking
do
this
listen to it again, specifically me, and I don't want to hear babbling.
Well, you guys wouldn't even let him like explain a point to you guys because you all keep talking over it.
Listen, he's spazzing, and you know he's spazzing. Stop defending that.
He's excited.
Yeah, but he's incoherent, and I'm trying to calm him down, right? That's why I'm talking to him this way. Normally, I wouldn't talk to somebody this way, but I know he's young, and he's hyper excited. He needs to calm down so we can have a conversation, so we can What's the purpose of talking? Is to communicate, to exchange ideas. If I don't understand what he's saying and he's not paying attention to me, then there's no point in having a conversation because we're not actually communicating. Understand? So he's still talking while I'm talking. You can't learn things and talk at the same time. It's impossible.
Okay, no, it's not, because I have ADHD.
It is,
and
because if you're talking, you can't be listening.
You sound like my dad.
I could be your dad.
You could be, but my dad's in the house over there, and I can see him because.
Oh, I thought it was because a dog beat me up the stairs. But anyway.
Yeah. Right. I'm trying to literally see the point of this and go, okay, now my beliefs, my understanding.
I already told you the point. The fact you didn't understand it means you weren't listening.
I did. I'm going to go to the beach and I'm going to stand there. I'm going to look out and I'm going to look across the beach and I'm going to get my sun's telescope and I'm going to look as far as we can off into the distance and see things.
No. That's not how it goes. You have to take the gold model.
Yeah.
The gold model. See what the prediction is. See, this is how science works. You test predictions. You just don't go, it looks like this or it looks like that. You have to test the prediction. It makes a specific prediction. That's why I said go to marinetraffic.com so you can actually know a distance of something without just guessing. I'm not saying just go there and look, it looks flat. Yeah, that's a good starting point. But we're talking about verifying your observation to make sure it's accurate. And you do that by quantifying what you see with distances, heights, that sorts of stuff. Get their number, radius 3,959 miles, Plug it in the curve calculator. Say, oh, I could see a boat that's 20 miles away. Oh, how much of a boat should I see? How much is blocked? What does the globe model predict? Oh, it says it's 420 feet. No boats exist on Earth that are 420 feet high. How can I see that boat? Have you ever seen a boat that's 420 feet tall? Did he spiral out of here? Now I'm talking to myself. Awesome. Y'all drove Flat Earth dude away.
So, can I ask a question then?
So listen, I'm going to post in a second. You know how to use Google, right?
I'm not very technologically advanced. I kind of live in, yeah.
Yeah, you know how to use Google, though. You know how to do it. And anytime you want to test the goal prediction, you can just type in Earth curve calculator, and there's a half a dozen of them. None of them are made by flat earthers, so you don't have to worry about bias. They're all made by Globers. You can use that to do what I said. Make a prediction. That's all.
Okay. So God gave me maths as like one of my talents. So that's awesome. Like, okay, I like that there's maths. Okay, that was one of my talents that God gave me. He's like, here you go, maths is your thing. I'm like, awesome. All right, I get it.
That's just a tool that we use. That's all it is. It's just a tool.
Just a tool. Okay, cool. Right. So if you've got a rectangle, like a thumbprint, you've literally pressed your thumb into a thing of clay, because that's in the Bible, right? Okay. To put a seal on it. Now, then it's full of water because it fills up because it's cried for 40 days. Because to begin with, there was no, they hadn't seen rain. That's what it literally says in the Bible. They hadn't seen rain. Okay. And then living there, they're all doing their thing, and they can't get up the sides because it's a sheer cliff face. Then you go, right.
Sounds like our environment. Sounds like where we live.
Yeah, exactly. And so in there, there's water already because he's put water there, like to start with. Okay, this is putting my belief into it to go Big Bang Theory.
Well, hey, listen. Let me tell you something real quick. So we don't think Antarctica is like a continent. We think it's like a ring. Goes around.
It's even
the Southern
ring.
Ocean.
It is literally ring.
You know what the average elevation of the Antarctica is? It's 9,000 feet above sea level. That's the average elevation. The average is almost 2 miles above sea level.
Okay.
So just to tell you, this idea you have of someone pressing a finger into clay and the edges are raised up, that's actually the environment that we're
I know.
in. So you're not that far from the truth.
The edge of it is frozen because God literally said freeze.
Well, no, there's rock under the ice, but that's okay.
If my God created the world with his voice, okay, I want that to be frozen. And you know what? When I say I want this done, it's done. Why? Because that's how it's supposed to be. So, okay, boom, there's your flat Earth. Okay, you've got ice around it. That's God going, yep, freeze, boom, done. Like, I get it. Then these people have never seen water, they've never seen rain. Okay, because the dome lid's off. The terrarium.
The terrarium.
That's the one. Okay, that one is the lid's not on. The water's evaporating, or the water's there because it's you put it there. So there it is there. They come across water in the nighttime because it's been sprinkled while it was raining. Okay, cool. The dew, put the blanket over top of it at nighttime so that it's, doesn't sleep. Well, no, so it can sleep. A year and a day back in the Bible, biblical speaking, was a really, 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 really long time. People lived way longer. They were way healthier. Okay, cool. Because there was this perfect little sanctuary thing happening. It's like, yeah, cool. Then they destroyed it, right? So they destroyed the world. They're damaging everybody. Everything was going wrong. There was war, and God's looking and going, seriously, this is the channel that I'm watching. Why am I watching this channel? And it's like, okay. So then God goes, actually, I need to reset this channel. And that one person there, out of everybody on this TV show that he's watching, is behaving and doing what they're supposed to do, and is like literally going, "Hey, I'm going this way because that's the way to go." Because that's the way that my voice of my father tells me to go. Now, the where's I going with this? Oh, okay, cool. Where did we get up to? You pressed it in, and you've made the walls ice. Okay, they're not ice yet because they're clay. You've pressed your thumb into clay. Okay, cool. We're gonna press our thumb into clay. We're gonna dig up clay and make this. Cool. Yeah, we so are. Okay. And then you've got the glue on top. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Wow. Hey,
yeah,
how many
you're
actually?
losing, dude. So in Job it says in Job Bible it says
Yep.
the earth takes the shape like clay under steel. Its features stand out like those of a garment. That's the exact quote.
Dude, that's it. Okay. And then it also says that the four corners are the angels that hold back the wind. One holds the wind, one holds the water, one holds the fire, and one holds the time. Okay. Now, if my God is that powerful that he created the world and by speaking it, he literally said, "You four stand there and do as I said." Now, that's my God saying, "Go and stand and be where I told you and do as I said." Yeah, if you look into the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, I want to be, well, I'm on the lion side, of course, but I want to be like not a centaur, although they could run fast. They did look at the stars. I don't want to be a centaur. Okay.
Now you're talking Narnia.
Okay.
Also talk about
No,
outer space.
I'm a Viking. I came from that clan. Yeah, no, but okay. So then he's flooded the world because he's upset with everybody that's there, but he's picked the one person and his family that were doing what he said when he said, as he said. And he's like, right, you are the people that are going to go into this next one. Why? Because you are the leaders. Why? Because when my God says stand and you go, yes, that's the guy he wants in his leadership, in his space of going, go forth, spread my word, do what you're supposed to do. Until then, oh my God, it's literally called Until Then. Okay, right.
So is there a point to this epic story?
Okay, right. Okay, I'm disappearing. Okay, but for everybody that's on there that's got mute by it, apparently there's people there listening. Okay, cool. For the biblical side of it, I'm looking into this.
We broadcast on YouTube too. We have a YouTube channel. And there's podcasts.
Oh, dude. Okay. What's my name? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's all good.
Sweet. He can look back at this and laugh at himself, so that'd be great. Thanks, guys. And, this is on my friend, okay? So, yeah, chill. Okay. Bye.
Bye. We're going to put this episode as what not to do when you come here. Who was it?
Well, this is getting old. Quiet.
Oh, that dude? Yeah, that was fucking lame as shit.
Oh, there was a dude. I missed that. I thought it was just quiet in here.
No, you didn't hear the person talking just a minute ago? And it's like 20-minute diatribe about nothing?
No, I literally just came back in after a little break. Sorry.
Count yourself lucky, Rookie. You didn't have to witness that.
Yeah, that was
But I will consider myself lucky.
he needs
It sounds like it was horrible.
he needs a creative outlet, let's put it that way.
Who was it? Anybody I know?
No, it was just well, Carlos, I guess that person's not here. He brought his friend, he was talking to his mic, and he just went on some crazy, imaginative, how flat Earth was created, epic tale of nothing.
Was he telling his
He was
friends?
just
Or
like
was he
either
telling us?
really stoned or drunk or I don't know what.
Yeah, that does have a bad. That does have a habit happening around here once in a while, but it was bad, huh? That sucks.
Yeah, he was young though. He was just a kid, so I mean, it's not no harm, no foul, I guess. I wish I could have that 10 minutes of my life back, though.
Well, I'm sure at some point in your life you'll realize it was worth it, right?
Yeah, hopefully it's not the last thing that goes through my mind when I die. Oh, thank God I'm dying.
Oh, come on. Put on a smiley face.
Look, it was like taking creative writing in school where the kids had to read what they wrote to the whole class. It was horrible.
Oh, those kids that can't read and they stammer on every other word.
That's exactly like what that guy was just like.
Well, more like he spoke for 10 minutes and it was a single sentence.
Oh, he literally just repeated himself over and over and over. Gotta love that.
No, they were all different words.
Oh, you mean
it was just rambling. There was no point to it.
I do that sometimes. Was it worse than me?
You can't hold a candle to that. No, that's worse than you.
Yes, worse than me. Oh, I thought it was going to be close. I thought it was going to be. All right, I'll stop making funnies. I'll try to be serious now. It's not going to be easy.
No, you can rewind the stream and listen to it and suffer with us.
No, I'm good. I'll just take your word for it.
Good choice.
Oh, looky there. The sky cleared up a little bit. I can see the stars again.
I'm gonna play some audio. It's like 10 minutes long. I uploaded this today to the podcast. So.
Okay.
Gyroscopes, like I said at the beginning, I'll repeat myself. I don't mind being a broken record.
Okay, so you don't. So it's an assumption that you're moving. Yes.
Affirming the consequence.
Yeah, that's a logical fallacy.
Can I just get in here as well? Just quickly, do you have a demonstration of this?
Demonstration?
Yeah.
Let me get yourself off this fucking push to talk.
Language, bro. Chill.
No need to get angry.
Relax.
There. Now I'm off push to talk. I have to keep pressing keys.
Is that better?
But how do I measure it? I just use my gyroscopes. And you can actually measure their drift. You can
Wasn't what I asked.
I don't know how to explain it to you. I'm not a scientist.
I'm not asking for an explanation.
Whatever.
I was asking for a demonstration. You either have one or you don't.
So if we, do you guys feel like you want to take a question from chat?
I was wondering if you could actually answer my question because I don't feel like we finished that yet.
I'd like to finish this guy.
God 420, because you've made a claim there. I was wondering if you have a demonstration for that.
Well, I can set up and do some video streaming and show some gyroscopes in operation, but you're not going to see much except for a change in angle over the course of an hour. You'll see a drift of 15 degrees.
But that is the claim that you've made that I'm asking for a demonstration of.
I am.
You understand?
I'll do that if I have to, but we'll be here 1 hour to watch it drift.
Sounds good. If you don't have it, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not like saying if you don't have it, then you're wrong. I'm not saying
he doesn't have it. Listen, he doesn't have it.
I know he doesn't, but
okay, so
I'm asking
let
for
me tell you why he doesn't have it, and this is easy to demonstrate. Because you would only measure a 15-degree drift at one of the poles. Are you at the North or South Pole?
Wrong.
You're going to measure 15 degrees, and you're going to measure okay, listen. You want me to tell you the formula? Because you're not going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift unless you're at one of the poles. You would need a 3-axis gyro, and you would measure a cumulative. If you summed all 3 axes, then you would measure a 15-degree per hour drift. But you said you had a regular gyro, regular mechanical gyro.
I also have the aeronautic gyros that they use for aircraft.
Yeah, and those are single-axis gyros.
No.
Yeah.
It's for the ones on the main.
They use multiple gyros. They use multiple gyros in the aircraft.
Yes.
And in fact, they're called an attitude indicator.
No, not I'm not talking about the indicator. I'm looking at the gyro.
The attitude indicator is the gyro, and the gyro isn't the purpose of it. Nuh-uh, it's not a reputation. Nuh-uh. Do you want me to just pull up a PDF that has all this, that has the schematic for the attitude indicator for an aircraft? Do I really have to do this?
I don't care about the attitude indicator.
The attitude indicator is what has the gyro, dude.
Ignore me then. Talk over me.
The attitude indicator is your reputation is nuh-uh. Okay? That is what your nuh-uh. Listen, the fact is, the attitude indicator is a device in the airplane which has the gyro, and the purpose of the gyro is to damp the sway of the device.
Wrong.
Right? Nuh-uh.
I know exactly where it is. It is down in the belly of the plane.
So who cares?
In the control room.
So may I try to move this discussion into more productive direction?
Listen, I'd like a concession that he never actually did this test, because to measure 15 degrees per hour on a single axis, you would have to be at a pole. This is not debatable. This is objectively true.
Agreed.
Objectively true. You can.
So if you're at 40, listen, if you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15 degree. Listen, so if you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift that is on a single axis.
Do you realize how equatorial telescope mounts work?
Yes.
Okay. You can measure the drift throughout the entire surface of this planet, including the equators and the poles.
Do you have to correct for latitude? Yes or no? You have to program it for latitude.
Oh my God! Talk over me. Fuck it. Talk to someone else.
Answer the question. Yes, it's a yes or no question.
Listen.
May I?
You guys are both trying to lie, and that's why I'm acting like this, because you're both trying to lie.
It is
like I've been doing this for 4 years, dude. I know how all these devices work.
Argument. That is
because you're lying.
Yeah, well, listen. I mean, God 420 can't get to the demonstration, which he would then have to beg the question of. So yeah, I think we can probably move on.
Okay, so
we will see. We'll go get. We'll get the display set up, and we're going to sit for 1 hour, and you can watch the machine physically fucking drift.
Yeah,
you won't do shit. You won't do shit. So listen, don't move the goalpost. You said 15 degree per hour drift is what you've already measured.
Right. So we'll set for 1 hour, and you can watch it drift 15 degrees. Okay,
let's do this.
If we have to.
Yeah, okay, go
Let's
for
do
it.
this.
Set it up, God. Right, set it up.
Let's do this, dude. Listen, I'm gonna laugh, dude. When you measure 7.3, when you measure 7.3 degree drift because you're at something like 43 latitude, I'm gonna laugh at you.
Wrong.
May I please interject?
Some more.
Guys, let's let Corvo get in here.
Yeah. I was going to say that.
I mean, we can at later time do a live stream with God 420 if you guys are interested.
How about post citations? Would that suffice, and we can just end this? I'll
So
post citations.
We can both post citations. So I think I have a question by King of Kings, who have a question for the flat earthers. If the curvature of the globe is 8 inches per mile of distance, wouldn't the difference be?
Can I stop you right there? Per mile is a slope. No one is claiming to live on a slope, are they?
Well, hold on. Let me finish the question.
Yeah, but the question is already wrong, so it needs to be correct.
So let me finish it. I'm just reading it. Yeah, the guy isn't talking.
Okay, but the question is already wrong. That's the point.
Yeah, we'll correct him and say it's 8 inches per mile squared, not 8 inches per mile.
That's a parabola.
Okay, 8 inches per mile squared. Wouldn't the difference be difficult to detect with just your eyes? To me, it's like trying to spot a ruler a mile away and be able to see it move 8 inches to demonstrate the difference in position.
Yeah, but then over 10 miles, they tell us that would add up to around 67 feet of drop, which is measurable. So someone in human history would have measured this physical drop. We're not saying that you should just eyeball it and then make your decision. This is why people are doing point-to-point tests over a distance and comparing it to the rate that the globe model does predict. God, I know you're upset. I know you're upset. I know you're upset, but you're just going to have to chill. We gave you your chance, and you were going to go and set up your gyroscope that you were then going to say, I'm claiming that's Earth's rotation. And we were going to say, okay, how do you link that? And you'd say, well, just because we know. Right, so let's not do that, God. You can just chill.
First, they won't even accept the balloon photographs from Dr. Bob. Or not Dr. Bob, but Bob, what's his name?
So just to the new people as well, this is the type of person. Sensible. This is the type of person that you get who's been arguing this for years, but still hasn't found any measurements of curvature. So they just argue the same redundant points again and again. This isn't a new person to the topic, by the way. This is a diehard who's been emotionally wounded by the flat Earth. So just to point that out to the new people.
I would just like to kind of bring it back.
Please don't laugh. It's actually
kind of just bring it back to something I said about 15 minutes ago. I asked for a demonstration. A demonstration was not provided. If God 420 goes back and provides a demonstration, then we can talk. I feel like there's no point talking about it because he made a claim, he hasn't demonstrated it. I feel like it's moot. So let's just move on.
I feel like speaking to him is moot.
But that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if anyone else wants to discuss this, all good. But he's made a claim that he hasn't demonstrated, and I personally think can't demonstrate. So I think everyone listening already knows what kind of person God 420 is.
10-4.
With regards to the, what was it, the question before about inches per mile, to do with eyeballing it. I mean, I know, Cyclone, you already kind of went ahead with an answer. I would say this is something, when I said squared, someone else said that's a parabola. Well, good, but he didn't seem to have a problem with the Earth being a slope 30 seconds before. This is the problem with a lot of these debates, is that when we try and get into the actual details, like the meat of the issue, people only oppose it when it's flat Earth. Yeah, if Earth's a slope, not a problem. If it's a parabola, then they're opposing it. So you start to realize that a lot of people are very emotional about this subject. They don't actually want to discuss it.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Yeah, that's pretty funny, huh?
Yeah, I liked it. It was pretty
Actually,
interesting.
that was actually from there's a chessboard Discord. That was actually from that. And I was going over. I went back like a month and started going over episodes to get one for the podcast. I realized this is a recording of a recording. It was the bot playing that I captured. I didn't even realize it was the bot.
Oh, I see. See, when you were recording it, you didn't realize somebody was playing a bot at the time.
Yeah, and I recorded. Yeah, so I recorded
That's
my
hilarious.
recording.
Oh, so that's
Yeah.
why you hear someone talking over it in the background. I see. I thought maybe that was happening right here. I was like, what the?
No, that talking over was them. They were being super rude. They were being like, dude, they started spazzing. We went over there, we started talking, and they just like had a meltdown.
Oh, I see. They had a problem with you guys speaking, huh?
But India, that's a point that I've never heard anyone truly rebut. Is like you were saying in that excerpt that you would only experience the 15-degree drift at the poles because when you're on the equator, you're only moving in one vector. You would only be moving eastward. So what could make you rotate 360 degrees on the equator to give you that 15-degree rotation every hour if you're only moving in a single vector eastward? It's like a little merry-go-round or sitting on the equator, spinning in a circle. Nothing could cause that effect.
Yeah, and there's the other thing where, not Bob, no doubt, Rob Zimmerman, he used to have a YouTube channel called Seventh Day Truth Seeker, but he posted a video about COVID and they nuked it. But he bought a fiber optic gyro, and they noticed that when they tested the gyro, this drift, and they noticed that they took it to the top of a mountain called Pikes Peak, and they noticed that like the reading went down. So then they took it and they stuck it in a vacuum chamber and evacuated out the gas. And the lower the pressure they got, the slower this so-called drift was. They got it down to something like 3 degrees per hour or something. So then they went and they go, okay, has anybody else got this? There's actually there's two published papers noticing this that documented this the so-called earth rate drift. If you stuck the fiber optic gyro in an absolute vacuum, it would completely disappear. And it changes when you increase the pressure too.
That's interesting because Bob Nodell from Globebusters, he took it up in an aeroplane as well and noticed variation based on altitude. And I think what you're saying now with the pressure makes sense. If they were going up in altitude, they were going to a region of less pressure, and therefore the reading started to slow or less than 15 degrees. To me, what always puzzled me was that Foucault pendulum, if you go look at the latitude, there's different hours of how long it should take to rotate. So on certain latitudes, it takes 32 hours to rotate. And certain latitudes, it's 22 hours. And for me, I was always puzzled, how could that be then referenced against the spinning of the Earth? If the spinning of the Earth is always occurring in a 24-hour cycle, then every Foucault pendulum should have a 24-hour cycle to get back to its origination point. But some of them are in the 30 hours. So it's like 1.5 days or 1.3 days to do a full rotation. So then you're not measuring the rotation of the fucking Earth.
Yeah, and the Foucault's pendulum is just if you go to there's a manufacturer of these like Foucault's pendulums for like museums and whatever, and if you read their manual, they have adjustment screws so that you can adjust it right to get it to do what you want it to do.
Yeah,
They have a
calibration.
servo that keeps them turning and keeps them moving so that they stay steady and they stay.
It's not just to keep them to keep the pendulum.
No, I know
swinging.
it's to keep them turning just at the right rate so that it looks right.
Yeah.
Right. It's basically programmed with a chip. Yeah.
Well, what it does is, as the pendulum swings, what it does, there's a little, through induction, you can create a drag, a resistance. So as the pendulum swings through the magnets, you can increase the inductance of the magnets so that it slows it down, so that you're changing the swing to get it to do what you want. You're making it processed by so it isn't like a constant swing, a constant gravitational only swing of the pendulum. It's being altered by the magnets inside the mechanism.
Right.
And then
Kind of
on
like
top of that,
your
right?
modern drone does. Modern
Yeah,
drones
so-
use that same kind of.
Yeah. So if you have like one of those electric bikes, they use that what do they call it? The where you recharge when you brake.
Yeah.
There's
It's
a name for it.
reconstituted or whatever the hell they call it. Yeah.
Recombinant braking or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
So yeah, that uses the same principle. When you brake, it recharges it by using magnetic induction. But but I wanted to add that they did the Foucault's pendulum at Edmonton Station, which is supposed to be the South Pole. So they should have recorded a 15 degree per hour drift. But they recorded a lower one, and then they altered the thing. They altered it several times because they couldn't get the rate they wanted. And then as soon as they got what they wanted, they stopped doing it, declared victory, and stopped doing the test.
That's it. Yep. We're
It's
done.
so funny,
We're done
man.
here.
It's like, this is science. It's like, you guys are scientists in the South Pole, and this is what you're doing. You get all sorts of spurious results, and then, like, as soon as you get the result you want, you say, "Yep, we got what we wanted. We proved the Earth is rotating. Call it a day."
Well, I don't know if you can trust anybody nowadays because it seems like even the people at the North and the South Pole seem to be lying about what's really going on there. They tell you that they have 24-hour sunlight and daylight or whatever, but then it turns out that they don't. They actually just cut the camera off and they just start the feedback again. It's really interesting. A lot of interesting stuff about that. And, it goes back to the question that I ask all the time. It's like, why, they ask, why would they lie? And I ask, well, why would they spend money to cover it up? Like, why would they spend money to like have people go out and try to like attack flat earthers and make videos, literally make content against it when if there's nothing wrong? Like, if they've got evidence to prove us wrong, why wouldn't they just show it? It's the most ridiculous argument. I mean, it's the most logical argument for or against it, right? Is why don't they just show us the evidence for it? Just show us the curvature. Show us the actual photographs. Show us the unredacted versions of it, and show us the actual things that you're doing in space, not just the ones that you want us to think you're doing.
There aren't any. That's why.
Well,
So yeah, what we used to bring up back in the day when I first started doing flat Earth was the Elias effect, which is the pendulum will alter its rate of precession during a lunar eclipse for some reason, which is still like, it's pretty mysterious. I'm pretty curious about it.
You mean, is it an anomaly that happens just in them?
They've tried a few different types of Foucault's pendulums, and let's put it this way: some people have repeated it, other people have not repeated it. Right?
Maybe the black
So
sun is what's going
NASA
on.
actually, in 2011, NASA funded for them to set up Foucault's pendulums all over the world in tests all at the same time during a lunar eclipse.
Really?
That data was never released. Nothing,
I wonder why.
nothing ever came of it. Like, I don't know why.
Well, that's kind of like nothing ever comes with all that lettuce they grew up in space. And all those promises that we're going to the moon next year and the year after and the year after and the year after, but it just never happened. I'm kind of disappointed. Like, I kind of thought, well, maybe they'd at least take a shot at it, right? Try to make it look good, try to pretend. But
So one of the proposed one of the proposed explanations for the Elias effect is inotropic dark matter, dark flow acceleration, which is the flow of dark matter through the Earth. I shit you not.
They seem to know a lot about the inside of the Earth when they haven't been down very far.
No, it's dark matter that's going through the Earth.
Right. Mm-hmm. Kind of like falling, like drilling a hole through the bottom and then see if you fall out the bottom, or you come out the other side, or you just get stuck in the middle.
Yeah, very, very interesting, this dark matter, isn't it?
Yeah, it does so many things.
The general relativity predicts certain observations. So they look at these, what they call galaxies, and they realise that by their calculations, the galaxies haven't got enough mass to do what they're doing. So they just say, well, it can't be that general relativity
Or just
is wrong.
just change the numbers.
But it can't be that general relativity wrong. So we'll just have to make up something else to make it work.
Are we like the only ones that have questioned a guy who didn't even go to college and finish school?
No.
Like,
He's been quizzed by very serious scientists back in the day. I'll give you a look.
Well, they just don't take their argument seriously, or like I don't understand how they've
really
managed to keep this.
I'm not joking. I'm not making it up. I'll give you a couple.
No, I believe you.
And I'll give you a couple. Don't believe me. Why are you believing
You know what I
me?
meant. That was trying to be funny, but you know what I mean. Go on, and then I'll let you know what.
There you go. This guy called Lewis Essen. He created the atomic clock.
So I saw a video today.
What does an atomic clock consist of? Like, what makes it an atomic clock? It doesn't need electricity in order to run, or what?
No, I don't know.
Or it keeps time really well.
It's a very accurate piece of physics equipment, which I wouldn't know how to use, but it's...
Wouldn't a sundial be just as... or something like that?
No, I don't think so.
An atomic clock works by they take some cesium atoms and they hit it with microwave. Yeah, they hit it with microwave radiation, like a control signal, and using the Bohr theory of an atom. So it takes a specific amount of time for the cesium atom to absorb this microwave radiation and to release it. Right. So they use that. They use that absorption and release as the clock.
It's vibrations of the cesium atom. It's very. I mean, it's it's real.
Well, I don't know a lot about it, but I know little bits of this and that. That's why I'm asking to see if I'm getting the right, idea. So when I go to research or whatever, I can find what I'm looking for.
It's real. It's real experimental science. It's not theory. It's actually doing stuff with things and getting measurable results.
But it has an assumption about its accuracy, basically, that it's always going to measure this thing, and like the only thing that can affect it is, whatever the general theory of relativity says can affect it.
Oh no! The inventor of it says that general relativity is nonsense.
Yeah, well,
and yet
I agree.
His invention.
I haven't even read it, and I don't agree with it.
His invention was used to test the theory of relativity with this aeroplane, clocks on an aeroplane. And he said, look, again, it was like we said before, the amount of inaccuracy is way beyond, the sensitivity of the clock. It's
a lot of people think it's a fraud. So
no, I'm not saying it's a fraud. I don't know, but
the Happel
I hear so many stories about these
time
magical
dilation
devices
experiment.
No, I mean, if the guy who invented these clocks, these atomic clocks, says that they can't measure what the Happel experiment claims to measure, well, that's who would be a better authority? I mean, obviously, appeal to authority is not true, but is there a better authority on these clocks? And this you couldn't get a higher authority, could you?
I guess not. And the guy that made it, yeah.
If you read about this guy, he was like, he was told to shut up. It's very interesting. I mean, it really is. It's weird, who these shady characters are who are trying to control science. I've got no idea who they are. But it's very strange.
They probably don't even know who they are. Well, that's a joke, but the part that's weird for me is like, how is it that I've talked to people that have college degrees that like, I know India, I know a lot of you guys have degrees. I don't have one, by the way. I don't know if that shows, it probably does, but anyway, I don't have a degree, okay? No, it doesn't matter, but I'm saying I don't have a degree. So from my perspective, I only understand things for what I've read them to be. I don't necessarily have this bias where someone told me this is how it is and then showed me in a book where it didn't say that, but yet they kept telling me it was true. So I guess I've been lucky on that. But I've read a lot of stuff about string theories and all these other kinds of things, and they sound like just senselessness to me. Now I get it. I understand like that there's effects, like when we look at stuff, it changes how things react, and there's weird things about the world that we can't explain. But I don't know, it just, some of the stuff that they talk about, like even after I spend hours and hours trying to understand what exactly could we do with this information, it never really like pans out to be anything except just a bunch of like argument and conjecture for something that just looks like it could be there or looks like it could fit in, as the puzzle piece, but it doesn't. There's really no way to actually sit there and divisively figure out if that's really true or not, right? You know what I'm saying?
Rookie, it's
and
like
so I tend to like
there's people getting paid come up with this gobbledygook. And if anybody says anything against them, right, their theory, they'll just say, you don't understand it. You're not a specialist. You're not whatever. But they're doing that really to protect.
I've heard that plenty. I've heard that before.
They're using it to protect their book, man. They're using it to protect their flow of
that
money.
Makes sense.
And that's really all they're doing.
That makes sense. At least they could just admit it, right? Like one-on-one, like man-to-man, just be like, look, you would think if you asked
bullshit,
someone,
but I need a job, that kind of thing.
Well, no, just be like, look, this is my career. This is what I'm into. I came to the conclusion you're right. There's something weird about it, but I'm not messing with it because it's all I got. Like I would respect that answer. Wouldn't you? Like I really don't want to talk about it because it could make me lose my job and I have a family to support. And yeah, I realize that there's some weird things, but what's a guy going to do when he spends his entire life on something? His whole career.
Speaking of questions, real quick, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, what's up? How you doing, Andy?
How's it going?
Good. Yeah, speaking of questions, I think this is a kind of a quest to come up with the questions that they don't have any answers for. I think there's varying degrees of how good their answers are as well. They have some are just like an answer because they just needed it to have something to say, or they have just an adequate answer or something that's reasonable due to like its mathematical accuracy or whatever, theoretical.
Yeah, that seems to be the
probability.
Is it look good on paper?
Hey, there was a good conversation going on here that I was really interested in. A little bit going on between Chad 2000, who knows a lot of shit, as well as Indio. But there was some things they were getting to that I wanted to hear a little bit more about before either you or I, Rookie, ramble on too much. Yeah, there was a couple things. You mentioned something earlier today that's really interesting about vacuum chamber and how when they change the mass of an object, they use something heavier, right? And it still drops at the same time in a vacuum chamber, and they think that proves gravity, when really I had never thought of it before. If you change the mass, you're supposed to change the rate of acceleration. So you're supposed to be proving gravity by isolating it.
Sorry, New. I just stop you there. Yeah, no, that's
okay.
You put it the wrong way around, I'm afraid. Changing the mass of an object, it doesn't change because it takes more force to accelerate it. That's the claim. So the bigger the mass,
the claim. They cancel out the equation, basically. Think about it like
so that the vacuum chamber is supposed to isolate it, though, right?
No, the vacuum chamber is supposed to just remove any kind of air, any kind of wind resistance.
Well, so Chad, let me explain to you like what I was telling them though. Because what we're talking about is doing a proper scientific experiment where you isolate the independent variable. Now, the claim is mass attracts mass, so mass is an independent variable. But if you alter the mass of an object, it falls at the same rate, right? So you're not measuring any change in the independent variable. So how can they make the claim that mass is the cause of falling objects? You see what I'm saying? Because if they do that experiment, manipulate the independent variable, their cause, they don't get any change. They don't get a change in the effect, right? You get the same rate of acceleration. This is what we were talking about. Now, but see, that's different than the equation. In the equation, right, what they use Newton's second law. They get off of gravity and use Newton's second law to make the argument, well, a 1 kilogram mass versus 100 kilogram mass, because it takes more force to get the 100 kilograms into motion because of inertia, right, that it cancels out, and that's why they fall at the same rate.
Yeah, that's what they claim is the case. Yeah, I mean, it really just goes back to Galileo. Nothing.
They do a bait and switch, Dad. That's what they're doing, is a bait and switch. They're jumping off gravity, jumping on the Newton's second law, and saying that's why it happens.
1 second, sorry.
Yeah. Because they're actually individual claims, but they use the second law of motion, Newton's second law of motion, to obscure their claims about gravity. Let's call it that. They obscure it. Because, like I said, it takes more force to move a heavier object, a more massive object.
Yeah.
Right? So the formula is m1, m2 divided by r squared times gravitational constant, right?
Itself out. Yeah.
Yeah. So it ends up canceling itself out mathematically.
Because the whole thing is circular. Really,
exactly. That's the thing. It's a whole concept is circular. It's all circular reasoning.
I mean, Galileo was the one who noticed that things seem to accelerate at the same rate, even though they're different weights. So he would drop like a kilo, a pound, and a 2 pound or a 10 pound weight, and see that they roughly fall at the same sort of rate. Or he roll them down a board and see that they roughly move at the same rate. Well, I'm not going to argue that observation. That seems to be what's happening. But then Newton came along and said, well, that's because the Earth is a big ball as well, and big balls attract each other. Which is, I don't know, don't know how he came to that conclusion, but he did, and everybody agreed with it. And then some guy built some contraption in a shed, and the wind blew it around, and the heat, moved. And he said, "Oh, there you go, it proves it."
It reminds me of something I saw on Twitter. This was so funny. It's so this is funny. So I'm on Telegram, right, and I got a lot of stuff from the Ukraine-Russian war. So someone sends me a link to a Telegram where someone was counting how many artillery rounds the Russians have to are firing in a day, and how many trucks it takes to transport that. Anyway, bunch of bullshit. But at the end it says addendum. It says, check this out, you like this. It says, hold on, let me read it to you. Addendum. There's a joke about an engineer sitting down to design a chicken plucking machine. And the first thing he says, first we'll assume the chicken is a sphere. Dude, that shit was killing me. Because that's literally everything they do. First assume it's a sphere, then they do everything after that.
But then call it a ellipsoid.
Yeah.
Then that's another thing.
Sorry, it's a pair now, by the way.
Right, exactly.
Paroid.
But that's another thing that seems like a direct debunk contradiction that could be pointed out more often with the ellipsoid changes of elevation compared to what it would be with a perfect sphere, because most of their mathematics is based on a perfect sphere, right? Not an ellipsoid.
Oh yeah.
That's a big deal.
I mean, when you get into the devil into the details, the real details,
exactly.
all this stuff they don't really use. So like NASA doesn't use like Newtonian mechanics. They use something called modified Newtonian dynamics. They don't even use like all the shit anybody talks about.
Most people, when I did maths, we just used G, little g, which just equals 9.81. Nobody even bothered even writing it down. You just put G, but
yeah, exactly. They use the G. They use the
the margin of error is just
whenever that's what we say, right?
You're always building stuff. You're always over engineering things, so you'll never anything you build will be much stronger than you need.
Yeah, you're never going to get a test to limits anyway. And
the little G always cancels out. Yeah, it cancels itself out, right?
Yeah, it cancels itself out in like the buoyancy equation.
Okay, right.
Yeah, so because you got the water, like say I throw a tennis ball in water, they'll have the G for the tennis ball and G for the water, and those cancel each other out.
Right. Is that the only example?
It really doesn't make any sense. Whenever you do mechanics and you're resolving forces, you say you've got a 10 kilogram mass or whatever they say it is, and then you times it by G, which for all intents and purposes is a constant. They say it's not a constant because it changes or fluctuates. I mean, it's always used as a constant, G, little g. And then you turn kilograms into newtons, because kilograms is mass and newtons is force or weight. But I mean, when you're timesing something by a constant, you're not doing anything to it. It's just the same.
Yeah, you're scaling it basically.
The relationship is just
And all of it's circular, right? Weight, mass, G. It's like they made this little self-contained formula. They could throw all of that shit away and use just weight for all of it. But instead, they have to play their little, I swear to God, it's really just to protect your profession.
Yeah, all you ever do is, to find the mass of an object, whatever that might be, it's just the weight. You just weigh it.
Exactly.
Well, G's included in that, right?
Well, if you say if you weigh 10 kilograms, then you times that by 9.81 to get 98.1 newtons.
Right.
I mean, why you would want to times it by 9.81 to get a different value?
Well, now they have the prototype kilogram. So they have the prototype kilogram. So now they've taken that weight and they've transmuted it into mass, right? They've tried to unify mass and weight by.
Yeah. All it is
like the pounds included.
No, like they've tried to unify. They've tried to hide all this shit that because there's another one is the speed of light, right? How far does light travel in 1 second? Right? How many meters is that? Well, now they've defined the length of a meter by how far the light travels in some unit of time. Yeah. So now the meter isn't a set length. The meter is how far light travels in 1/299,000th meters per second. Or hold on, I'll look it up. Can't remember exactly how they put it, but it's how far the distance light travels. Oh no, it's how far light travels in 1 divided by 299,000th of a second.
So where do you guys stand on the speed of light, as opposed to field perturbation, like a Ken Wheeler type thing?
I don't know what you mean there, but I'll just
yeah, I don't understand what Ken was fucking saying.
It's the speed of light. It's the speed of light in a vacuum. Now, a vacuum does not and cannot exist. So why you would want to know the speed of light in such an object, in such a medium, is totally beyond me. Well, it's not a medium. It's a lack of medium. It's just once you accept that the speed that a vacuum exists when it doesn't, well then you just accept that's the whole basis of all relativity theories. speed of light in a vacuum, and a vacuum doesn't exist. What are you even talking about?
Yeah, how can you have a speed without a medium?
So this is a lot of like serendipity happening to me right now, because everything we're talking about, I saw a video today by a physicist that said Einstein initially started his general theory of relativity with a variable speed of light. In that all the mathematics work, but he abandoned it because there was one thing that he couldn't figure out. But somebody figured it out in 1954, a guy named Dickey from the UK. He figured out like the solution to the problem. So now you can use this different formulation. So instead of having like bendy rulers, right, where the length of the ruler changes, time dilation, length dilation, right, length contraction, that's what they call it. So as you get close to the speed of light, things get shorter, or your clock slows down. So instead of that, you can make the speed of light variable, right, and everything else stays the same. So you can just flip that. You can just flip all the things, all the variables. So make the light variable speed, but the mass stays constant, and length stay constant, and all that stuff stays constant. You
That
just
might have been
change
the
the
only
speed of
genius
light,
thing he ever
and
did.
everything works. Everything works completely normally. Like everything, it makes all the exact same predictions. All the mathematics is the same. But here's the one caveat where it's different, and this was first broached by Mach, is that the gravitational constant is not a constant. That it's actually like, let's put it this way. If you took all the mass in the universe, right, and summed it all up, right, so then you have a number, right? Whatever mass you see, whatever matter, is a fraction of that value. So the gravitational constant for that particular object is whatever fraction it is of all the mass in the universe. Pretty weird, huh?
No, I didn't quite follow that. But the whole big G being a constant, but little g not being a constant is they got it the wrong way around. They derived big G by measuring little g.
I know, man.
I mean,
I know.
How ridiculous is that? And then they said little g is not the constant, but big G is. Right. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. They try to define things by things which are more complicated. Like somebody was trying to define water by H2O. I mean, I don't know what hydrogen is. I barely know what oxygen is. I couldn't. I know what water is. You got, water's something that I see every day. It's easy to define. But you can't define something by using something. You got to define it by simpler things. If you define a word, you don't. I don't know. Maybe you do.
Yeah, and the funny thing about water is, like, saying it's H2O. That's actually, it's accurate,
Incorrect.
but it's not. It's accurate, but not accurate.
Exactly.
So because there's something called dimer.
It has both in it, but it's not just those two things. It seems.
Well, the atomic the molecular structure. There's something called dimers. So like you have two oxygen atoms and a hydrogen atom, but how they're connected together is not just one way. There's 5 different ways that can be connected together. In each of these different ways, the water actually has different properties. Now there's one that's like most of the water on Earth is one particular dimer, something like 95%. But there's other ones, right? So another dimer is like 3% of the water, another one's like 1% of the water, another one's like 0.001% of the water. So there's all these dimers, and each dimer will, like, say one dimer will absorb microwave radiation, but another one won't. Right? So like when we heat something up in a microwave, what happens is the microwave energy oscillates the water molecule, right? Causes it to heat up from that vibration, right? But not all dimers of water react to that frequency. So if you took one particular dimer of water that wasn't that, you purified it somehow. I don't know how you would do it. You could stick it in your microwave, and heat up, and you'd stick the water in there, turn the microwave on for fucking 10 days, and it would never get hot.
Distilled water, maybe.
And it would still be water. It would still be water. It's just the molecular structure of the water. Water is the coolest shit ever, man.
Yeah, absolutely amazing.
It gives us the air we breathe. It gives us the water we drink. It gives us all kinds of things. It makes all of our body parts work together and the electricity work.
Well, when you freeze it, it doesn't contract, it expands.
Yeah, the simple thing that it expands when it gets solid and goes to the top, and then insulates the water below it, so it doesn't freeze, so the life doesn't die.
Yeah, it protects the fish. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I heard that too. That's funny that you mentioned.
I don't know if you've seen this video that I posted in the live stream just now. The water is not H2O. It's not
I think I've seen that. Yeah.
It's not what Dave and Dave or whoever that is. What those two guys? But this guy's actually pretty cool. But there's some interesting. Just looking at the components of it in that screenshot, like how can the question is how can water be, or how can water be more than 2 times as dense as its component parts, right? So there's a whole like, first of all, you got 2 gases, hydrogen and oxygen, making up a liquid to begin with, which
you're looking at it. That's why. I'm kidding.
Right? Think about it. And then as far as the weight, how could it become a totally different weight when it becomes water? It doesn't equal out. Check out that video. There's some interesting things. I'd like to hear your
I'll check it out.
Take on that. Yeah.
I didn't know it didn't equal out. Like the sum of the parts don't sum to the whole.
Right.
That's really the first you've heard of that? That's crazy.
Well, when did you hear about it?
Well, I would say it might have been 6 months or a year ago that I heard about it. Maybe I don't know, right before I started coming in here or right after, maybe. I watched a video about it, and they were talking about that there's another form of water that we don't know about. And then I saw another video a couple of days ago about there's a thing about water where you can get it to a certain temperature where it will freeze and melt and boil at the same time. Some crazy thing.
What? How would that be possible?
You've got heavy water, haven't you, as well? Whatever that mark, I've looked it up. I can't remember what.
Well, it's some kind of. I don't know how to explain it, but I just saw a video about it. I don't know. I sometimes I wonder where I get all this stuff where I see it, but it just comes. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, they say in this.
I guess I watched too many videos. That's probably what it.
Yeah, like as far as molecules go, hydrogen and oxygen are small, whereas water is 700 times larger. If that makes any sense. And then, 2 gallons of hydrogen plus 1 gallon of oxygen equals 10.68 pounds. But 3 gallons of water equals 25 pounds. That's over twice as much. How could that possibly be?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either, but I don't know much about atomic weight or anything. I don't know how all that works. I know that chemical bonds change. You can take something that's really heavy, like certain kinds of salt, and make them lightweight.
Chad 2000 or Indio, what's your first take on that? Or did he leave? Or he's here?
I haven't watched it yet. What? What you're saying? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But this is all things like this are all over physics, so it actually doesn't surprise me. Like, you know how they talk about quarks and like all the subatomic particles? Those all exist because what they'll do is they'll like a CERN, they'll break something apart, right? And they'll go, oh, that proton weighs that much, that proton weighs that much, and then they add it up and they go, oh shit, there isn't enough energy for that. Well, that must be a new particle that we can't see.
Mm-hmm.
And then they do it again at a higher energy, right? And then they see that particle that they imagined in their head, but then there's still some energy missing. So then they create another particle. They've done this like 6 times.
That's basically what they did with dark matter.
It's all over the place. It's everywhere.
The particle they don't see is just like the part of it that threw everything off. So they had to create the dark matter that they don't see. They just created it out of thin air. So So it would fix everything.
That's all they do. That's all they do is fix broken models, man. So what was I?
Well, it's the
I think
paradigm they're protecting. More than the model.
I found out yesterday that modern cosmology, like to make predictions, that they have like 72 different parameters, which means they have like little dials that they can adjust, right? To make everything fit perfectly. Any observation, they can adjust these little dials. And then they say, ad hoc, they say, well, this, the magnetic force, the electrical density through space exists because I'll just change it to this value because this value makes the observation work. So there's 72 of these, but they only observe 12 of them. That's the bizarrest. So it's total, utter garbage, man.
Completely.
But I listened to 2 months ago. I was watching like two scientists debate, and one of the astronomer guys is like, "Listen, we all know it's wrong. They call it the lambda model, the lambda Big Bang model. It's the mainstream model of all cosmology. Big Bang, all this stuff." He even says we all know it's wrong. He says, but we won't start from scratch because it's too expensive. He literally said that.
Well, yeah, and also all their jobs are threatened. Too expensive for them because they lose their jobs.
They can't come out and say, yeah, we've been pursuing this for 50 years. Yeah, we know it's wrong. We have to start over. Can we have some money, please?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. People get in those positions too, and they won't give up. It's almost like another generation has to die off before any changes are even possible.
No, they have to scrap the whole thing. You don't understand. It's that bad.
Yeah, I know.
They can't just make little changes. They have to scrap the whole thing.
But that's how they have it set so that they don't have to just totally abandon all of the books that they adhere to, and then the shifts that it's ridiculous.
Well, what bothers me is that you have retards like Professor fucking Dave, right? That total Dunning-Kruger dumbass. Come and scream expletives at flat earthers, right? Because he believes in this model, right? This mainstream cosmology that they teach in high school. But the people that are in that field at the top levels, they all know it's wrong.
Yeah, the fact that he's even paying attention to us means we're right automatically already.
Well, he's not paying attention to the thing that he believes in, right? He doesn't actually know about it. He's not actually like, oh, I believe stars are created from this and black holes are created from that. But he's reading like the textbook. He isn't paying attention to like what they're actually publishing in the peer-reviewed literature. So when he's saying it's science proves it, he's looking at a textbook that has no. You ever seen a textbook that had experiments in it? That cited, peer-reviewed papers or anything? It's just a big fucking. It's a storybook. It's not a textbook. It's a storybook.
Yep, completely conceptual. It's like it's brilliant because the conceptual then becomes the faith.
Yeah, and that's all it is. It's a faith. Like, but it really irritates me that he's really screaming at Dave Weiss. You don't believe in my religion. You're a fucking moron.
Oh yeah, but the fact that he had to do that shows anybody that is paying attention that realizes it shows that's the defense mechanism, and the reason he's on the defense is because he doesn't have anything.
Yeah, so there's a part in like that debate where he's like, the moon. He says we can also tell the moon's composition through spectroscopy. Do you know what that is, Dave? Blah blah blah. And Dave said something about a vacuum. But the thing is, go look at, like, if you actually go look at spectroscopy, right?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
If you actually dig deep into it, okay, so they'll make measurements. There are so many variables that confound the measurements. Is this thing at temperature? Is it absorbing heat or is it releasing heat? There's so many variables, right? Like, I couldn't believe how many there were because I was watching a video on it, and there was literally like they were going through so many things. It was almost like mind blowing. It's like 20 different things just to say, oh yeah, there's sodium in this. But the thing is, you have to like, all those 20 different things were actually sources of error, right? So if any of these things are present, whatever reading you get's going to be wrong, right? So then, like, so he's like, the point is he claimed they know the composition of the moon through spectroscopy. So I went and I looked up the spectrograph for the moon, and then I looked up the spectrograph for they've actually done this, what they claim are moon rocks. Completely different. They're actually inverted from each other. So it's like, this dude is just like a religious nut, man. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
And they can all come up with their own style of interpretation of all those variables. And it's almost like a musician that you see all the different variables, and then these are the readings. So the better delivery you have, and that's only respected depending on the position you hold, you know, and the way you jazz it up with the way you interpret one variable related to another and make it sound like, you know, pitchable. That's science, and that's that form of musical science. You know, they got all these notes to choose from.
Well, I took that debate, Dave versus Dave debate, and I have a Premiere Pro, and you can transcribe all the audio. So I transcribed all the audio into text. Then I did a word cloud for the text. The word that Professor Dave said most was the word just. He said it 110 times. And you know what just means? Simply.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just say this.
So this is what he's trying to convince people that this is, they simply did spectroscopy. As if it's something that's simple, right? And this is a dumb flat earther who's too dumb to understand this simple thing called spectroscopy. So, like I said, I went and looked at it, and it's so complicated. Like I said, 20 sources of error. Like, if any one of these 20 things happen in your observation, but you got to remember, you don't know the condition of the source, right? Because you're not at the source. These are things you have to figure out somehow from the spectrograph, because you don't know. Like, if you're looking at a star, you don't know what's happening at the star, right? So you don't know if, like, what you're reading is a source of error or if it's an actual genuine reading. Yeah, so you literally, it's like reading chicken guts.
Just to interject there, like the red shift and the blue shift. So the red shift is something going away, the blue shift is coming towards us. So, but what was the original? What was the original
be interpreted? But you could have something blue shifted, so it shifted the wavelength of the light. But so it would have been one element, but because of the blue shift, it shifted it to another line, and now you're reading that as a different element.
Interesting fact: if anyone talks about red shift and blue shift, the Polaris star, the pole star, actually emits both red and blue shift. So it's both coming towards us and going away from us at the same time.
Oh God!
Wow,
what's their excuse?
That is
It's
interesting.
rotate something
What? Yeah. Do they have an answer for that? And do they admit that?
Oh, they just say it's pulsating, whatever that means.
There's another interesting fact about Polaris.
Check out.
There's an interesting fact about Polaris. Thanks. That my friend came up with that I don't think anyone else has talked about. What he did. You remember E1 actually? India. Remember E1? He was way back in the day. Anyway,
E1.
E1. He was equal one is basically what he went by. E1. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He
sounds
did like
super familiar.
Yeah, he's a really smart dude. But he did a time elapse for Polaris, and he did them 6 months apart. And he found that actually it makes the Eye of Ra. It's like an ellipsoid, but it's like one half is like the little arc, and then the bottom arc has a little divot in it, just like the Eye of Ra. Like, it really interesting if that was the reason where they got that from. If they actually, were able to do these kind of things, technology way back in the day. It makes that little rotation. It's
Would you
it
say
stays
the name
within
was
that one
again?
little area. E1.
E1.
I'll put the one. He took his channel down just because he went off grid for when COVID happened. and took his channel down and stuff. But I'll put the only thing you can see of him right now was when he did a presentation on Sun and Moon. But dude, that guy, he's one of the smartest guys I've ever talked to. He has a model of the Earth that actually based on something I sent him about the Orion's Belt, actually mirroring not only the Giza pyramids but other monuments from Easter Island all the way over to Tonga, all the way across the plane. And if that is the case and it's still accurate, just as Polaris might line up, maybe the parallax shift hasn't happened at all, and we still have Orion's Belt lining up with these places, you would be able then to know how to arrange the continents. And if you're on Earth, because you can see Orion's Belt from anywhere on Earth, then you could also know where you are if you knew what monument the Orion's Belt was over at any given day and time.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd like to see that shit.
I can't find that video anymore, but I'll look for it again. I think he has it. He's gonna send it to me. But yeah. He actually came up with I'm trying to remember the math problem that he gave to his uncle that was like laughing at him for being a flat earther, and he said something about if the circumference of the Earth is 24,000 miles. It was like something about the arc seconds and the distance to the sun. Distance to the Earth goes around the sun, and then the arc degrees of Earth would have to turn. What's the arc degrees that the Earth would have to turn if it's 24,000 miles and 1,440 minutes or something like that? Does that make any sense to you? That's kind of bad explanation of it.
Well, like it makes sense, but I don't think you're probably describing it, and you're not describing it in enough detail for me to make sense out of it.
Anyway,
there's a lot of holes in. Listen, there's a lot of holes in the heliocentric model. People just think it's perfect. It's not. The Berry Center.
Okay,
the Berry Center. I used to bring this up all the time. The Globers, they have no answer for this. Now, if you take the Earth and the Moon together, they call it the Earth-Moon system. So everything should fall because of Gauss's law, right? In the direction, so like the direction gravity should point to, like how things should fall, should be at the center of gravity of both of the objects, not just one of them. So everything should fall to a spot that's 1,000 miles underneath the surface of the Earth. Like, so if you draw a line from the center of Earth to the center of the Moon, right? 1,000 miles below the surface on that line is where everything should fall to. According to their gravitational theory, everything should fall toward that spot.
Right.
Because the Moon, you got to remember, the Moon is up there too. It should deflect falling objects toward it. Because you got to think, right? So if I'm say I'm standing on the North Pole, right? And I'm facing in a direction, and the Moon is to my left, right? Right? It's 90 degrees to my left. Boom, all on my left. Right. So now what's on the left side of me? Half of the Earth is on my left side, and the entire Moon. What's on the right side of me? Half the Earth. Right? It's underneath me too. But one half is underneath me to the right, and one half is underneath me to the left. And then on that left side's the Moon. So if I drop something, because of that extra mass of the Moon, everything should be deflected that way. I should drop something, it should always curve toward the Moon.
Oh, because the Moon's supposed to be pulling?
Yeah, because the gravity of the Moon.
Well, yeah, I've said that before about if we're 70% water ourselves or whatever percentage we are water, then that means when the Moon's right above you, you should feel lighter or even way less.
Let me think for a second. You should
if the Moon's
feel
pulling the weight, right?
You should feel the. Let me think for a second.
Should feel a little lift, just a little bit at least.
No, you should feel. Yeah, you should weigh less when the moon's overhead, and you should weigh more if the moon was antipode. You should weigh the most. Like if the moon was directly over a spot, like if they say dig a hole to China. Now say like China's right under your feet, right, antipode, and the moon was over China. You should weigh more, significantly more, not even like a little bit more. You should weigh a lot more.
Right.
Certainly a measurable amount. Because you got the mass of the moon and the earth all underneath you in a line in one direction.
I think this is one of the cases where you could say that the sun and moon are having a magnetic effect on Earth, and maybe that relationship is what interacts with the salt water to create the waves.
Yeah, I don't know. What, did Ricky leave? Nah, he puts the talking to a brick wall meme. I think we got too technical for him.
Yeah, that's it's an interesting idea with the moon causing the tides, and then they say that it caused the way that it would cause the tides still, but from the other side, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the actual the tides, like you ask 10 physicists what causes the tides, they'll all say the moon, but the exact like how it happens, you're gonna get a different theory. The latest one is it causes a hydraulic action. Because you gotta think, so the idea that like Earth is just a ball and the moon is just a ball, it's actually not the theory of gravity. The theory of gravity is every particle is attracting each other. So it's not like so simple. I know they simplify it and that's how they teach it in school, but if you do the math, it's not that simple.
No, of course not. But then Professor Dave would say it just does.
He would say, you just calculate the orbit of a moon. He didn't even say the shit he was saying wasn't even correct, like at all.
I know.
Right? You just do this. You can calculate the orbit of the moon from the inverse square law. No, you can't. You can't. He just thought he could, right? He didn't think because I'll tell you why you can't. Because the moon has a nearly circular orbit. When I say nearly circular, it's off by like something like 0.0001% of a circle. Okay? You can't use Kepler's laws of planetary motion only apply to elliptical orbits. They don't apply to circular orbits. That is a special case. And you can even look this up, that a circular orbit is a special case. That the inverse square law doesn't work. You can't just apply the inverse square law. Because it only works for elliptical orbits. Because...
Really?
Yes. It only works for elliptical orbits.
Well, why? But then why would it be? And speaking of which, why would the moon have a completely circular orbit if we're supposed to be an ellipsoid? And just like you were talking about with
here's another funny thing: the Earth's orbit around the sun. With the Earth's orbit around the sun is nearly perfectly circular too.
Right.
And it's like you were just the only two that are nearly perfectly circular: the moon and the Earth. All the other orbits in the solar system are all ellipses. All of them.
Right.
All their moons, all the planets, they're all ellipses. The Earth and the moon, nearly perfect circles.
And they have to make the other ones ellipses so the math will work out, right? Like you just said, it only works.
Yeah, so the math works out.
Orbit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so the math works out.
And so the math for the sun and the moon work only circular?
Let's put it this way. It's not so the math will work. Okay, so they can do orbits for circles, right? So they did orbits for circles. So Copernicus did orbits. All his orbits were circular, but they didn't work for. They only worked for the Earth and the Moon. Then Kepler came along and said, "Oh, I made all these other ones work." Right? But he didn't actually. He actually lied about his data and shit. But that's neither here nor there. So he made all the other ones work using elliptical orbits.
Right, and the Potomac was pretty much circular, except for the retrogrades, which were loops.
What was almost circular?
The Potomac model.
Oh, Ptolemy? No, Ptolemy had a model that was like all the orbits were circular, but on that circular orbit were other circles. They were called deferent or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, basically, he just wrote down what he observed. It's just, I mean, how can you get any better than that? It's quite funny. I remember reading about the Copernicus model. The article said that the Ptolemaic model had actually predicted things better than the Copernicus model, but they adopted the Copernicus model because reasons.
Yeah,
the reason was I know
place.
the reason. I know the reason because they wrote it down. There was a guy back then that had a lot of influence throughout the universities in Europe, and he had a lot of influence on all the so-called astronomers or whatever. And he didn't like epicycles because it didn't have a hypothesis behind it. Right? There's no mechanism. It's based completely on just observing stuff and making a mathematical model. So there's no reason for it. You know what I mean? There's no reasoning behind it. Whereas with Copernicus, you can just say, oh, objects are attracted to this object. You see how there's a causal mechanism? They can say there's some causal mechanism. With epicycles, they don't even assert how it's happening. They're just modeling it, saying, yes, this model. And actually, epicycles do make better predictions than Kepler's
retrograde.
model. Yeah. The epicycle model is nearly perfect. Like literally nearly perfect. Like you can't get any better.
It's based on what you see.
Yeah, it's based on what you see.
I mean, if things move in a certain pattern, then it's just like the sun, isn't it? You see it go up every day, depending on the time of year. You can see what
It just happens to look
they left it for philosophical reasons. Is really they left it for philosophical reasons. That's all you have to know.
Yep.
I mean, the Saros cycle is it as well? Same thing.
Right.
The Saros cycle, they have to brute force. They basically check every new and old moon to see if there's going to be an eclipse. That's how they did it. And it's like some nerd got oh, check. So there's three cycles that happen. I could read it to you, but there's 3 cycles, and when these 3 cycles coincide, there's an eclipse. So, but they also know an eclipse happens on a new moon and in a full moon. So what they did was they just simply checked. There's a new moon on this date. Did these 3 cycles coincide? Nope. Next. New moon on this date. These 3 cycles coincide. Nope. Next. That's literally how they did it. They brute forced it. There's no formula. They just simply checked every single one. I only found this out like a week ago. Because Danny Faulkner asked somebody, apparently Danny Faulkner asked somebody, what's the Saros cycle? How do they use it? So I don't get blindsided. I went and figured it out how they use it.
About 17 years, isn't it?
They
The
brute
Saros
force.
cycle repeats itself, something like that.
Yeah, it repeats itself. But the Saros cycle repeats itself. But when that happens, there's it's like the draconic year, the eclipse year, and some other year that they have. When those 3 years coincide on the same day or at the same time, you'll have an eclipse.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you can't calculate it straight up You have to look at every new moon date and then see if it's happening during that new or full moon.
Yeah. I mean, they talk about, models predicting things. So what did the Newton's law of gravitation, and they observed Mercury, and they said, well, there must be another planet there called Vulcan.
You're lucky we're not believing in another planet. Thank you, Einstein, or we'd have another planet. They would just invent it and say it's on the other side of the sun or something.
Do they call it a dark planet?
Well, they might, I don't know. I mean, but, I mean, that's the sort of thing we're dealing with here. Just, I mean, and they also said it predicted the existence of either Neptune or Uranus. I'm not sure which one, but Galileo had observed that same planet 200 years before its existence was predicted. How can you predict something that you've already seen?
Oh, it's all post-diction. It's all post-diction anyway.
All of it. Every single drop of it.
Reverse
engineered.
Yeah, reverse engineering, yeah. There's no predictions.
But the Globers seem to think that this is that's the problem, is that they think that this is some acceptable form of scientific inquiry, and that somehow you've learned something because you made observations and made us up a story after the fact. Like, you know something now. Like, no, you don't.
The model is the only thing that interests them about the whole topic, though. And if we don't have a perfect model for them to get interested in, then that's why they become anti-flat earthers. Because if you take their model away, there's no interest in it for them anymore.
I mean, you can think about it like this, right? Your girlfriend cheats on you. So an event happened, and after the fact, you're like, "Oh, she just did it because she was drunk." And everybody else around you goes, "Yeah, she did it because she was drunk. Yeah, blah blah blah." And everybody repeats the same thing. "Yeah, she just did it because she was drunk." This ad hoc hypothesis, right?
Yeah, there's
until she comes around and just tells you, "Yeah, no, I did it because you got a little dick," right? So,
right, but there's no sanctity in it for him. There isn't any attachment to the model in the way you would be with a girlfriend or something that you feel bad about, because the model's the whore that could be changed to your liking.
Yeah. Well, the analogy is that after the event, they're coming up with a story, and because a bunch of people agree with the story, that's what makes it correct, right? But and they're like, "Look, it makes a prediction."
It's mental masturbation.
Yeah,
and
it really is, and they love it.
yeah, exactly. So they're not. It's masturbation more so than having a girlfriend. They're worried about the thought of the girlfriend that could be whoever they want in their mind, not the real girlfriend that they actually have to commit to.
Yeah, no doubt. They need to have mental masturbation, no fap.
Right. Well, I don't think there's really any hope for them. They're not the kind of people that would get into that side of it. If they ever gave up on their model, they would just find some other masturbation, mental masturbation, rather than try to figure out the significance of that event, that happening. It's just a type of person.
Yeah. Hey, but I got to get off. It's like 5:20 in the fucking morning.
I do too. I'm about to fall asleep.
All
right, brother. Good talking with you.
Hey, yeah, good talking to you too.
You guys,
hey,
have you guys been up all night? It's the morning here for me. I've had my morning coffee.
I fell asleep and woke back up, so I can go for another 10 hours.
Hey, I don't know if before you leave, Indio, I don't know if anyone's going to still be on here. If I'm leaving too, but if people aren't talking, you might want to play something.
I'll throw something on. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I will.
All
right, bye.
Cool.
Peace.
Take care.
Yeah.
Good morning to everyone.
Oh, who's that?
With Slalom.
Oh, hi, Slalom. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Just wake up, feel sleepy, but cool.
Yeah, so the moral of the story is try and find drunk girls, because then they can have sex. You can have sex with them. The moral of the story. I'm not sure what the moral of the story was.
Yeah. I was hearing that. Good morning, Donato.
Hey, Donato, you're not on whatever it is, voice. Were you listening in on YouTube
For the 200th time,
Yeah,
Zanuck.
Hang on. Already destroyed this argument for himself earlier.
They
Hey,
put
do you want me to
something
play
to.
this or not? Because I won't if you don't want me to play it. If you guys
No,
are talking.
no, we were talking about it is cool if you play something. I will not be too long as well, but
No,
since we just stopped talking, well,
No. Talk. I'll come back in like 20 minutes and just play something.
okay then. Okay, cool.
All right.
I'm sure. Go ahead, Shad.
Oh, right, yeah. And then what was the discussion? Is there anything you're interested in what we were talking about and clarify, or?
No, well, not really, because I get in and I start listening. Because they're talking, I think, about the stars and the planets and well, not a collisions. It's well, it's not planets, but they are talking about when the moon get together at certain point. Or I didn't catch everything, so
Oh, right, yeah, just talking about Sarah cycle. But no, I mean this whole thing about looking up to the sky, find out what's below your feet is a common theme with these people. They really don't want to look at the earth.
right, yeah. Actually, I once tried to study the stars and the moon and the eclipse because I grabbed a calendar from was kind of Jewish, Arabic, and Chinese because they have different dates, you know. So I was trying to see if I could understand a little bit of how they measure the days and all that kind of stuff by the stars and all that. But I never figured out yet. But it is quite interesting, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I've just looked into it. I was just saying to someone the other day, I've never looked through a telescope at the stars or the sky. I just really isn't that interesting up there. You know, it's just a few lights that move around. Obviously, some people find them fascinating and devote their whole life to it. But yeah, I mean,
well, yeah. I'm sorry.
There's more information in my back garden, which is about 100 square foot or whatever. I don't know how big it is. You know, then there is.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I get what you mean exactly. Yeah, but don't be like that guy from Australia. I don't remember his name. He was a famous guy from TV. He said once that look at the information I can gather from this poo. This is a joke. You know?
The amount of, just a lump of poo. You probably get. You could study a lump of poo much more. You can study the whole sky.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'd imagine.
Yeah. So.
I mean, imagine how many different molecules you get in a lump of poo. How many different life forms there are in it? You know, all these things.
But no, but the thing is, like with the stars and the moon and the eclipse and all that kind of stuff, I think they know the dates and stuff like that. But this is it's kind of interesting in a way, but we should not. Well, I won't say we should not be focused, but it should be good or interesting to at least to know a little bit of it, you know, because
yeah, it's like history, isn't it? You know.
Exactly. Yeah.
Imagine if you tried to prove about the things which happened last year, you couldn't prove anything because you haven't got enough information. And then people are trying to say they can prove things that happened several thousand years ago, but that's just ridiculous.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, I mean, just right now in the Ukraine, nobody knows unless you're in the Ukraine, you don't know what's going on there.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. I totally agree with you. Every single day, we are in Europe since you are British, right? Or at least your accent. I'm in Portugal, but every single day, all the news is all about Ukraine, and all that. You know? And but we don't know nothing at all. You know, only they can tell us. You know.
Let's not forget the axiom about war. You know, the first casualty of war is the truth. You know, so.
Oh yeah.
You instantly know that everything you're hearing has to go through the filter of propaganda. Everything.
Exactly.
No matter who's doing it, both sides. And no matter who you're getting your information from, it's propaganda.
Right. Yeah. But the stars and the moon and the calendar is quite interesting because like how can the Arabic say that we are on the year 4,000 and the Jewish can say that we are on the year 5,000 whatever, and
arbitrary.
Yeah, and the Chinese have a different calendar as well, so it's kind of intriguing because we follow the supposedly Christ calendar, right? 2,000 years and blah blah blah.
Roman. It's a Roman.
Oh yeah, Roman. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. So.
I don't think Christ was a Roman. He might have been, but I think he was.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So it's quite interesting. But again, I won't try to figure out that kind of stuff because it's quite interesting because it really matched with a lot of stuff and but it's kind of curious in a sense, you know. And so the only way to figure out that is by looking to the stars and the moon and stuff like that. But again, it's kind of complicated. Well, at least for me yet.
Right, I'm going to get off. Nice chatting. I'll see you another time.
All right, man. Later.
Peace out, chat.
What is inside a black hole? Inevitable crushing doom? Gateways to other universes? Weird multidimensional libraries? If you've ever wanted to know, then you might be in luck. Some physicists have argued that you are inside a black hole right now. Einstein's ridiculously successful general theory of relativity has never failed. But we know it must fail at the centres of black holes and at the Big Bang. Both of these involve matter being packed to infinite densities. They are singularities where the mathematics of GR breaks down. Well, it turns out that black holes and the Big Bang have more in common than vexing Einstein. They have mathematical similarities to each other that have led some physicists to believe that the Big Bang is in fact the singularity of an absurdly gigantic black hole. Let's figure out how crazy this proposition really is. First up, black holes. Collapse any chunk of matter far enough and it gets stuck in its own gravity. In general relativity, that looks like a point of infinite density surrounded by an event horizon. We can think of the event horizon as the surface where the flow of space is like a river moving at the speed of light. Nothing can swim against that flow. From the outside, the black hole looks like an orb of blackness at a particular location in space due to the fact that nothing, not even light, can travel back out from below the event horizon. The universe also has a singularity and an event horizon. The singularity is the Big Bang, which we think of as a point in time at the beginning of the universe when all matter was compressed to infinite density and all points in space overlapped. From the Big Bang, space expanded and it's still expanding. That expansion gives us our event horizon. If space is expanding evenly everywhere, then there are distant regions of the universe that are being propelled away from us faster than the speed of light. That means there's a surface at a particular distance that represents the limit of our observations, in that we can never know about any event that happens beyond that surface. This is the cosmological event horizon. Now, it's somewhat more complicated. For example, we're still receiving light from objects that are now beyond that horizon because it was emitted by those objects before they crossed the horizon. Also, the accelerating expansion of the universe means that the cosmological event horizon is closer to us than the spot where the recession equals the speed of light. But the effects are the same. No events that happen now beyond that horizon can ever be seen. Complications aside, there are striking similarities between the black hole and the universe. The obvious difference is that the black hole singularity seems to us to be a point of infinite density in space, while the Big Bang singularity is a time of infinite density that included all space. But actually, that difference isn't as different as it sounds. Both the Big Bang and the black hole singularities do occupy all space. The difference is that the Big Bang singularity exists in the past for all of space, while the black hole singularity exists in the future for all of the black hole space. Okay, now that last part probably needs a little more explanation. We've talked about an idea called geodesic incompleteness in a couple of episodes. In our recent one on the centre of the universe, and also when we asked what happened before the Big Bang. We're going to need that idea again, so here's a refresher. In general relativity, objects that are not being acted on by a force follow something called a geodesic. These are just the straightest paths that can be taken through a curved spacetime. In a sense, geodesics form the grid that defines the fabric of spacetime. It's possible to define a geodesic at some point in space and time, say the arc of a ball thrown through the air. Then you can trace that geodesic forwards and backwards. That trace will define the path of the thrown ball, but you can also extrapolate beyond the ball's trajectory. That would be the path that the ball would follow if it could pass through the planet, or the path through the ground that could have brought the ball to its current position. And you can keep tracing the geodesic into the infinite future or all the way back to the Big Bang. It's defined for all past and future times independently of the ball. Geodesics generally don't just end, except at singularities. In fact, in general relativity, singularities are defined as the endpoints of geodesics. All geodesics in the universe come together and terminate at the Big Bang. We call the Big Bang a past space-like singularity because it occupies all space in the past. A black hole contains a future space-like singularity, which means that all geodesics within a black hole spacetime end at the singularity in the future. No, that doesn't mean that you are doomed to be crushed by a black hole. I mean, you might, but you might not. The black hole singularity is the all-encompassing future for the space-time that lives beneath the event horizon, in the same way that the Big Bang is the encompassing past for the outside universe. So the black hole and the Big Bang singularities are starting to look more alike, with the difference being their residence in the future versus the past, and the fact that black holes are embedded within a greater universe, while the Big Bang is the entire universe. How do we make a black hole look more like a universe? We'll need to make the black hole interior mathematically indistinguishable from a universe for somebody inside that black hole. The first step is to send that singularity to the past. A time-reversed black hole is easy enough. It's a white hole. And it's a valid solution to the Einstein equations. Naturally, we've discussed these before. The past space-like singularity of the white hole is surrounded by an event horizon that is the opposite to the black hole event horizon. It can only be crossed from the inside to the outside. Space flows at the speed of light across the event horizon from within. That's starting to look like our universe, a past space-like singularity and an event horizon that can't be crossed from the outside. But there still is an outside in which the white hole just appears as a bright but localized point in space. The outside region doesn't share the same singularity origin as the white hole. On the other hand, anyone inside the white hole wouldn't know that. So could they be fooled into thinking that they are in a regular universe? At first glance, despite the similarities, the interior of the white hole looks nothing like our universe. Now, the white hole was discovered by messing around with the coordinates of the OG black hole solution by Carl Schwarzschild. The same trick gave us wormholes and mirror universes, and we mapped those weird spaces in a previous episode. The interior of this type of white hole looks nothing like our universe. For one thing, it's made of pure space-time, no matter included, and it's highly inhomogeneous. The curvature changes dramatically as you approach the singularity, but our universe appears to be highly homogeneous. Matter and energy are very evenly spread out, and it was even more evenly spread out in the early universe, and the space-time curvature is nearly flat, so no crazy tidal forces like in a white or black hole. The space-time of our universe is well described by the Friedmann-Lemaitre-Robertson-Walker metric, which we also talked about in the Center of the Universe episode. But there's actually a way to fit an FLRW metric inside a black or white hole, so those inside couldn't tell the difference. The first realistic mathematical description of a black hole formation was discovered in 1939 by Robert Oppenheimer of atomic bomb fame, along with his student Hartland Snyder. They approximated the collapse of a star by modelling it as a spherical cloud of matter with a perfectly homogeneous density and zero pressure. The thing collapses under its own gravity and an event horizon forms around it. But within the collapsing cloud, the matter remains homogeneous and the spacetime is flat until it becomes a singularity. Now, real stars don't look like this. They get denser towards the centre and have plenty of pressure, but the Oppenheimer-Snyder solution gave our first insights into black hole formation. And it also showed another weird property. This assumption of homogeneity and zero pressure was the same assumption that Alexander Friedmann made when he first solved the Einstein equations for the whole universe, and it's the assumption behind the FLRW metric. In fact, you can describe the spacetime of a collapsing star by patching one of these FLRW metrics inside a Schwarzschild metric for a black hole. And that's true even after the black hole's event horizon forms. So you can have what looks like a black hole from the outside, but looks like comfortably flat space inside the still collapsing star. If it works for the black hole, then it should work for the white hole. Just flip the time axis and you have a white hole containing a bubble of expanding space that looks much like our universe. If such a white hole was big enough, it could look exactly like our universe. This was the basic proposal by Indian physicist Raj Patria in his black hole cosmology hypothesis back in 1972. As far as I've been able to tell, no one has convincingly shown that this can't be true. There's also the idea that universes are born as white holes produced after the collapse of a black hole. That's cosmological natural selection by Lee Smolin, and yeah, we did an episode. In that case, black holes don't form singularities but rather bounce back outward to create new spacetimes from the resulting white hole, which itself creates new black holes, etc. Okay, so we need one last ingredient to be able to answer maybe to the question that we started with, are we in a black hole? In 1999, Stephen Hawking showed that if a black hole is leaking its mass via Hawking radiation in perfect equilibrium with the radiation that it absorbs, for example from the cosmic microwave background, then the line between the white hole and the black hole becomes unclear. They could be the same object. If you lump all of this together, a very specific construction for white holes to make them look like our universe from within, and Hawking's argument that equates white holes with black holes, then there's a roundabout way to argue that we might not be in a black hole. So is the universe a black hole or a white hole? Well, probably not, but not absolutely not. There's no good reason to believe that this is the case, and so we shouldn't believe that the universe is a black hole. We need some deeper explanatory value to this hypothesis to really take it seriously. Cosmological natural selection might be a path to that, but we also need some evidence for that in order to proceed. However, if we are in a black hole, then there is a huge upside. We now know what the interior of a black hole looks like. It looks like this. And there are indeed libraries in this black hole. Perhaps one day one of the books in these libraries will also answer the next question. If we're within the event horizon of a black/white hole, what's on the outside? Maybe a universe inhabited by people asking the same question with the same answer, that they are in a black hole, and so on ad infinitum in a series of black holes forming an infinitely nested spacetime.
Hola, muchachos. Anybody here?
Hey, good morning. Perreto.
Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Yourself?
Yeah, it's a
Simple answer
beautiful
for
day,
my.
man.
Yeah, it is. In here as well. Everyone is busy or at work or something, or asleep. In my case, I just.
They'll pop in here in just a moment.
Yeah. Uh,
Hello, Miggy. How are you doing?
Hey, Chad, how's it going?
I just saw you on, and I've been delving into the Book of Hawkins, and made me think of you. Here's one for you, all right?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it. I just found it for you. I thought Miggy would like this.
Go for it.
Damn it! I should have got it ready before I came on, but there you go. How you been anyway?
Yeah, man, doing really well. Just woke up. It's 5:30 in the morning where I'm at, so yeah, I'm just getting ready to start my day.
Up early? Are you awakening early to rise?
Yeah, every day, you know.
It's good. Yeah, so this quote here is about the mentions the second law of thermodynamics.
Oh, good.
Yeah, very interesting. He said that here it is. So the second law of thermodynamics has a rather different status than that of other laws of science, such as Newton's law of gravity, for example, because it does not hold always, just in the vast majority of cases. So the second law of dynamics has a lower status than Newton's laws of gravity. I don't.
So Newton's laws of gravity supersede the second law.
That is what he seems to be saying here, because he says that the second law of thermodynamics does not always hold always.
Okay, so now he's going to have to demonstrate when it doesn't, or is that just gobbledygook?
But he does go on. He goes on to demonstrate. He goes on to demonstrate that black holes break the second law of thermodynamics.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We're got confirmation. Second law is no longer applicable in that realm.
Yeah. So and Newton's law of gravity, which has in fact been superseded by Einstein's general relativity. So it's not even a law anymore, because it's it's actually. I mean, is this guy serious or what? I mean, how did he get away with that?
The audacity of this guy, and how long ago was this book even out? Was it out for years before?
So this is a brief history of time, which is his famous. But obviously, it's not his actual academic work. That would be totally incomprehensible.
But it's still.
This is a book for the this is like a popular science book for the mainstream. So this was originally published in 1988.
Wow! So it's been out some time then. I mean,
absolutely, yeah.
What I guess it was, so Chad, and this is my take on it, is that the overwhelming majority was never this particular part of academia has never been investigated as to because it was just we were all indoctrinated. None of us were actually challenged. There might have been a few people that were challenged, but they would easily get overrun by the overwhelming majority. But I guess since the information age, right, we started getting into where we would now be able to talk with each other and be on forums and all that, chat rooms and stuff. Collectively, we started to realize, wait a minute, something's wrong here. As to before, we were all kind of, back in the 80s and before that, everything was a bit more disconnected. You'd have to receive correspondence by mail.
VHS tapes and stuff.
Yeah,
grainy VHS tapes, which have been taped over hundreds of times, from some dodgy guy in the back of a magazine.
You didn't have instant access. I think instant
Yeah.
access is why we're in this place right now. There's a realization, right? Like before instant access, you were kind of like an island to yourself. So if
I mean, something like that I just found there. I mean, who am I going to tell about that? I mean, am I going to go and find somebody in the? Obviously, I've got friends who chat about these sort of things, but
there's never a forum that you're going to be in that people are going to be like, okay, he's wrong, and then be able to stand up for it. No one's going to do that. They're going to be like, do you know the guy's a scientist, right? Like this guy is like, why would you challenge him, Chad? Like there would be, So
I was talking to Professor Phil in the other server.
Oh, you talked to Phil?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's probably listening right now. He listens quite a lot. If you are listening, Phil, give me a tag in the dome and I'll come and say hello. But I said the book is rubbish. He's he's a genius. Is what he said. A veritable genius. How can you stupid person? But I'm not just offhand just saying. This is a very specific thing I'm pointing out here.
Yeah.
This man says that the second law of thermodynamics does not hold always. I mean, is that statement's either true or it isn't? I mean, I don't know.
But it's a very provocative claim.
The second law of thermodynamics is a law which always holds, or it isn't.
Yeah, it's a provocative claim, right? That needs to be looked at. I mean, if people are just going to make the presumption that it is a foregone conclusion, then that needs to be understood as to how it was even achieved, or demonstrate it, right? Because if you can demonstrate, okay, I'm going to show you guys, come to the lab, or there's no way, in no way can that be actually negated until that is proven. But some people will say this though, Chad. What will you take as evidence? That's what they ask, and you know why, right? Because their standard of evidence is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a scientist, and I couldn't prove or disprove the second law of thermodynamics. But if someone tells me that it's a law of thermodynamics, that means it's a law. I mean, my understanding of the word law means that it always happens. I mean, is that? Maybe I'm just a simple peasant,
Yeah, but it always happens until. That's what he's saying.
This is what I'd like to know. I mean, it either is a law or it isn't a law. I mean,
it always happens
if
until.
It's a law, then you can't break it.
It's a law.
But it seems that that black holes do break the second law of thermodynamics, according to Hawking, and that's why he invented something called Hawking radiation, whatever that might be. I haven't looked into it yet. I'm just getting there. So if general relativity predicts black holes, and black holes break the second law of thermodynamics, then general relativity contradicts the second law of thermodynamics. So which is true? Either one's true or the other. Which one's true?
But you know what they would say, though, Chad? It's true until.
I don't know which. I'd like to know which one's true. I mean, obviously, you go and ask them, they'll just could type his answer out, but he won't. He will just answer. He'll just use some usual
rhetoric.
Yeah, some usual fallacy. Probably
It's just rhetoric he'll pull out, but it's nothing that you can substantiate the claim. It's interesting because these guys are intellects, man. Now I'm not saying I wouldn't, I mean, Hawking, he was an intellect of his own right, but when they say these outlandish claims, there isn't a rival to it because of the fact that they are intelligent, like so, and they're of a specific field. So I don't know. What do you guys? Anybody in here that thinks about that? Like it's a provocative claim.
And we've got Kizaru there, and Max. Don't know if they've got permissions.
I missed the last bit. I've been back and forwards. So what were you saying?
Yeah, I missed it too.
If you want to read that, chat, I don't know. Maybe that these guys can weigh in.
We're talking about Stephen Hawking, and he said the second law of thermodynamics has a rather different status than that of other laws of science, such as Newton's law of gravity, for example, because it does not hold always, just in the vast majority of cases. So he's saying that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't always hold, and that's in the, and he goes on later to say that black holes would break the second law of thermodynamics. I don't fully understand it, but I mean that's I'm just reading what he says.
The second law. No, the second law is applicable. It's applicable and up until the point that you encounter a black hole, which of course then it would negate it. That's what he's saying.
Which is theoretical, like.
Someone's terrible.
If you guys can. Well, this might be the case, but if you produce a claim, then the claim is it's unrivaled right now, according to the academia part of it. So people that are in that high standing already, this is the claim that they're making. So now, how would anybody retort that? Like, does anybody have a? First of all, do you guys know the second law of thermodynamics or what we're talking about? That he's negating in this particular claim?
Well, the issue is that Steve Hawkins also says that they neither have a theory of everything. It is still beyond on their grasp. Perhaps the ultimate triumph for science. So that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to see what you guys thought about it, because.
Well, the problem is kinetic theory ignores gravity and other field forces, because they have to in order to explain the way gases observed to behave.
Yeah, this is when there's an outlandish claim, and if you know the truth, it's upon all of us to kind of expose that. So if you are in the truth business, right, and you know something that isn't correct, you at least can challenge it or ask questions, right? Because
just for demonstration.
I just found a little. Here's a really nice description of the laws of thermodynamics, which I've found in a dictionary of philosophy. It says thermodynamics, laws of. The three laws were put in a remarkable form by the English scientist and novelist C.P. Snow. 1. You cannot win. Matter and energy are conserved. 2. You cannot break even. Cannot return to the same entropy state, since disorder always increases. 3. You cannot get out of the game. Absolute zero is unobtainable. So
It's
2.
unobtainable.
Yeah, you cannot get absolute zero. So 2. You cannot break even. Entropy always increases. Disorder always increases. Never decreases. So these are laws. According to the who know much better than I do.
Let's take a look at let's take a look at the natural world in which we observe reality. How and what things practically can we see the second law applicable to? And anybody can chime in, because I'm actually using this as an example to show you a bit of like why he would even say that black holes negate that second law of what Chad just said.
I'll start it off, Mickey. Open a can of Coke.
Yeah, there you go. Anybody? Let's just challenge the minds in the morning, because we got to think about things, man. Obviously, if somebody has a claim, and Chad just said open a can of Coke, but what is he talking about? What happens when you do that? Because we have, the carbonation in the soda, right? What happens when you open a can of Coke? Anybody? I'll talk about it. I just want to know if anybody wants to weigh in as to what Stephen Hawking is saying and why this is not the case. Anyone? Okay. So you open a can of Coke and the little fizzy carbonation, that it has, nice and fizzy. It's good. You drink it, you set it down. You don't drink all of it though. You just set it back down. You forget about that can of Coke. 2 days later, you come back, you drink it, bleh, flat, no fizzy. What happened to the carbonation?
Hang on a minute, me. I do actually like flat Coke. So sorry to ruin your story.
Some people do prefer the taste of flat Coke, but anyway, the idea behind this is that what happened to the fizzy inside of the carbonation was that it dissipated, and that happened because this is the second law at work, right? This is what's applicable in our known reality. Entropy, right? This is what's going to happen always. Every time Chad opens a can of Coke, that fizzy in there, the carbonation, will always go to the state of where you don't have it anymore. Carbonation will be gone after some time. Now he can have that carbonation for a while, but it's not going to be forever, and it'll start to decrease as it's exposed to air and whatnot if it's not contained. So it's not a closed system anymore. It's an open system. So the carbonation dissipates, right? And this is what the second law is talking about. This is the energy transfer from high to low pressure, because you have high pressure in the can of Coke, and then once he opens it, the energy is dispersed into the available space, which this is energy being transferred out into the available space. And so now the carbonation dissipates and it becomes flat. Well, over time, right? So he's saying that black holes don't work that way. They don't. That's the one place that the second law doesn't work. So it's not applicable in a black hole. Which, like I said before, it was an outlandish claim, and energy transfer doesn't work the way it does, the way we know it in our known reality in a black hole. So how do you meet that with a demonstration or somewhere to show that this is the case? And so this is what mainstream rhetoric is actually telling us, and people of high intellect are using this in different unis everywhere, right? So you're being taught this information. It's told you that this is what happens in this particular instance. Now, how are you able to challenge that if a professor is claiming this? And I'm pretty sure they have a calculation that precedes this idea, but there isn't anything that you could demonstrate. Whereas this would be the standard for the second law not being applicable in this case.
Miggy.
So yeah, go ahead. Go.
So Miggy, what I'm thinking is that how is it that the black hole is the only exception to the law of thermodynamics and the Earth is not? How is that? Because the same phenomenon, apparently, according to them, is taking place here on Earth, with the atmosphere being held in by gravity.
Yeah, he basically says that in that instance with the black hole, that's where it would negate it. But he doesn't go on to say that it's also here on Earth, because what he's doing in his case and what he's proposing is that it happens elsewhere, not in our known reality. So we are not looking to the Earth.
Then how do they explain the phenomenon happening in our known reality?
Because gravity is something within the construct of the rhetoric. It's within the boundaries. So the second law is not being negated because gravity is an actual reality in this case. In the case of where he's describing our known reality. So we're not negating it because gravity is a known fact. It's part of the second law. In this case, I'm not claiming that, but this is what they're claiming.
Understand what the difference between the gravity that is functioning in a black hole and the gravity that's functioning on Earth.
Yeah. So because of it being the weakest of the forces in their explanation here on Earth, it's a part of the second law. But when you go to a black hole, it then becomes not relevant to the standard. It's become something else. So everything in a black hole is different. So therefore the second law can be negated. Although here on Earth, the state at which second law exists would still remain intact. So even like we would say, right, kind of saying this from our standpoint, that the second law would be something that is negated by the idea of gravity. They would not say that. They would say it is completely, entirely within the realm of reason that we would say that gravity is not negated. It is a known reality in which we can say the second law it falls in line with. So that's why.
I just thought that the gravity that's described in a black hole is simply more intense.
No, it's different. It changes. Like the gravity in a black hole is different than it is because it's not the same. It doesn't function the same as it would in our known reality, where matter is being pulled together to the center. It is like the opposite of that.
I think what you have to remember with a black hole is the claim of the black hole is that the mass is so great that time stops.
Yep. And time doesn't stop here.
So that's why light cannot leave it, because although light travels at a constant speed, if time has stopped, then the light doesn't move.
Yep. So light, light here on Earth still travels the same. So the construct of their rhetoric of our known reality, according to the globe, it fits within the realm of the second law. So everything that we have here, according to the globe ideology, is that everything within the boundaries of the second law fits within the rhetoric. So they're going to explain it that way to you, Ildiko. So when you challenge them, even on the standpoint of like, well, gravity's negating it, they're going to be like, no, it isn't. It's a part of it. Like the place that it does negate it, however, would be like Hawking would describe in his in that book that Chad has, where black holes would be the only time this would be the case. So yeah, it's a bit confusing if you're looking at it from a point from where you're questioning everything versus they're looking at it from a standpoint as where it only breaks in this instance. So
it's absolutely bizarre.
Yeah, it's beyond bizarre. Like because you're believing a story because it was told to you and it sounds great because nobody's ever who's challenged. It's kind of like hearing a really nice fiction story when you were young and you're just like, oh, that sounds like a wonderful thing. Yeah, but it's not something you experience. And so, I mean, how do you?
They have yet to prove any of it. They don't have any evidence of any of it. It's purely theoretical.
Purely, Ildiko. It's a difficult topic, especially for people who have not been in a realm. Like, let's say, people of the older generation, they are a bit more staunch in their positions because they've never been rivaled. There's never been a challenge to any of these things. And the younger generation, however, of the information age, those who have been exposed to the internet and forums like this one, can answer a bit differently because they have a better collective understanding of like how things are challenged as to before when things weren't challenged. It was just the rhetoric that you understood and you move along. You learn your lesson and you move along. You don't ask questions because the people who studied for this particular topic are experts in their field. So therefore, you saying something against it sounds like you are just a regular person. You haven't studied this your whole life. These guys have devoted their life to studying this topic, so they have a better understanding than you. Therefore, they can teach you, and you abide by the teaching. You don't question it. You just abide by it, which is like that's how we got in the mess in the first place, by people just accepting because a leader has said something to the people, and the people would just take it in as known fact. I mean, it just explains why we're in the mess we are in right now. as a human family, I should say, because everybody everywhere has the ability to critically think for themselves. They don't do it because everybody else would look at you and be like, Hildeko, why are you thinking that way? Like, everybody knows that this isn't our reality. Like, we know that our reality is the globe Earth. Like, and so you get pulled into this group think, because everybody consensus would say X, Y, and Z, and
Yeah, it happens in so many fields. I think it's fundamentally because of the creation of experts in all fields.
Of course.
And so they keep all knowledge in a box, protected from the analysis of reason from other fields of knowledge. I think it's I don't know if it's deliberate or not. It's just the way that education has evolved.
Everyone can think for themselves. We all can. We have this ability, but we're taught not to. We're taught to just listen to the lesson that we're being told and obey.
Oh yeah, that's as children we're intimidated constantly by the elders who are giving us the truth, quote unquote.
It's a very, and then, like, every generation is different, but like I was mentioning, the information age kind of broke that. It's a double-edged sword for the elite. The double-edged sword on that point was that this tool that they had, which is like the internet, and giving the people a library in the palm of their hands, which is their smartphones. They have the wealth of knowledge within the grasp of their hands. So the ability to indoctrinate, like, advanced into like a really high performance level. So they were able to give you this information at high speeds of indoctrination. They could indoctrinate the whole entire world as easy as just like going onto a forum and saying, like, we found a new planet, and everybody in the whole world would know that there was a new planet found, and indoctrination would spread faster. But at the same time that they were doing this, people actually started talking about, like, hey, wait a minute, like, this don't sound right, And so it turned on them. So there's a small niche of people like us on forums like these that rival the status quo. But it doesn't happen very often, because the guy who thinks differently is really a little island to themselves, and they get hammered as soon as they start thinking differently. And so what happens to those guys? They get brought back into the fold. They say, well, I was a flat earther, but I'm back to the globe. Well, you never really were. The part of that you thought was a flat earther was because maybe you started to think differently. But upon understanding that, because of the fact that this is tied to our social construct, you don't want to be a black sheep. You want to be just like everybody else, so that life can be easy for you. Because if you think differently, you critically think about all the stuff in your life, what's going to happen to you in your social circles? You're going to be ousted. People are going to look at you like, okay, you're coming to the family Thanksgiving dinner. They're just going to be like, yeah, that's the crazy guy. What's up? Look, everybody look, that's the weirdo. And so that's what happens. You get ousted socially, and people want to feel the sense of belonging, and that's what happens. You go right back to it. You leave all the critical thinking behind. You just like, it's just easier for me to just believe this nonsense and have an easy life. I don't want to feel like I have to wake up every day and fight, like fight the normies, the people who just want to live life as like a programmed existence. It's anyway. I rant. Sorry.
Are you trying to get confused or trying to put us more confused?
No, I want people to stand up for what they know the truth is. Confusion is what happens
No. You didn't get it because you got lost. you got lost. So I was kind of joking with.
Oh no! I mean, people have the ability to I think everybody that comes in this forum, they're very curious about the topic. I don't ever feel like that. they just, what happens is the level, it strikes a nerve sometimes, and the mind doesn't know how to reconcile truth. So it starts to, lack of better words, it starts to short circuit. Like it doesn't understand which way to go and how to respond. So it starts to to reel. It searches for motives. But why would they lie? Can somebody explain to me that? If everybody's in on it, like you telling me my teacher's in on it, my parents are in on it, like everybody's in on it, so
Why
the
would
mind,
they lie? Why would they lie? Why would
yeah, the
you ask
mind,
such a question?
the mind starts to go that direction because of the fact that it's confronted with the fact that it doesn't have an answer for the questions that we're giving it. And so we hear people spiral. It just happens. It's normal. It's a normal response. It's a total human response to the fact that the truth is being told that can't be refuted. And sometimes compassion is the order of the day. When it comes to that. But what happens is we who have been in the topic for quite some time feel the need to just go in a little heavier. And it's difficult because they don't mean to be that way. It's just a normal human response. They feel a bit attacked. It's attacking their known reality. It's like the paradigm in which they woke up to this morning is different from the one you're telling them they need to exist in, and you don't give them a choice. It's like you're not giving them a choice to think, well, it may be this. No, you're like, it's not that. It's this. It's black and white. You thought it was a globe, but upon investigation, there is no measured curvature. So you do have a belief system. It is only a belief that you have. It's not, you can't go out into known reality out somewhere and measure curvature. It's not going to happen.
Amen.
So how do you reconcile that? How does the mind deal with that? Well, it's going to go to motive. But why? Why would people do it? And you're just like, dude, why are you asking the motive? Are you not listening to the demonstration I'm telling you, going out and measuring it? And that's the thing. So, it all stems from the rhetoric that we hear, because it's just rhetoric. And if you don't, people get tired of challenging every single day. I guess that's what it is, because we fight every day. When you're of the mindset of standing for truth, you're not going to have an easy life. It will never be easy. You'll always be standing up against somebody who doesn't want to listen to the truth, And so it's just the way it is. Unless you say, you know what, I'm going to put my sword down and probably rest a little bit. Let these guys have their day, because I'm not going to, can't deal with it. It's too much. I mean, a constant battle, and then,
You're right. But we need to also when people ask why would they lie, it's actually the wrong question, because most of them are not lying. They're just repeating the same thing that the guy, probably the guy was asking the exact same question was taught, and just repeating them.
What?
So no one's actually lying. They just don't know anything else.
Well, like I said before, I've always said this. You have the two categories, which are those who are being deceived, and they just believe it because it's what's been taught, and they adamantly take their position because of that. And then you got those who are, and then you got those who are actively deceiving, which are the ones who know, because they tell these people in these lofty positions, right? They're the ones that you have to deal with. In academia, they're the ones professing to say this is what the Earth is, because I'm a professor, right? I can profess to say that the Earth is of a certain shape and size, and those are the deceivers, the one who take up the mantle of being the teachers, right, of this particular information. Then those are the ones that you need to challenge as a bit. You take a different stance with those guys, because they are professors, they are educators, they are people who are teaching this to other minds, Other minds who sit and listen to this information are not being challenged. So those guys who are professing to say this, they're never rivaled, because classrooms upon classrooms of people are sitting, listening to somebody tell them rhetoric, and people just obey and accept, obey and accept. There's never nobody who's going to stand up to them and say, "Hey, wait a minute, that don't sound right. Why do we have to live in this particular reality that in which you're describing? And who told you that this is the reality in which we live?"
Right.
Nobody digs that deep, because why would you? It's easy and it's comfortable to just go along with the whatever. Yeah, it's being taught. Let's just go along with it. Let's get through class and not have any demonstrations, because who needs that, right? That's an extra headache, man. I'm just trying to make it. I'm just trying to make it in this world. Get a good job, live the American dream, have a nice car, nice house, you know, and then just be happy. But if you're equating happiness to just conforming, then so be it, right? Have a nice life conforming. But to those who stand up and say, "Wait a minute, I don't accept the reality in which I was given by everyone who just wants to follow," then this is for you, because it's a hard road, man. The road of truth is a hard one, because it's not easy. I'm gonna tell you right now. If you decide that this is the road you want to choose to go to, oh boy, you're gonna be challenged every day. People are gonna not like who you are, because you're questioning things. It's difficult.
Right.
It's rewarding. It's rewarding in the sense, like, what is the upside to it then? Maybe some people might say the upside is that you live in peace. There's nothing in your mind that is in turmoil about your known reality, because you have the ability to question. Your mind is able to think for itself. The free thinker is the person who knows that they can stand for truth because they can see the deception. You're able to freely understand your known reality because you can demonstrate. It's self-evident. It's self-evident to you and to everybody who adheres to the truth.
Yeah, and you don't suddenly start wearing some diapers in your face because some guy on the TV told you so.
Yeah, it's the truth is far-reaching into all aspects of our known reality. It's not just, it doesn't stop in just flat Earth. It goes everywhere, into everything. Question everything.
Truth will
Anyway,
set you free.
and I'm speaking for you guys who are maybe just lurking and just like listening in, because it's difficult, guys. And I know that sometimes maybe your voice is a bit small right now because you're just learning things. But as you move forward in truth, you'll be able to stand up and rival these guys who maybe come against the truth. And that's why everybody who's a curious mind who wants to dig into these topics, that's why it intrigues you, because you know that there's something bigger out there that they're not telling you. And once you start, understanding that fact, then you can discover new things. But until then, it's just like conformity is the order of the day, just to conform to what they're saying, and it's easier, right?
Right.
If you want to have an easy life, don't challenge anything. Just listen and obey. That's about all there is to it.
Right. And the thing is, what is also very important is it's not like that for us, flat earthers, for example, who are trying to explain flat earth, it's not for us like something, how should I explain it? I think most of all here are not behind. Let me give an example. If you would find out that the earth is flat through people on here explaining you, they would never erect like, ha 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 ha, I told you so, see, you were always stupid or whatever. It's not a battle. It is just, once you have received truth and you understand, through your own thinking, not something that already someone chewed for you and spit it into your face so you can accept it, you made you set the foundation for your own of finally understanding reality a bit more. And I think that's something that is such a great gift. You just want to spread it. And I think most of the people who are here, flat earthers, who are here talking to, generous people who are interested, will never react in any, childish or, any bad way. We're just gonna say welcome to reality. And but what we see a lot is that people come in here with the preconception of them being smarter than us, and then they just start attacking and trolling and so forth. And there's no fruit out of it. You can't build something, you can't make them understand anything because they have this preconception of, I already know. There's nothing new to learn. I'm just gonna expect the stuff that was pre-digested and spit into my face. I mean, that's basically it. If you go to school and you learn the same thing as someone else 3 years ago did, as you are doing again, it's just the same old chewed or pre-digested information just spit into your face in order for you to quickly learn it and write it down to get a grade, and that's on, move on. Don't really learn anything, just learn how to be a good slave, a good authority follower. Never question the authority that spits information into your face, metaphorically, okay? I'm not saying you're gonna get spit into your face in school or whatever, but it's just how it is, these days. Many people, for example, watch TV or news, and it's a pre-digested information, and it can be manipulated in any shape or form how they want it, and people are just gonna say, yeah, okay, that guy in the white suit, he must be a great authority, so I'm just gonna, if he says it's a ball, or if he says the flu is dangerous, then I'm just gonna believe it.
All right, do we have anybody in here that's new to Flat Earth? You guys can chime in here. I mean, if you are.
Yeah. Ask questions. That's, I think, one of the most
I
important.
just want to say, sorry, just quickly, it's funny that you talk about authority, because at university now they're teaching the ways in which you acquire knowledge, and it's intuition, reason, and one of them's actually authority. So pretty funny that reasoning, experience, intuition, and authority is one of them.
Yeah, but university is still in the program, right? These people,
yeah, 100%.
who these professors, what did they do? They just went to the same university, or maybe a different one, but at the end of the day, they're just giving you the pre-digested information that 10 years ago someone else already learned, and so that's how you program people. That's how you program a society. So these pre-programmed people that 10 years ago already learned the same information are just not going to change anything. That's what they want. They just want a working class. They don't want to move forward and with people who think or so forth, But yeah, I totally agree with you. I
couldn't believe it. Like, they're teaching that at a university level. Like, authority is a way of acquiring knowledge. Well, actually, no, I'm not just going to listen to what someone tells me and then believe it just because they're, authority. That was ridiculous. But yeah, that's like one of the foundational things they're teaching people now. It's ridiculous.
What do you?
It's 1 second. I'll be finished. Even listening to these things is not a bad thing, right? I mean, you can listen to a professor, but if the professor in this case, when you listen to him and he can't listen to you, if you're gonna provide new information, then it's time to just stop wasting your energy and just go. Because if they're so prideful, and there are prideful professors out there, I've seen a bunch of videos. I also talked to someone in a university once, and you can feel that there's just this one step that you can't go over, because that just makes them completely closed towards your information. and that's the problem. They want you to listen, but on the other hand, they can't listen to anything else because they already think they have wisdom, knowledge, so forth. But yeah, go on. Sorry.
We have Shampoo Haha. If you wanted to speak, I have unmuted you if you want to join the conversation. Also, yeah, no, I'm just curious, Kizaru, you've been in looking into flat Earth for a while, or you just come upon it, or?
I sort of found flat Earth maybe in 2015 or 2016, something like that. Like I was actually talking about this yesterday. I discovered it, and then I guess I got obsessed for a little while, and then did a bunch of research, and like most people here, probably you hear that someone has this theory that the Earth's flat, and you think it's absolutely insane. So then, of course, you go out and you want to try and debunk it, but you have to obviously listen to what it is they're proposing or what their theory is, and then I don't know, everything made sense, and the more you try to debunk it, the more you realize that it's truth, and you have to understand, I guess, a lot of other different things, like a lot of other things that are going on in the background, or that, I guess, yeah, I won't go into everything, but you learn a lot about the world, not just flat Earth. And then for me, I stopped like looking into the flat Earth, and I mentioned this yesterday. I sort of re-plug into the Matrix from time to time, where I just don't, or sort of stop seeking truth for a little while and just, go about a normie lifestyle. I'm not one that's exactly open about my belief in the flat Earth to people I know in life and stuff. I don't really talk about it because, I mean, I have tried in the past to some of the people who were closest to me, and it just didn't end well, or it didn't go as well as what you would expect anyways, and so, I mean, I don't really sort of, I mean, I'm new to this chat sort of thing, so, I mean, this is my first time talking about flat Earth theory with others.
Well, I'm
but
glad
yeah,
that you're here personally, Kizaru, because I know that this may be daunting for you. So yeah, glad that you're here and you can talk about it. And this, like, I don't know if anybody's mentioned to you, but like this is a kind of like a safe haven for people who are starting to learn about flat Earth, and it's also a great place to learn about how the psychology and the intellectual side of the arguments are actually talked about. You can hear both sides, intellectual and psychological, because it hinges on two aspects right now. Where when people get into these conversations with us, so it's good to have you aboard, and maybe you can come in more often and just kind of listen and maybe ask some more questions, or you know, I don't know. This.
Thank you. Yeah, no, definitely, I will. Yeah, I find all the conversations really interesting. So, yeah, sometimes it's really funny.
Yeah, it can be.
Some of the people.
It's comical because some of them are quite the character. We've had we call them the Golden Globies. Like there's a server that we have a collection of all the outlandish things that they say, the claims that they say. Like there's one guy. It's funny. He said, I think he was a doctor too. He said the reason why people are adjusted to the spin of the Earth is because when they were babies, like they're born into it, and they're not like before they walk. It's hard for them to walk because their body's adjusting to the spin of the Earth, and then they start getting. I'm not kidding you. And they start as they get older, they start understanding like how their body like adjusts to the spin, so that's why they walk funny at the beginning and as babies, and then they start to walk correctly, and that's what he said. Like it was a claim that he said. Yeah.
You know what,
They-
though? I kind of feel like doctors are like the most indoctrinated at times, to be fair.
Possibly.
Although, actually, I don't know. I think, like, my dad was in the Navy, and he is so indoctrinated. Like, there's no way I'd bring up anything like this to my dad. He would just lose his mind. Like, I already am labeled the conspiracy theorist in my household, and my family don't even know half the stuff that I've sort of learned. It's best just not to.
Yeah,
not
I
to
imagine
talk about it.
those Thanksgiving dinners wouldn't go over well, or rather, not Thanksgiving for you. You're in Australia. You wouldn't have Thanksgiving.
Yeah, no, we don't have Thanksgiving.
What Christmas? I would say then Christmas. Everybody
Yeah,
does that.
Christmas. Yeah.
Yeah, your
Yeah,
Christmas
no,
gathering.
it's I'm definitely not going to be bringing up flat Earth anytime soon. My parents would. Yeah.
That's where all the
No.
families get together. You're just like, hey, you guys, what do you think about the flat Earth? Just everybody look at you like, what did you just say?
It's
No
actually
presents for me.
it's actually a bit sad, that today. I mean, no offense, but today we're so what's the English word? Consumed, or like no pre-assumed. I don't know. I'm searching for a certain word that I can't get in my head right now. But anyways, the way how people are so proudful of the information that they have been told that they can't even accept a normal conversation about an alternative perspective, even though we know it's the reality. So in this case, it's just the truth. Just shows how dangerous also these indoctrination systems, so-called schools, kindergartens, and universities are. They just make people very prideful. Very prideful.
Yeah, but not only that, the reaction people have, it's very visceral. Like it's not just like they don't just disagree with you. Oh, that's a nice idea you have. I disagree. They don't do it that way. They're like, "What? Are you serious? Are you really going to talk about?" Yeah. So it's very the reaction. It's like if you think in your head like, why would they react this way? If it's something that's not true, they'll be like, "Oh, stop thinking like that."
Right.
They would it wouldn't because you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I know what you mean.
it bothers people that they think like this. So
because it's reality. Truth hurts.
well, I mean, you're challenging a paradigm. Is what's going on.
Right. But if we're honest with ourselves, just from our senses, we know that the earth is bad. I think I always know it's bad because, I. It's just the weirdness of this fake model that always was in the back of my mind. I just couldn't unlock it yet. There was always this question: something is weird about this place. That's why I started researching. That's why it started with me in 2011 with 9/11.
We also have Max that's joined our chat. Max and Shampoo. I think I'm gonna unmute you guys. Max, if you're there, you want to join the conversation. Shampoo, if you're there, you can join the conversation.
Yeah. You can ask whatever you want.
Yeah.
No.
Welcome
don't
to
be afraid.
welcome to the conversation, by the way.
You're welcome.
You know what's crazy? Like, it's obvious that they're trying to cover up the flat Earth. I mean, we know that because I mean, there used to be censorship, and now they're just sort of referring to it as an archaic model or whatever, the flat Earth. But I mean, there's people definitely out there that know the Earth is flat and know that they're trying to hide it. I really just, I don't know. I kind of feel like there should be more people sort of blowing the whistle on you know, them trying to cover this stuff up. I mean, you do hear stories and stuff, but I mean, there's not really too many people that have come out and say it.
You know what happens to people who blow the whistle?
They disappear.
They disappear, or either they're suddenly pedophiles, or crazy, or you know, they once you're in something like a high rank for Freemasonry, they have something in their hands to make you behave. Okay? So maybe they invite you to a party, and then there may be things going on that are pretty illegal, and they make videos and photos of you without you actually knowing it. And later on they're gonna invite you to another room at some point, and they're just gonna put that photos on the table and say, okay, now you know there is no way for you out of this, because of this pressure. These people will never open their mouth,
Yeah, like blackmailing and stuff like that. I think that's what happened to. I think it was it Shaquille O'Neal that was the Freemason that come out and said the Earth was flat, and then fully backpedaled, like had to say that
That's
it
a regret.
wasn't.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that do that.
They need to. They have no other choice.
There was that rapper as well, B.O.B. Like, he brought out a couple of songs, and he'd come out promoting the Earth is flat, and said he had connections to the Freemasons and stuff. And then, like, you never heard from him again, or he never brought out any more music. I think it's hard, like, I mean, for whistleblowers, because, like, I mean, look at Assange. He's,
And there's nobody's waiting at the end of that whistleblow to kind of help you out. Once you do that, you're an enemy of the state. So that's the reason why nobody wants to even go down that path.
And trust me, it gets even worse. If you listen to there's actually a whistleblower, I think a Goldman Sachs banker from the Netherlands or something. He talks about these parties where you have underage girls and so forth, and he literally starts crying when he talked about what they're doing with them and so forth. So there has been people opening up, but trust me, I don't even want to mention some things that are where I'm for sure that they're happening, because it's just, I think it's just not the information some people should already, get. It's sometimes just too much, I think. But it's, trust me, there's a lot of darkness out there, and it's heavily promoted by secret societies. But that's it. I don't, also because of that this stuff is being live streamed, so I don't want to go further than that.
yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah, I muted Max and Shampoo. If you guys want to join the conversation.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Shampoo?
It's good.
Hey, welcome to the chat. So yeah, what brings you guys to the server? Like, what is there a bit of curiosity as to what people are talking about in here, discussing and stuff?
Yeah. I think the flat community is really just interesting in general.
Bit bizarre how to think that the Earth is something other than what we've been told, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, that should be everybody's first response anyway. That is coming in here brand new, and it's these are okay things to think about because well, the majority. And is this like the first time you hear about it, or you've heard about it on the internet and you're just like, that's crazy, and now you just find yourself a bit more curious about it, or are we being advertised somewhere that you clicked on like a link and it's brought you here?
I've just heard about it, and then my friends are talking about it, so I just joined.
Oh, welcome to the server. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's not often at times easy to approach this topic at the very beginning. There's a lot of questions that you might have. But I always show people the thing that, and I'll say this now as more of a point versus me asking you kind of a question about what you know of the shape of the Earth, because this to me I think stands out the most for any logical mind to reason with. So apparently, for about 1,000 years, we've been told that the Earth has a particular set size of dimensions, right? There's metrics to the globe Earth, a circumference, a radius, and a diameter, right? 3,969 miles. So there's a known shape, geometric shape to the Earth. What we try to do now is to investigate the claim and figure out if there's any possibility that the claim has any bearing on our known reality, which then we take a look at our known reality and say, okay, if the globe is of this set size and dimensions, we're able to go out into reality and measure the curvature. Obviously, it should be measurable. So that's what we who have been in this channel have been attempting to do for many years. There has never been a time at any given time that we measured over a distance from point A to point B over a distance and I'll give you an example of a like 25-mile distance where we use a laser target, or even look at how how water lies flat when it's undisturbed, how that has any bearing to what they claim. The claim is that the shape of the Earth has curvature. So with like a measure, not just observation, like when you go out to the beach and you see a horizon, it's pretty flat and level when you make your observations. But that's one thing to say that the Earth looks like it's flat. It's another thing to say that it measures flat. So the case of it measuring flat would be the ultimate demonstrable proof that we can give to anyone, as the claim has been told to us that it has curvature, that it does not. So if the Earth doesn't produce the curvature as in the metrics, like the radius, diameter, and circumference, then we can with assurance say that it's not curving anywhere. And if it's not curving anywhere, there can only be flat. So giving this to somebody who is coming into this for the first time, or they're just kind of curious about it, this is often at times the very capstone of the argument. And if demolished or destroyed, would then give people the reason to understand that that it is a globe and it's not flat. But upon this, people have to produce the demonstratable evidence that it is a globe by way of measuring the metrics. So it's not because you think that it's a globe, it's because it's already been said that a long time ago, for at least 1,000 years, the Earth has been purported to be a globe. And we carry this knowledge up until today without any rival, without any challenge, and just accept that information as truth to our known reality. So if that kind of sheds a little bit of light as to like why we're in the situation we are in this server, that people hear the thing that we've been in many debates and many discussions about many different topics of the shape of the Earth, but the one that it all hinges on is the curvature of the Earth. The reasoning behind that, Shampoo, is because without the radius, without the shape of the Earth, you don't have like, missions to the moon, distances to the sun, to the stars and all that. You don't get any distances because the radius is the set size of the Earth, which would mean that a rocket leaving Earth doesn't just go straight up into space. It actually goes in a parabolic arc out into space. It goes around the Earth a couple times, and then it rockets off into like whatever direction it's going to head to. So that's every rocket that leaves Earth or satellite or whatever they propose is leaving the Earth. It uses the radius. So the R is in almost every formula that is used for the shape of the Earth. So if there is no curvature, then there is no R, there is no radius, there is no set distance to the planets. You have nothing. The whole cosmology of the entire heliocentric cosmology just implodes at that point. Anyway, that's just a small bit of information to you. So I don't know. That's where we're at.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry for my rant. I know I monologue a bit, but the reason being because I take a couple of stances like when it comes to asking people, because I could ask you what you know about the shape of the Earth, but it's easy for me just to point out the glaring issue with the globe Earth, which is the curvature. It always falls back to that. Like, because we can talk about Coriolis and we can talk about seasons and all these other fun things to talk about, and why the Cavendish experiment is not an experiment and all these other things. It always goes back to the foundation, which is the curvature. And if you don't have that, you don't have your globe. That's what it really boils down to. So curvature is the thing.
You mean oblate ellipsoid, right?
Yeah, it's been said many different ways. Oblate spheroid, it's pear shaped, it's chubbier at the middle. There's a lot of other ways that people can look at how it's been said to
when
us.
they start changing the shape of the Earth so much, when flat Earth came up, then they said it looks like a crumbled potato. Then they said, oh, it's oblate ellipsoid. Then oblate, that's oblate spheroid. Now it's an oblate ellipsoid. I don't know how many changes the Earth has gone through in their stupid model, but it just shows the depressive approach of trying to cover up it. Every time
When we look,
an answer, they just change stuff.
When we look at the blue marble images that they show us from like NASA or any other agency that works with space, they show us the blue marble, which then looks like this is the actual shape from a distance. So when that is challenged and say, well, this looks pretty spherical to me, the idea is that it's not spherical. It's of a different shape altogether, being that its own oblate spheroid, which there's a particular model, the GS82, I think it is. If you go to if you type it into Google, oblate spheroid, it'll show you what I'm talking about. Which shows an Earth that's more smushed. It looks like a Vidalia onion. It's smushed down and chubby in the middle.
But if you go into Wikipedia spherical Earth, then Wikipedia spherical Earth says Earth is massive enough that the pull of gravity maintains its roughly spherical shape. Most of its deviation from spherical terms from the centrifugal force caused by rotation around its north-south axis. This force deforms the sphere into an oblate ellipsoid. So what is it? Wikipedia says oblate ellipsoid, and maybe you go to NASA, it says oblate spheroid. It's just weird. And someone else will say, it is pear shaped.
So Shampoo, I said some very provocative things about the shape and the curvature. What do you think about that topic where I was talking about the curvature that is not existent and we can't measure it? Do you think it has been measured? Do you think there's some information out there maybe a scientist knows that we don't know about?
I have no, not many opinions on it because, I like to form my opinions before, like, after, like, hearing the opinions. Because I think everyone else's thoughts on the matter is really important. And I just feel like the curvature is just so astounding because, like, a lot of people are saying it is round, the Earth, I mean. And obviously hearing new opinions is really interesting. And yeah, I thank you for your important and thoughtful thoughts.
Yeah, not a problem. It's just something to think about. Like, if there's ever a time that you feel like you want to talk about it with others, and maybe your immediate circles of friends or just people that you know, just maybe not a straight out challenge, but just to ask them questions about, like, hey, what do you think about the shape? How did we come up with this understanding that the Earth is of a set size and dimensions? Like, does anybody have any answers to that? And if it's something like, well, just because, or one word like science, okay, well, that's not really an explanation, that you're looking for, but who discovered this thing? Who's the one that actually said that we are of this particular size? And then you follow that to its logical conclusion, and you go, okay, so where's the origin? Where did this all start? Who, or the person or persons who claimed that the shape of the Earth is this? Because this wasn't something somebody just thought about 5 years ago. We've been knowing that the Earth was this shape for a while now. So
Maybe...
you always...
No, sorry.
You go ahead, Claude.
Shampuaha, if you look into the Livestream voice text, I just want to make yourself, because you say it's interesting what we say, but at the end of the day, if you want to really seek the truth of the matter, the most important thing is you being curious, and to just give you a little bit of food to where you can ask yourself the question. If they say it's either a pear-shaped or not perfectly spherical, on oblate, ellipsoid, spheroid, whatever. I mean, you can read it. The information is open on NASA.gov or on Wikipedia, whatever. But then every space agency shows us the perfect 360 degrees circle of a round ball with different colors, paints, so forth, like they're just computer generated, as you can see in the pictures. Why is there this huge inconsistency? Not just because the shape is totally wrong from what they telling you it should be, but they're also claiming these pictures are real pictures of Earth, right? I mean, they say this is where you live on, right? And they use it in, I don't know, movies, in even if you look at the ISS live stream, it's going not around a pear-shaped ball, it's always a perfectly spherical edge, So
True, most definitely.
Yeah,
Completely.
At one point we need to be honest to ourselves and say, okay, hello guys, if what you're proclaiming to be reality, why is it full of inconsistency? And this is just scratching on the surface, Then there comes all the CGI screw ups with NASA and the astronauts on wires, screwing up with the fake CGI where you, see a lemon through the hand of some astronaut, or some other astronaut sticking a microphone in the other astronaut's face. All these, some people would say coincidence. At some point, lie to me once, right? But lie to me once, shame on you, but lie to me twice, shame on me, right? Because I just blindly accepting that you'll keep on lying and lying, right? So it is funny how we as flat earthers are getting attacked by critically putting these inconsistency under a microscope, so to say, and just completely opening them up to show the whole world that it's just crazy to believe such a thing that is so full of inconsistency, paradoxons, and so forth, if you understand what I mean. It's ridiculous at the end of the day. And not to forget the laser measurements, that we do, proving that there is no curvature.
True. I heard that Max had something to say
Yeah.
about the Earth and the flatness of it.
Yeah, I'd be quiet. You guys can go and ask things, say things, no problem.
I don't have many questions. I just don't know much. So I'm just observing so I can learn more.
Yeah, welcome to the chat, Max. Yeah,
I really appreciate that statement, by the way. Not many people can say that.
Yeah, we welcome everybody who wants to just maybe lurk and listen. Or I think the most important thing is, as a human family, we are curious beings, and we're at this point of curiosity where the information age, at the age we're at now, we can gather together and reason together, right? I mean, that's kind of the whole thing. We can understand everything in our known reality together. It doesn't have to be such a daunting thing where you think something differently than I think, because I'm afraid to hear what you think. And um, I think it's welcome to hear like different opinions on things, but ultimately, truth is self-evident. And what I mean by that is, when we discover something to be in our known reality, we can share it together. But it has to stand to reason that the thing that we're talking about can be known, as in it can be measured, let's say, on different topics. But this one specifically, on the shape of the Earth, because they claim that it's a set size and dimensions, it has to adhere to that. And we are just investigating the claim. We're looking into, like, why did they say that the globe Earth is of this set size and dimensions? Are these calculations? Are these measurements? What person or persons is saying this? Like I was telling Shampoo, we go back to the origin of the claim, and the reason why everybody even thinks that it's a globe, because that's important, right? I mean, if we're perceiving the known reality as they're telling us, then there has to be substantial evidence to back up the claim. So we can't just, as people, that reason together, just automatically believe something just because. There has to be a lot of claim. People usually revert back to the idea that NASA's showing us images. Well, what about NASA? What about the ISS? Are we looking at the moon and then therefore saying that the moon is round and the sun is round, that the Earth is not round? Like, there's a lot of things that people think about, because we've heard all the the questions that people might have. But when we stand to reason with each other, we will then therefore say, because we see things in the sky and we think they're a particular shape, we have to ask the following question: how do we know they're that shape? Because it looks like it might be round, but do I know that its entire 360-degree structure is a sphere? It seems like it can be, but I'm making a claim saying that it can be, and then there's another thing to lay an absolute to say that it is. You see? So we have to figure out, how can we investigate that claim to its utmost absolute. So I would say that to anybody. It wouldn't matter if you're saying that the sun is a ball of burning gas up there. I would ask you, how do you know? And if your answer to me would be, it's our best guess, then it doesn't suffice to stand that we can lay a claim as an absolute to say that's what it is. Because I could tell you a contrary idea to what it could be, and it could sound just as good as your idea, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it matches up with what you're saying. It could be something totally different. But who's to say who's right and who's wrong? How are we going to test it? There's no way to test that. So there's a few things that we look at, Max, in the area, in this particular area. When we talk about known reality, it has to be something that we can practically be able to use as in, like, let's say, in an experiment or a test. If I can measure something, let's say, I would know its size. I could be able to tell you. I can't tell you what size of foot you have just by you showing me an image on a picture. I have to go and measure your foot, and then I tell you what size it is. Does that make any sense? Like that's kind
Yeah,
of how we're
thank
looking at
you.
it. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, this is this topic. It doesn't bode well sometimes with people that come in here with the idea that questions like these should not be challenged, and a critical thinking mind is a very dangerous thing. But I would submit to you that if we do not have this part of our existence of curiosity and the ability to question, then I think we lose a piece of ourselves to just conformity. And it's just, getting along just to get along is not, it's not a healthy thing for anyone, because it's just like a robotic existence where you're just trying to keep up with the Joneses and not be your own person. So I think now is the time for all of us who are sharing this known reality together. We're able to reason together, and I think that's what makes us great as a human family. So, anyways, I tend to get on a little bit of a monologue because to me it's important. I just want to give people different perspectives to think about, instead of just accepting the norm, because the norm isn't the norm. I'd say that for sure. We've been taught a reality, a paradigm in which we exist in this world, and nobody's ever challenged it. Nobody's ever said, "Hey, I don't think that's what it is," because why would we, right? Or people are indifferent about it. Like, why should I even care if the Earth is flat or a globe? Because everything hinges on the idea of how we perceive our reality. You wake up every single day thinking that you're a rock spinning in the universe, floating through infinite space. Then your idea of thinking you're destroying a planet and the resources on them are depleting are because of the information that has been fed to you. And there hasn't been anything to rival that except for your idea of somebody teaching you that that's what's going on. I don't know. What do you guys think? It's provocative, to say the least.
Well, they're gone.
They weren't ready for the truth.
Okay.
But that's normal. They're gonna come back.
I was gonna say I have a friend who's a land surveyor, and he's kind of like, I don't know, he's pretty open minded and stuff. Like he knows a lot about a lot of stuff. And I sort of said to him, like, I sort of thought, maybe he might know about the flat earth or whatever. And so I sort of asked him, I was like, oh, what do you think about the flat earth? And sort of sent him some links and stuff to check out. And he's like, well, I'm a land surveyor, so the earth is a globe. And I was like,
Has he
and then he's
personally
like,
witnessed Curve? Have you asked him that? You should ask.
well, that's what I sort of was. That's what I said to him. I said, do you measure the curvature of the earth when you do your job? And he said sometimes he does and sometimes he doesn't, which was a really curious answer. Why would you sometimes do that? And then he sent me this link. I was like, this was his evidence, and it's earthcurvature.com, and it's an earth curvature calculator, and you basically you put in the distance.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like 20 kilometers
Oh, it
equals.
basically exists on paper, but in reality, that's.
Hey, is that Mick West? Mick
Yeah.
West made that, I think. Good old Mick West. I think
Yeah,
that's
it's
his
pretty
calculator.
funny. It's like, why would you send me this? It's like, obviously not real evidence, but. And then I tried talking. I tried talking to him about the flight paths and stuff, and then he was like, the flight paths do make sense if you include the rotation of the Earth. And I said, well, when they're flying, they don't actually account for that. Like, So the flight paths don't make sense. But yeah, anyways, he sent me this link to the earthcurvature.com and I just...
Can you post it, Kizaru, on the live stream
yeah.
website?
It's probably the same as others, I would say.
Do you have the roles to do that? I don't think. Maybe you do.
She can probably post a link.
She got Ladies Night role. VC Verify should do it, right? Or does you need another role?
I mean, I don't know.
Not sure.
But she can. Do you see the live stream to
I'll
voice
try.
text? Are you able to
I'll see if I
post
can.
the link there, maybe. You can find that that way, I guess. I think it's more like embedded links. You can't.
Oh yeah,
yes.
Yeah, but you can post this link
she put
itself.
it there.
Yeah.
Let me check it out. I think it's McWest's calculator. That one.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Yep.
What do we got here?
And so you just put in the distance, whatever it is, and it tells you the curvature.
Ah, yes.
Oh, really? Well, what was the distance he was working with? Do you know?
Well, he didn't say, but and he didn't even say that he uses that calculator. He just said sometimes he measures the curvature and sometimes he doesn't. So I was like, why would you only sometimes measure? Like,
Wouldn't you use it all the time, right? Like, I mean, if you're doing that job, wouldn't it be? I don't know. I'm just
sure.
It's just me. I'm thinking out loud, but it's like, wouldn't you use it
No,
all the
he
time?
sort of stopped talking to me as soon as I sort of brought it up because I think it's a bit of a sensitive thing, especially for his job. Like he's a land surveyor, and so I think he sort of wasn't really interested in talking about that at all.
That's weird.
Wouldn't even look into like the links I sent him or the things I was trying to say. Sort of just because I sort of said, "What about the seawater temperature and stuff like that?" And I showed him an image, and he just.
I think would be interesting to know which distances he's been working with, if he's able to do that, and then maybe see what area he was working, and maybe see some kind of distance marker to just to objectively see that. Can he see the curvature or not? Does he see the geometric horizon or not? Because this is just numbers. I mean, he's just probably doing the paper and that's it. He's not doing much out in reality. Much.
Yeah,
I believe that's why he's saying that.
I'll try and broach the subject with him again at a later time and just suss out, I guess, how he does his measurements and stuff. But yeah,
Hopefully,
it's gonna be hard.
Kizaru, hopefully he's a good friend. He doesn't like get upset with you or something. Why are you asking all these questions? He gets mad with you or whatever.
He is a bit sensitive to some things. Like he definitely doesn't think we went to the moon. Like he knows we didn't go to the moon. And all this kind of so like he knows NASA's kind of BS as well, but he won't even look into the flat Earth. And I actually said to him, I said, you know what, like you should come join this chat that I just joined on Discord. And he's like, no, I'm not doing that. It's like, why not? Why not? Just, have a chat to people who have a different perspective and, maybe challenge yourself and challenge others. Like, why not? But just wasn't down for that at all. Oh well, is what it is. I'll keep trying.
Yeah. So long as it's a good, like it's a good time to do it, bring up the conversation.
Who typed ask him about elevation angles since it requires a flat baseline. He would understand being a land surveyor.
Yeah, okay.
Elevation angles that is antecedent to a flat baseline. It doesn't work on a curve adjacent. It's not adjacent to a curve at all. the baseline.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, if he understands,
well,
you can try to ask him, see what he says or what he knows about it. If he doesn't, like, it might, it might be planting seeds on him, and eventually he will like, okay, I need to find out more. Like, what are these people talking about? Maybe maybe he'll pop in here eventually. If you ask him reasonable questions, I would say, according to his work, I would say, it might be sparking some kind of curiosity later on.
Also, the land surveyors, they work at very short distances.
What's the longest one they do?
Well, I mean, the theodolite has a maximum limit of 150 meters. So.
Oh, that's.
Oh wow.
Yeah, well, I've heard
Yeah.
their device is not considered a theodolite these days. It's called a total station. So I don't know if the wording to what they're using could be, because there's little things that we gotta look into when talking with some of these guys who are working with these tools, that they might be like, you see, they're even incorrect. We don't use theodolites. We're using total stations. So I'm just saying, like, be careful, because they might use that to hinge upon like how we don't know something. So I don't want that to be, even one thought in their mind to think like, well, we're proposing something to them. But I think there are certain devices that are called theodolites, but there's also total stations, what surveyors are using these days.
Yeah, also the geometry of the globe debunks it, because they gave us the dimensions, right, of the radius, 3,959 miles, and we can use that math to look for curvature, and like the black swan, it's not there. There is no curvature. We can see further. The globe needs a geometric horizon. It needs a physical a place where the land dips away from you. That doesn't happen.
I think that link because Kizaru put up is it's the curvature calculator.
Yeah, it's probably the same as others. Was out there, yeah.
Yep.
1 mile. Yeah. We need longer distances. But yeah, interesting though. Interesting. He might come around. I think if you maybe provide him with the black swan, possibly. I'm not sure. Just have a discussion. Like, what do you think about this? The horizon over there, that distance, and the supposed geometric horizon should be no more further than 1.22 miles square root of the heights surface height. So I mean, if he understands math, basic geometry, he should be able to figure out that should not make any sense whatsoever. But yeah, could be.
Yeah, I'll definitely try.
Yeah.
But it's kind of hard because, yeah.
No, I get it.
Not only that, the high altitude balloon footages, right? They show level plane. If the Earth is a globe, then we should be able to see the land like going down. Like if you stand on the globe, look further away from you. Like it should gradually go down from you. Go down an angle. That doesn't happen. So the Earth is definitely not a globe.
Yeah, but you probably say the Earth is, this and that. They'll come in with different excuses, probably. I think
it's like Eric Dubay says. The horizon rises to eye level. Like I said earlier, if the Earth is a globe, then you should dip down. The horizon should dip down as you go in elevation, go up in elevation.
Yeah, who's the gentleman that said it before, that using that device that he's using, the total station, it wouldn't even dictate that the Earth is, or it's only good for a certain distance, I think. Like, it's effective at it, like, I think it's 400 meters? I don't know. There's a number to this. I need to go back and look to see, but it's not You can't use it to go and see if the Earth has any curvature. Like it doesn't. That device is not applicable to that. You can't use it for that. So, I mean, it's good for like certain distances, but it's not effective to say that over a large distance you're going to use that device and it'll tell you the drop rate. It's just not going to work. So, and I think that's in the manual, if I'm not mistaken, because there was a time period where this was actually a real hot topic in flat Earth, and we had surveyors in our group that were exposing those who were saying that you're using this particular argument, that you can use total stations or theodolites, even the old theodolites, to say that the can measure curvature with them, and it's like the maximum effective range for these things are not even. It goes way outside the boundary of it being able to do that. So you don't. They're not used for. That's not the purpose of these tools. They're not used for measuring the Earth's curvature. So therefore, using them for that purpose is not applicable. You're not, because they don't measure for curvature. That's not what they're doing. So yeah, I know Kizaru, that your friend might say that he used them for that, but then I was kind of curious, like what exactly when did he do it? Like at what particular time, like what building was it that he measured the curvature of the Earth so that he can level the build, you know what I mean? Like what I'd like to know where it was applied, to be honest.
Honestly, I wish I knew, but like as soon as I asked the question, he sort of wasn't very forthcoming in wanting to talk about it. And so he didn't want to talk about like his job or calculating the curvature and things like that. So I sort of tried to move on to flight paths and stuff. And again, he just really didn't want to talk about it. So, I mean, he has no problem debating other things, but when it comes to the flat Earth, even though he knows that we didn't go to the moon and NASA lied about, a lot of stuff, he's not willing to talk about that, because I was wanting to question him about his work and understand more about if he's even, if he calculates the curvature of the Earth and what sort of jobs he sort of measures and things like that. But yeah, it's a bit hard. Like he's very adamant the Earth is a globe, and it's not really up for discussion, sort of thing. But I mean, that's fine. I mean, I'll just I'll keep sending him stuff anyways and just annoy him. No. No.
Yeah, he's your friend. You can.
Yeah. So I don't know. See what happens.
You know what buttons to push, where he's not gonna get mad or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I already sent him something. But it was about like history and stuff, and he didn't like it. He didn't reply. It's pretty funny. He just doesn't reply to stuff that like he's not ready to be challenged on, I guess. So you have to, yeah. I mean, some things he talks about, some things he doesn't. It's interesting.
The globe depends on three things. That's curvature, this actual rotation of the Earth, and gravity. None of these can be proven. So, that says something. If they can't prove these three things, these three fundamental things, then the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah. I thought it was so funny, like, back when Neil deGrasse Tyson was asked about gravity. He's like, I have no idea. Next question.
Yeah.
What?
You did say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was on a podcast. I think that's, yeah. We don't know what it is, but we can describe.
We don't know. Next question.
It's kind of funny. Mm.
So when did you guys discover flat Earth?
I did it like
2014.
there was a giant movement in around 2000, end of 2014, beginning of 2015. There's this big surge, and that's kind of when I came into it too. So it's been years now that we've been doing this, and in this server too. I've seen almost every argument under the sun that you could possibly think of, and it's weird because we've had people of education backgrounds come in here and just regular people. No one has brought the evidence at all at any time. It's just what it is just you argue with people that just have a strong belief. That's it. That's all it boils down to. You're talking to somebody who believes they live on a globe, and because of their belief, they think that gravity exists. So they'll argue till the cows come home. About gravity or some other thing. 2015, 2014, something like that.
Yeah, okay. But like since then you've been sort of in the chat and like contributing or like trying to spread truth.
Yeah. I've in my real life where I live and in here. I've met people of high standing like Danny Faulkner. I've had a debate with him. I've had I've had a internet show. Me personally, but yeah, I've challenged people of all kinds in here, and yeah, the thing about it, Kizaru, I stand for the truth, and like I feel like all of us are curious about our reality. We all want to know like what stuff is about, but we kind of sometimes are timid because of the fact is like everybody thinks or believes, I should say, a certain way. So I don't know. Maybe somebody else wants to weigh in on this. But anyways, this is my personal experience.
Yeah, okay, that's cool though. Like, I mean, I've sort of not been game enough to sort of try and spread the truth and things like that. I mean, I sort of just in the past have sort of kept to myself and sort of circle back to the flat earth every now and then. Like I fully, my theory is that the earth is flat 100%, but we never really discuss it or anything.
A lot of flat earthers, they're ashamed to be labeled flat earther. They keep quiet. They don't want the shame of being called a flat earther. It's like an insult, isn't it? Being called a flat earther. So they keep quiet.
Yeah, it's kind of hard with today's society, judging people really easy.
Mm-hmm.
When you believe, you don't need evidence.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the globe is even worse because they believe without one single shred of evidence, the globe, zero evidence. Every single point the globe has, like we can point by point. So, it's definitely not a globe in my opinion. But that's what I think. Anyway.
We're gonna have to teach Kizaru like the next Glober that comes in here. We'll throw her in the water like a baby. When you throw them in the water, they learn how to swim. You just throw them in there. All right. Next Glober that comes in here, Kizaru, you're up.
No way! I'm just gonna jump straight out. No.
That'll get your mind kind of like all the cylinders firing on all the pistons. Be like, you'll start thinking, and it's like we'll give you the sword so that you're like, I don't know how to use this thing. We'll just give you somebody to fight, and then you instinctively know how. Just like Star Wars, because you have the little
little lightsaber.
Yeah. I like those kind of shows still. I mean, I know people are like, dude, why are you looking at that stuff? It's just because it's all fantasy. I see it as that. I don't see it as reality.
I know. I was such a huge fan of Star Wars, and it just breaks my heart. Every time I see little baby Yoda, it's like
Baby Yoda,
lies,
yeah.
oh lies.
Yeah, you're not gonna be traveling. You're not gonna be traveling to the stars, Kizuru, anytime. So we're not leaving this rock, as they would put it. That's what they'd say, man. They're like, you guys, 12 years if you don't do nothing. Well, now it's 11, I think. 11 years before we can't turn back anymore, and we're gonna destroy the planet. Whatever else they say.
No,
Yeah,
another thing is that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
Yeah, I was going to just say that people they can't understand that governments can come together and like for example, space agencies, right? They can't believe that all the space agencies of the world could lie and fake space. It's just unbelievable to them. But if you have a group of people right at the top controlling all these governments, it's so easy, right? Because it's not about the money. They print the money. These people, they print the money, and they figures like billions of dollars. They don't actually spend that much amount of money. It's just numbers.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's one of the biggest things why people do believe it's a globe no matter what, is because they can't conceive that it would be a lie on such an epic scale.
That's pretty epic.
From everyone, from not just the space agencies, but there's a lot of people that are lying about this.
Like surveyors,
scary.
surveyors that are friends of other people. Like those guys. No, but I think he just, not that he's deceiving. I think he's really just believes that it is. So it's one little part of his reality of where if you take that away, it's gonna feel like, how's he gonna proceed forward doing a job? Right? Like how would you do your job then? Like it's gonna change it. Like if you
how long has he been working as a surveyor?
4 years.
4 years, okay.
Yeah, it's quite a lengthy time though, Quetz. I mean, you think about it, like 4 years, and then you're gonna go to your boss and be like, I think the earth is flat. Be like, okay, give me your tools, your truck, keys to your truck. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're
reassigning your
yeah.
Back to desk work. So
yeah.
Also, these people who went to university, right, and studied physics like for 4 or 5 years or whatever, and they're really pissed, because it's like wasting their money and all those years learning something that doesn't exist. For example, like relativity, it's still a theory, isn't it? A theory of relativity. Nothing's been proven. So they put, put Einstein on a pedestal, and it's like too much for them. These people who went out to unis and studied physics and whatever science, and they can't accept it. It's like it's too much for them. Mentally.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people don't go to uni to learn anymore. Like they just go to pass. They just want to pass their course, get a good job.
Yep, that's all it is, man. That you talk to anybody there, they're just like, dude, I don't know, I'm just taking this class to get a job. I don't care about this class. Like that's what they'll say. I mean, they're not gonna be bothered by being challenged and stuff. Like it's just They want to get a good job so they can live a nice life, and that's it.
Yeah, 100%. Like, uni students don't take, I mean, my generation, anyways, don't take anything seriously. I mean, I went to uni, and in between labs and stuff, one of my classmates was always at the bar getting drunk, and I was, and then we'd like go to our lab class, and then I was like, is he allowed to be in here? Is this okay? Like, didn't
Kids are
seem
rude.
safe, but
Do you live in the TikTok era? Oh my goodness.
no.
No. Oh, so that's a generation
I'm
after you.
I'm not a millennial or anything. I'm 29, so pretty old.
You're not. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. TikTok era is the one after you, isn't it? Like the teenagers of today. Oh boy.
Yeah, the millennials, I think, TikTokers.
Now that
I'm not a
crowd
fan.
is a handful. That's a handful. Your generation still has a bit of reasoning in it. Like you guys can still think about
Yeah,
stuff.
my
It's like
generation's
Disney, isn't it?
lazy.
Disney and MCU, they're dumbing down the teenagers now. They're giving them superhero movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting worse and worse, that's for sure. My generation isn't as bad as the millennials, but we're not. We grew up with a pretty easy life, so we'll take
Yeah.
shortcuts wherever we can.
Yeah, you guys had it pretty good. I gotta say, you guys had it pretty. You were like the beginning of the internet. I would say was yours.
Yes, 100%. Yeah,
That you were. You lucky guys. You are that age because you're you could still have the critical thinking side of you. You weren't like all about like the information age, but the generation after you, like your kids, yeah, they're born with iPads. That's serious. They all have iPads. That's like they have the world at their fingertips, like the entire world.
Yeah, 100%. They will. It's scary actually. And actually, I don't think it's very good socially, to be honest,
No.
to build social skills. But oh well.
They call it.
But
They
yeah.
call it progression.
They call it
Evolution.
what?
Progression, evolution of society.
Yeah.
Because eventually we're going to become so smart that we're going to get so dumb. Because we're not going to even think about stuff anymore because the computer can, hey Google, or hey Siri, or whatever. I might have made somebody's phone go off by me saying that. Or Alexa, And then once that happens, see, I told you, mine went off.
Gosh.
Yeah, that's how it is.
What you mean by I told you. How about a web search for it?
Did you hear my Siri?
Yeah.
Shut up, Siri. Yeah, so it's like you said, it's lazier and lazier. They're gonna be like those fat people from the what's that show with the robot? That little robot. They live on that like ship. I think it's a Disney show.
I
One
have
that's
no
like,
idea.
Eva. That one. Remember? Gosh darn it. Anybody know the name of that? Now I'm gonna look for it.
It's like crazy how like Disney and Hollywood and that have all
Lost Space.
contributed.
No, that ain't it.
No? Lost in Space?
No. No, it's a funny movie with the little robot. It's a
Wall-E.
cartoon. Wally. Wally. Yeah, that's it. The freaking Wally.
Oh, I never seen it.
You haven't seen Wally? You gotta see Wally. It's funny.
Really?
Yeah, it's funny, and it's kind of the show that if you like the Baby Yoda, you'd like this one. You'd probably cry during this one. It's a cartoon, but it's cool.
Yeah, true. I'll have to watch it.
That I recommend it. I think you would like it. But yeah, if you haven't seen Wall-E, check it out.
Yeah, cool.
But they do have space propaganda, and they're thinking that the Earth was destroyed, and that's the reason why humans don't live on it. So they had to get on a ship and travel somewhere far away, and then they come back, and so that's space fantasy stuff.
Yeah, there's propaganda everywhere, really. Isn't there?
Everywhere.
Even like with all the superhero movies, like it's more and more like about the villain being an alien or coming from outer space and less about like local villains on Earth. Like they're just
It's even
I don't know.
expanded. It's not even just like space, it's multiverse. They're multiverses now. There's not just space. It's like there's not just
Yeah.
this space. We got a multi-universe we're talking about. So it's pushing the limits of the mind. So now you're far beyond space already. So
Yeah. It's a lot. I don't know what the goal is for all these movies that they're bringing out with the multiverse and space, but
well, the conditioning can only, I think, because Kizaru, that's a really cool name, by the way. It's fun to say, Kizaru. But I think the conditioning behind it is to get you to be completely complacent in the fact that you live in this heliocentric, reality. And you wouldn't have to be so indoctrinated if it was the true reality. You would be just like, yeah, this Earth is a globe, like. But because it's appealing to think that we're gonna travel the stars, I think that's kind of the thing that people, because we're curious beings, right? We want to know what's next, what's out there. What's beyond the thing that I don't know. Is there something else? And
yeah.
I feel like they're taking advantage of that curiosity. So
Yeah, they are, for sure. Like, I mean, my ex-manager, all he talked about was space and, like, seeing the rockets launch and, every time a rocket launch would fail, he would be, like, all upset and he'd come into work and talk to us about it. Meanwhile, here I am just thinking, like, just
hey, dude, chill.
they've all been unsuccessful. No.
Yeah, nothing works anyways. We know that. You'd probably get him upset and be like, "What are you talking about? Don't you know that humans are evolving? This is such a failure to humanity. My goodness, people."
Yeah, there's so many people that are so fond of space and Elon Musk sending a car into space.
Oh boy.
That it's hard. It's hard
that surely will stir up the fanboys when you talk about that stuff.
Yeah. But it's so obviously fake, like.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Sure is.
It's even Elon Musk's, got SpaceX or whatever it is now, like.
Fake X?
Fake. Yeah. Like the more and more, like, these people sort of partake in the lie, the more people will believe it. So it makes things even more difficult. Because you would,
I agree.
I mean, Elon Musk comes across as, a humanitarian at times. Like, I mean, when we had the floods here, he sent over, $10,000 worth of Starlinks so that people can connect to the internet and stuff. But it's like, such a lie. Like, at the same time, some of I don't know. like my mum is a huge fan of Elon Musk, and it's just frustrating.
She likes
I
her
don't
some
know if you
Elon.
guys. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if you guys have any. What are your thoughts on Elon?
I think that he's an interesting character, to say the least. I think that he's been indoctrinated like most of us, because you could just follow him on social medias and figure out that on Twitter, the things that he follows, well, now he owns Twitter, he's the owner of it, but he follows things like sci-fi stuff. So he fully loves the idea that he's committed to. But I think he doesn't fully, he's just one man. He can't truly function at the capacity of like knowing every aspect of his like company, going and doing the things that it's doing. And he doesn't get in a rocket and go to space himself. Like he's just in a company that owns the capability to do these things. And so when they finish doing what they're doing, there's regulations and things that they have to abide by, which they work with the government. So he's not the one that gives the okay to go into space. It's the government that does. So everything is regulations, and he has to still abide by those things. And at the end of the day, he's not in full control of that aspect of it. So they could go and up into the air and probably do something, but they're not going out into the place that he thinks they're going to. Ultimately, because they all. Yeah.
I think Elon is probably part of like the deception. Like I think he's deceiving people to some extent. Like he would have to know that, you know, the car didn't really get sent into space.
Yeah.
And of course, like he did actually I saw online one time that he posted or he tweeted a picture of a flat earth, and then apparently he deleted it or something. I don't know if this is true, but I did see that the image of him of the post. So I don't know if he was trolling or if he was maybe trying to send a message, but he got a lot of comments apparently.
He's
So,
I think he likes doing drugs. he's admittedly said so. He was on Joe Rogan's podcast, man. He's like, and Joe Rogan's like, dude, and he's like, oh, you know, what's wrong with this? They were smoking weed on it, and he's telling him that he tried some other stuff, and I was like, dang, dude, you could say all these things as a billionaire playboy, you know, because obviously, who's gonna rival you? No one's gonna, you know, because he owns a lot of stuff. So
yeah, that's true. That's so funny. I didn't know that he smoked weed.
Mhm.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Did you see his latest tweet? He wanted to put. I know he was being facetious, but he was saying that he wants to put cocaine back into Coke. Like he wants to put ice cream. He wants to fix the ice cream machines in McDonald's, and go to Twitter. You'll see all that. He's being funny because he just bought Twitter, and he's going to change Twitter. He's going to make it fun for everyone. But this man has the means to do a lot of stuff, and you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't actually have Twitter anymore, but I was thinking that I might get it back. Maybe if
Hey, the first thing he has to do is unban Donald Trump, and then we believe him that he's gonna be good.
Donald doesn't want to go back on it, man. He already said he's got his own platform, bro. Truth Social,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's even trending bigger than Twitter, if you can believe that. Truth Social is
Right,
trending.
Donald Trump. He created like a news network or something like that, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, you know, it's whatever, but you know, Twitter
I'm just
now
messing with you.
Twitter now belongs to Elon, so you can do whatever you want.
Could that have been why they did it?
Why?
Because Donald Trump was Donald Trump was trending more than Twitter. So Elon Musk would bring a big trend back to Twitter.
Yeah, either way that they both advocate for free speech. Both of them do. So at least that's what they say. And that has to remain yet to be seen. But yeah, yeah, he does. Donald not going back to Twitter. He's got his own thing going.
You saw the tweet that Musk did with the bringing cocaine back to Coca-Cola.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. But he was being funny, dude. He's not, because he's bringing back a lot of stuff that he brought free speech to Twitter. He wants to bring ice cream to McDonald's. Just a bunch of dumb stuff. Like he's being dumb.
Have you seen the memes that there's a little bird inside a cage, but Elon opened the door so the bird can go free?
Yeah, so dumb.
This is kind of silly, actually, but yeah, cool stuff.
Yeah, we just been chatting with Kizaru, who's gonna take on the next Globe Earther that comes in here, guys. So just make some room. Give her the floor.
Yeah, Miggy, make some room. Don't hug the mic, Miggy.
Yeah.
No,
like, Kizaru, take it away.
No. You guys can go for it.
No, Gemsy don't mind. He don't mind.
I'll mute myself.
Yeah, he will.
She's lucky. She doesn't get like early quantum eraser or Elijah in here. Then she won't be able to use the mic.
Good Gemsy, dude.
You got this.
I'm actually probably going to go to bed soon. I mean, I don't have work tomorrow because tomorrow's my RDO, but still, it's like almost 11 o'clock here.
11
Kinda
o'clock?
late.
That's almost early. Then the night's still young. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I woke up at like
Don't
6
work
this
too
morning.
hard.
You woke up at 6 o'clock?
Yeah, sometimes I wake up at 5 o'clock. I wake up really early for work.
You're an early bird then, huh?
Not by choice.
Are you a morning person? Are you one of those morning persons?
No, not really. I mean, I have to wake up early for work, but if I didn't have work, I would probably definitely sleep in and then be awake all night. But because of work, yeah, I kind of have to be early person. Just means I drink a lot of green tea.
Lots of green tea, huh? Keeps your mental focus where it needs to be.
Yeah, well, I mean, I used to drink coffee, but like drinking 5 cups of coffee a day is not healthy.
5 coffees? Whoa.
Yeah, well, you just like you build a tolerance. So like after a while, 1 coffee isn't enough. So then you start drinking 2 and 3. I mean, really, I should just. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, you're
I mean,
correct.
that's nice.
Addictions are not healthy. You're right.
Yeah.
Don't be such an American. Drinking coffee all day and all night.
Red Bull is better than coffee.
It's better because it gives you wings.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can fly to the hospital?
Yeah, one of my friends, he used to drink like several Red Bulls a day. And he went to the football one day and they had Red Bull people there promoting, the Red Bull. These girls were handing out merch and talking about Red Bull and stuff. And he was like, I drink, several Red Bulls a day. And they were like, oh my gosh, you shouldn't be doing that. Like, you'll have a heart attack. And he actually ended up going to hospital. Well, he did end up going to hospital. He did get really sick from it.
Dang.
For people who have health issues, yeah, I don't recommend it. Diabetes, heart issues, I don't recommend it for those people. But for people who follow a vegan diet, they will find it a very strong poison.
Vegan diet with the Red Bull.
It can keep you awake for the whole night.
Hey, for people that have a heart, I wouldn't recommend it. If you have a heart, I wouldn't recommend
Yeah.
Yeah. I like Geppy gets conditions.
You're trying to balance it out with the vegan diet.
Yeah. You
your
just gotta
heart
have a vegan diet, man. That's it. Like that's how you
I
reason.
was following until he said vegan diet. I was oh no.
You need to have a very, very, very soft heart to metabolize Red Bull.
Bro, Gabby, are you trying to kill me?
Yeah, he's
no. I'm
Bro,
saying
I
that
like
Red Bull
you,
is not for
but
everyone.
don't tell me that again, okay? Because I don't want to die.
Yeah. No. I don't want that.
Thank you. Bro, I like the ribeye medium rare.
their meats.
Oh yeah, buffalo ribeye.
Ribeye. Eh?
Give me that. A little bloody.
Yeah, you can tell Geppy get don't follow.
He grew up eating ribeye. He will kill the cow himself with no tools. He will
Yeah.
eat the liver, eat the ribeye, and celebrate victory with alcohol and tea. But now he's a vegan.
Yeah, baboons only eat leaves off of trees, so.
Hey, I still know how to make a knife from stones. So yeah, as long as I have stones, I have everything that we need in this world. You can make anything out of stones.
Wow, that's cool.
Give me some raw liver. Raw liver. Yummy.
Man, you sound almost like what's it called?
Oh, they ferment it.
What's it called?
I don't have Nathan Thompson in here, man. He'd jump your case, Jency.
I'll mute his ass.
Give me raw liver.
You see what you did, Bigot? Don't ever say vegan diet again.
Hey, it's the best season now. It's springtime. You can find so many flowers. Like everyone has a garden with flowers, They're very good for eating. And that's why they are very pleasing to the human eye, because they are food.
Actually, I agree with you, but not on the eating. I actually make tea out of the flowers. You make some tea, and tea is definitely good. But for food, for actually eating, ribeye.
I tell you what, you see, when you pick a fresh flower, it has nectar. If you let
Are you
it
trying to kill me?
dry, no, if you let it dry, those substances lose water and you have chemical reactions and they form all sorts of oils. And so a fresh flower is not like a dry one. It's not the same. Yeah,
Actually,
they change their
dandelions.
properties. Yeah.
Dandelions are extremely good for you, and you can eat the whole entire flower, including the root and the leaves.
Yeah.
You know they're good for parasites.
Yes.
Yeah, and you can make tea as well. Like you can have like dandelion flower tea or dandelion leaf tea. Extremely good for you. And I actually started drinking butterfly pea flower tea, which is blue tea. You should look it up. It's actually very, very healthy for you. And it's blue. It's blue tea, but it's really nice.
Can you use dandelion tea to clear up eye floaters? You know, those floaty things in your eyes.
Probably.
I've heard
read
about
that dandelions actually regenerate the liver, and the liver is actually the organ which cleanses the body, purifies. You know, all
And actually,
remove toxins.
Go ahead,
butterfly
lady.
pea flower tea. Butterfly pea flower tea is really good for eye health, and brain health.
Oh, that's interesting. Where can I get some of that?
I will agree that you drink teas like from herbs and flowers. There's many options out there. So you can definitely make some tea and drink it and maybe eat them raw, like he's saying, or even dry. I will definitely agree. But hours before you eat the meat or hours after you eat the meat?
Yeah, that's actually true. Half an hour, you shouldn't be drinking tea half an hour before or after meals because it can prevent the absorption of nutrients.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so you've got to drink tea in between meals when you can.
But when we say in between, I mean like an hour plus or 2 hours.
I'm pretty sure it's only half an hour, but you might be right. It's best to be safe.
The thing is that you have certain acidity in your stomach that you want to keep for digestion. If you dilute the acidity too much, you won't digest too well.
Yeah.
That's also
Yeah,
interesting.
that's true.
You
I
guys
sent
are
you the
pretty
link.
smart.
I sent you a link in the chat. So to get blue tea, it's organic too. So
Hey, thanks, Gizuru.
if anyone wants
Tea also
blue tea.
lowers your immune system. It kills your B vitamins.
Oh, I can't kill my B vitamins. I need B vitamins.
Yeah, that kills your immune system.
What
Yeah.
kills your immune system?
Wait, tea kills your immune system? That's what you're saying?
Because it kills the B vitamins, which help your immune system. So
That's why you eat Vegemite.
You got to keep your B vitamins.
Vegemite.
I mean, it's gonna hurt you,
Bro.
okay.
Vegemite
Yeah,
for the win.
It's not like
yeah,
you
that's
live
why
off
you eat
tea only, you
Vegemite.
need some
You
other
get
stuff as well.
all your
Guys,
B vitamins.
forgive me, but I couldn't hear what he said that kills the B vitamins or something. Can he repeat that?
Tea.
Oh, tea kills your B vitamins, you're saying?
Yeah. So you got to take extra vitamin B, vitamin, especially B1. Vitamin B1 especially.
If you eat like, I mean, you can definitely supplement if it's a good source of B vitamins. There's many like high quality dense B vitamins that are really good because that's doable. But if you don't have money to buy that kind of stuff, you can eat raw liver.
There we go.
Yuck.
Or you can just eat Vegemite.
I can just eat Vegemite, dude. Come on. Vegemite is
Wait, what's Vegemite? I don't know what that is. Tell me, I want to know.
Come on.
Vegemite. Everyone knows what Vegemite is.
It's delicious.
I'm Mexican. I don't know. Kidding, I'm not Mexican. I don't know what it is. Can you tell me? Can you post a picture of it, Gabiget, or someone? What is
Which one?
What she's saying.
Vegemite.
Vegemite goes good on toast.
You
guys don't know.
I never heard of it.
And your minerals too. Also, minerals get depleted by tea as well.
I'm heterosexual, so I don't know what that is.
So don't take your take your tea with your vitamins and your minerals, or B vitamins and minerals.
No, I need all the vitamins I can get, man. I can't dilute that.
You shouldn't buy vitamins from the pharmacy because those are not real vitamins.
Yeah, watch out for the cheap stuff in the pharmacies. It's really bad for you. It's full of really bad chemicals that can mess you up.
A lot of fillers, too many fillers, and they don't have to list the fillers many times. It's just a bunch of fillers with a little bit of bad quality, non-digestible vitamins.
Additives.
And, oh, there you go, vitamins.
Hey,
Trinity?
Trinity?
Probably got graphene oxide in as well. They probably put some graphene oxide in our vitamins. Who knows?
I see. Your Trinity knows what he's talking about. Trinity, can you give me a link to the good stuff? I'm trying to get right, man. Sounds like you've done your research, bro.
Oh no, I just do like tons of research. I can't remember. I'm very bad with sources though. You probably have to Google it. If you Google it, you can find it right away though. Just do a search. Say, don't take tea with minerals and B vitamins. Write that in the search, and you'll get a link immediately. There's lots of evidence to show that.
No, I'm saying that what is the best source of vitamins? Because even vitamins.
Good question. Very good question. I actually can't afford this stuff always, but I'm going to look it up. I've got some.
I will tell you, Miggy. I will tell you right now. One of the best ones is called the First Meal. It's called colostrum. The First Meal. That's a really good source. You could buy in a powder form, really high quality, and that has a lot of different vitamins that your body can
Isn't that
digest
what's
pretty
in breast
easily.
milk?
It is the first. It's not milk. I mean, people
Breast
call it
milk.
milk, but it's different from the milk. It's called the First Milk.
Yeah, I know, because that's what's in breast milk. That
Well,
specific thing. you
actually,
just-
the first milk is an essence of the mother, and it's different from the regular milk.
But it has that
Well,
colostrum that you speak of.
The guy I would trust is Natural News. That's the only guy I would trust. The rest of them I couldn't care less because they could all be lying and they don't do tests. But this guy actually does real tests, like proper tests at high level tests, and his name is I don't remember his name, but it's Natural News. You probably know him. He's Alex Jones's friend.
Oh,
but
natural
he's-
use is what's his name? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that guy, the health ranger.
The health ranger.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. He has some good
He's the only
advice.
guy I trust. I wouldn't trust anyone else. They all sound like a bunch of scammers, liars. But I think there's a Christian company as well in Florida that I trust as well. It's pretty cool.
Well,
but otherwise, I would, yeah.
I will say there is a lot of good options out there. There's a lot of good people, but it's definitely a lot of scams and bad stuff. If you keep it simple, you can just eat organs, bro. Eat organs. Some
No,
organs, not all of them, but
what I recommend,
it has to be good quality and clean.
Jamesy, have you heard?
Liver, rebound. Oh, let me tell you, Abigail. Let me tell you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Diabetics. I'm a young child, right? And I've been sick of it. Mostly.
You're breaking up, Jamesy. Lost one to lost two. You're breaking up.
All right, I'm gonna come back.
All right.
You're saying about liver consumption, but that's coming from actually the fish, not from mammals. The liver from the fish is very healthy to consume,
Yeah, but
and
fish are
raw.
Fish are poisonous,
Also,
bro. They
the
got mercury.
eyes of the fish are very nutritious. But what I recommend, the best supplement that you can buy is pure EPA. It's a eicosapentaenoic acid. And mind1st.co.uk produces clinical grade of this acid, and it's the only omega-3 oil which is clinically grade. You don't find it for sale in pharmacies. But when you buy from a pharmacy a supplement, that's what you actually want to buy, this acid. But you are buying it in a percentage of 41% with 50% DOHA acid, which is a fat. It's not a good fat acid, and it actually cancels itself when your body metabolizes these two acids, and you get like only an amount of 2% or 3% if you're lucky from those supplement pills. So you ingest those pills, but you don't get the benefit from that acid, despite the fact that it contains 40% of it. Because it has also the other 50% which cancels it, you know. And
Miggy. Miggy wants the A and B, and that's it. A, B, and C.
That's it. I don't need too much.
Hey,
I'm a simple
hey,
guy.
Miggy, let me tell you, bro. Me myself, I do this very often, and I feel better than. I mean, like I said, I've been a type 1 diabetic since I'm a child. Okay, so I grew up in hospitals and being sick basically, and taking the insulin shots and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, whatever with that. But every time that I consume in the mornings right now, I'm doing like 6 raw eggs, but these are duck eggs. They're bigger and taste better than chicken eggs. They're actually raw duck eggs, and I mix them with some whey protein of high quality whey protein, but the one that is not processed. Like it is processed, but it's a really good quality one. And yeah, you can add some type of something that you like you can make like a shake with raw eggs and make it taste good. And I make it like it has very low carbs, very low sugar, like basically no sugar, and it still tastes good. That's like a morning thing. And the raw eggs will kind of hydrate you, so you're gonna feel hydrated. They have good protein, no carbohydrates or anything like that. So it's gonna fill you if you want to eat something in the morning that is not too heavy. And
Yeah, but you're not worried about cholesterol, Dempsey, with the yolk?
you need cholesterol. Your cells, your brain, everything runs. Your body needs cholesterol. It's actually a lie that they tell you that you have to worry about the cholesterol. When they give you the pills to lower the cholesterol, they're trying to kill you, bro. So yeah, the eggs are definitely good for you, especially if they're like from a farm and they're clean. They feed in their animal good. But if you get dog eggs, they're definitely better than the chicken eggs. But you can do chicken eggs too, raw. But I do that in the morning, and it's definitely a good thing to do. If you wanna keep it simple, bro, buy good quality ribeyes or meat that are very high in fats, like the ribeye. The more fat the meat has, the better. I don't do pork, so I do bison. I do bison steaks from cows. Bison, people call it cows too, but bisons are kind of like a higher level of cows. So yeah, that kind of meat. That's what I do. And you eat it medium rare, bro. Even if it's bloody a little bit, just cook it, and after it's cooked, a little bit cooked, throw some salt, cut it, eat it, and you're gonna be satisfied. And you're gonna digest all that stuff. Your body's gonna digest it. A lot of people think that you don't digest it, but it's just in their imagination because the body definitely digests all of this stuff. And you'll be satisfied, and you're not gonna eat that much. The good thing is that you will be. I don't want to say satisfied. You're gonna be satiated if you eat enough. If you eat enough meat with the fat, you're gonna be satiated, and you're not gonna need another meal. And I do these 2 meals a day, bro. And that's the way I do it, and it's working for me. So yeah, if I
Or if
go,
you want to do it the easy way, just click on my link and go down to the website called thehappyco.com/Enoch and go ahead and try have some of my coffee or lemonade or tea and try it for yourself and lose some of that weight naturally, because you can eat, drink whatever you want, but eventually your body's gonna find itself eating natural foods in a healthier way.
Wait, coffee to lose weight?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jimsy, check
coffee
it
will
out,
not to lose
bruh.
weight because
You
it's a
remember me?
diuretic. Yeah, the coffee is a diuretic, and your body's gonna try to expel it because it doesn't want it.
Oh no, this is different coffee, bro. Jimsy, you gotta check it out, man. Check out my website.
For losing weight.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, we were not
healthy.
talking about that, Enoch.
I know, but I'm trying. Come on,
We were
get
talking about nutrition,
Yes, I know.
healthy food.
And this is nutrition, man. Come on, bruh.
No, something that makes you lose weight, it doesn't mean it's
No,
healthy.
this helps you. This helps you, like, put
Yeah, I
your
know.
body back into a natural
For
system of
overweight
being healthy, of
people,
eating
where
healthy.
overweight becomes a health issues for them. Yeah, for those people, I mean, it's a good therapy.
No, you can
But for
be skinny and take it.
no, I will not
Yeah,
recommend
man.
it
You
to
know,
normal
I was
people.
taking this before I was weighing at 150. 150. I weigh 140. No, 132.
What's that in
130 now.
kilograms?
What's
What's
that?
that in kilograms? Because I don't know
Oh,
what
I don't know, man.
140 USA is. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
92, 94.
Yeah, 94 kilos. Yeah, you were overweighted.
60 kilos. 130 is about 60 kilos.
and
Oh,
also
60
like
kilos.
once or twice a week, if you want to, you can eat raw liver. Amazing for you. Good for the skin, for the hair,
Right,
for
we want to be accountable. Yeah.
Raw liver from which animal? Like
from bison, buffalo. Some people eat chicken liver. I tried it and it's okay, but I eat mostly like the cow liver, the bison liver or that stuff. There's people that eat chicken liver too. You can try that. I've tried it. I liked it. It satiated me, so I feel good. It's easy to find too. But like I'm saying, it has to be clean animals, obviously, hopefully, because you don't know exactly where the animals are coming from, and I mean, who's taking care of them. So you have to trust, but keep it simple. Don't overthink it, because obviously man has a hand in everything, but I think the designer of this place designed things in a certain way that we have overcomplicated things in many ways. So you can actually make it really simple and be healthy and be good, hopefully for everybody. I mean, I just feel good now, so I'm blessed for that, and I'm happy for that. You guys are looking to be healthy. Hopefully, you can find a way. I'm just sharing what I've been doing. So
Yeah,
good
and
luck
check
with
out
Well,
my
if you
coffee.
want good quality meat, then go Bambi hunting, deer, wild deer.
Hey,
That's
get
a
bigger. You
very,
know, the strongest predators, like the orcas and other predators, when they kill
yeah.
their prey, many times they eat the liver and they eat the organs.
Yeah.
Eat the
They
rest.
start with the liver. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna make some eggs right now. On that note, 8 o'clock.
Good, bro.
Bon
breakfast.
appetit.
Yeah, I'm heading off. I'm heading off too. I'm going to sleep. Bye, everyone.
Later,
Good night.
have a good one.
Yeah, stay away from that tap water.
Yeah, Jim team. I recommend you look at that website, mindfirst.co.uk. It's something which I personally tried, and it works very well. And I even helped a lot of my friends. I had a friend who was having epilepsy crisis, And since he took those pills, his body metabolism gained its balance back. He started eating. He felt desire for eating certain things, and he asked me, Alex, since I started taking these pills, I feel like eating this and that. And I told him, yeah, you just have to follow exactly what you feel. And he was eating, he was cooking those meals, because his body already knew where are the resources which he needs. And that's why you get certain desires to eat, every day. I want to eat this or that, you know.
Yeah,
And
yeah, that's
it's
true.
because
I
your
agree.
body is requesting it. Yeah. And it
That,
knows best.
that's why I eat meat, ribeye, fatty meats every
Yeah.
day, and I feel good. And the raw eggs, bro,
Yeah.
it's definitely a simple secret that a lot of people underestimate. Raw eggs,
Yeah, I
especially
know.
the bigger the egg, the better.
I was doing that also when I was young. Like I was drinking them raw, like snakes.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I learned it from my grandfather. My grandfather was actually eating them with the shell too.
Yeah, yeah. Some people eat it with the shell. You can do
Yeah.
that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't how do you say uh get that stuck in your throat or something.
Yeah. No, we was chewing them.
Oh, that's showing them
The
obviously.
shell.
I'm
It's
just messing around.
calcium. It's organic calcium. It's
You
very
know,
good
you know that
quality.
the fragmented eggshells will also help you digest and break food in the stomach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And you will absorb, the body will absorb whatever it needs from it, and you will just
Yeah.
release the rest.
Mm.
Well, I think yeah, like I'm saying, you can keep it simple. Like what you said about, the flowers, you can make some teas,
Yeah.
and I don't think you can. I don't know if you can make this out of all flowers, but I'm certain that there's many herbs and flowers out there. You can make some teas and definitely cleanse the
Well,
body,
all
cleanse
the
the organs.
trees, all the trees which make edible fruits, all those flowers are good for eating. All of them.
Right.
Yeah. Daisy flowers also, they are edibles.
And don't get me wrong. I mean, you can, like, I've been doing a lot of raw eggs, a lot of almost rare meats, and the liver. I eat it raw,
Yeah.
and I do that very often. But whenever I want a meal and I want something like is like people put good seasoning and all that kind of stuff, I if I want a good meal, I just eat one of those meals, and it's all good. And the meat with salt, I do add a lot of salt, good quality salt. I do that.
Yeah.
Pink salt is really good. The Himalayan salt, I recommend that. It's got so much minerals in it. Really good.
I've used the Himalayan salt and I can eat it, but for some reason, my taste buds, I don't know, I don't agree too much with it for some reason. I don't know why. There's other salts that I like more.
It's always good to get a
The
salt with
salt,
iodine in because iodine is really important for your body, and a lot of people are very deficient in iodine, so that's always good to have. Well,
Iodine,
the
yeah,
salt,
definitely. Iodine, you said, right?
yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, 100% iodine. Yeah, that's good.
the salt I recommend is to search the closest salt mine near you, and that's where what you should get, but natural, not processed.
100%, because there's some salts that they sell them as salt and they add a bunch of chemicals, and that's not good. And food and nutrition are dependent on a flat Earth. Like, food and nutrition doesn't work on a globe. Just to let you know, guys.
Agriculture also.
How's the sun going to send energy from 93 million miles away for your food? Impossible.
Agreed.
Oh, sorry. It's not going to happen. Anyone with half the brain, think about it. Just think about it. 93 million miles away. That's too big. I just watched that stupid movie last night, Moonfall. It's just stupid how they can make. I mean, it just shows you. If you watch that movie, you basically it's actually evidence of the flat Earth, because it is so stupid, the whole moon thing and everything. It's just all a lot of garbage. If you think about it.
They want to say that the sun actually emits gamma rays. Those gamma rays are propagating all those 93 million miles, and when they reach the Earth's atmosphere, the thermosphere, it heats up those gases at such high temperatures, and those gases then further down are transferring heat. But it doesn't work that way, because that's not the kind of energy we get from the sun. we don't get gamma rays. We don't see them. They try to invoke these invisible shields, but I have never seen a demonstration where gamma rays can be stopped by a gas. You can't have a gas shield which blocks the gamma rays.
If you only get gamma rays, you turn into a gamma male.
Yeah. You need to shield yourself against gamma rays. You need lead, like heavy metal shielding, and quite thick, not just a sheet foil.
Is that why they made lead illegal in many places, and they say it's bad for you?
Yeah.
Some people claim that lead blocks like frequencies and radiations and stuff. So what you're saying may be related to that. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about
back in
that,
the
but some people say.
days, yeah, the paint for house paint, but the one for exterior, back in the days, there were vast majority of paints had the content of lead. They were lead based paints, and they had a protective shielding effect. In winter, your house will be warm, and in summer it will be cool, chill.
They put lead in gasoline as well.
Yeah, but that's not a good thing.
You know when they say one thing, they say, "Oh, this thing is bad," like THC, hemp, marijuana is bad. They label one thing and they go all out against it.
Yeah.
Like hydrogen bomb, the hydrogen bomb. It's gonna kill everybody. Get under your wood whatever, your wood table to protect you from the hydrogen bomb. Now send people to jail because marijuana, THC. I think the lead is the same story.
Yeah.
The only
Because
reason they do
everything
that
they
is
put
because
lead in,
the
like
government
the
really can't
toys.
make money off of those products since they're privately, procured, and they
They
grow
put
naturally as well.
They put lead in toys, they put lead in cereals, they put lead in every single thing that you can find for babies' formulas. And then they say, oh, you must go to the doctor to go get your child checked for lead. So they create a problem, they create a solution, and then they create all the side effects next to it. So it's like all a big scam. The whole lead thing is a big scam to
Well,
get
yeah,
to
you
kill
don't
you.
make money off of
And
cured
basically to
people.
wipe you
You make
out.
money off of
Yeah.
sick patients.
It's basically just a big scam to make money out of you and kill you, and it's just genocide. The whole lead thing is just part of the genocide.
Again, you don't make money off of cured patients. You make money off of sick patients.
So much stuff with lead in it, it's unbelievable. And then they want to test you for lead because they create the problem, they create this false solution and pretend they're helping you with the lead. Oh, we found lead in you. Hoo. Yeah, of course there's lead because they put it there. Because they put it in everything. There's so much stuff with lead and you can't even get away from lead.
But I imagine there should be, if they put it in food, it's not supposed to be in the food. Maybe you want lead. Maybe if it's in a, like Gabiga said, if you put it on a wall to protect from
Yeah.
the whatever, from the sun, you want a solid wall because lead, you get lead from rocks, right? From the soil, from rocks.
Yeah.
So if you want to utilize that to maybe build a wall, and that wall is not leaching any chemicals or anything, I think it should be fine like that. Like a rock wall of lead should be okay. Then if you put it in the food, if you put it in the food, that's another story, no?
No, they shouldn't put
Yeah.
lead in paint, but they don't need lead in paint. There's no need for it. They shouldn't be doing it either because it does affect you long term because you're in that house you're going to get affected by that lead long term. You will, yeah.
No,
But
the
yeah,
lead in
I
the
made
paint is not in a free state.
it's not in a free state. Okay, that's what I was
Yeah.
kind of thinking. But if you read the paint has 25 other different chemicals that are probably not good for you, but they say lead, free of lead, but it's free of lead, but it has 25 other toxic chemicals. So don't worry about it. No lead.
Paint's very bad for you. Paint is very bad. Yeah, people don't realize, and also the stuff that they put on the lawns to kill the weeds, the weed killers, very bad. And there's a lot of things that are very bad actually. A lot of the stuff that people buy in the supermarket for their house to clean their house, very bad for you. The air fresheners, very bad. All those things give you cancer. They give you leukemia. Death. Everything. It's like most of the stuff that you buy in the supermarket to clean your house is basically deadly poisons.
Yeah, I have to agree. A lot of that shit. If I don't put any like fragrances in the house or um on my car because that smells kind of make me sneeze, and I feel weird. I feel weird when I'm smelling those
I don't
fragrances
like
too.
it either. Yeah, it's chemical, it's toxic.
Yeah, they give you cancer full out. They create leukemia. They create lung problems. They make you sick. All kinds of terrible stuff. There's like no end to the stuff. The stuff they put in there is really bad for you. If you study it, you can actually
It
study
is
it. Very bad.
it is poison delivered through odors.
Wow.
People just put
The
them everywhere.
finest poison. The finest poison.
Once you put in a car, those little ones with the trees in the car, and all those air fresheners that people have. People got
And
no
that's
idea
actually
what
the worst. That's
the
actually
worst.
the worst, because the finest is the poison, the particles, the more deadly they are. Yeah.
I think there's something to that because I remember this. When I was younger, we the young men wanted to have these fragrances, like the men fragrances, and smell good for the girls and stuff like that. I kind of remember like I used for some time, not for a long time. For some time, I used like this male. How do they call it? Aqua fragrance or whatever. For a woman, they call it perfumes. But there's another name for men. Aqua de toilette. Aqua de toilette.
Aqua de toilet.
That's an expensive poison. They even got the one that's called poison. There's actually one for a woman that's called poison.
I imagine your skin absorbing all that
cologne,
shit.
Gen Z. It's called cologne.
No, but that's just in America. You know, Americans, they want to put their own
Or smell
names on
good.
everything.
You know, you put it on and it makes you smell good.
Yeah.
And then you get leukemia and you get cancer and then you wonder why.
If you want to smell good, I got some fragrances, some oils for you. Take it down in my website.
Damn, some promoting hard, man. Come on.
Yeah, man, I promote that doTERRA oils. You feel me?
That's good. Sounds good.
Oh yeah, it's very good for you. It's very healthy for you too. It's natural oils. It's like, I mean, if you know about fragrances, what Jemsy was talking about, fragrances, oils, scents like frankincense and myrrh, like these are what colognes and perfumes come from. They don't, a lot of people don't know, but yeah, they take it from the oils, natural herbs. These oils and herbs can actually help you too. They're not just to make you smell good, but you can put them in your diffuser. There's diffusers that you can also get, and they'll help you breathing. And even like if you're sick, there's oregano. There's oregano. There's all different types of oils, man. You gotta check it out.
Is you know, I've seen that you could put some oils in the dehumidifiers or something like that, and it makes the house smells good or whatever.
Right.
But I've heard some people say that if they have like pets, cats and dogs, that they can't put any of that stuff because it affects the dogs and the cats. Is that true?
No, I don't think so, because my friend has cats and dogs, and they're always around it.
Okay, good. So the ones that you have are probably good. Maybe the people that told me that maybe they were buying some really bad stuff.
Oh yeah, they were probably getting stuff from Walmart or something.
Most likely.
So let's save all our cats and dogs, and then we'll all get the cancer stuff and save our cats and dogs. That's how many people think, I think.
I'll go put the link down. Hold up. All right, here we go. I'm gonna post it right now, so you guys can get that natural oils for you right there. Check out that website, guys. Just like that cat. That's exactly what you're gonna be doing.
That's what's up.
Hey man, these oils make you be feeling real good. These are natural oils. Please believe that these are not like drug infused or anything like that. Understand that this is just information regarding your health, and it has nothing to I'm not trying to this is all healthy stuff. This is nothing. I ain't trying to sell you drugs, man. Man, Jimsy got me all up in here, got me back from YouTube. I logged out to just listen on YouTube. I was just gonna listen, and then he started talking about fragrances and oils. And I just had to come in here and step it again and talk about my oils. Shit. Make sure you guys check it out.
And we've been touching some topics, and we've definitely been extending on flat Earth dependent topics, not flat Earth, not describing the flat Earth, but things that only work on the flat Earth. So I guess it's
Right,
okay.
such as health and fitness. I get it.
And I think you need certain densities and buoyancies to make the oils, to separate the oils from the original source. So you need certain uh, steps and maybe knowledge of nature or whatever resources to be able to accomplish the product that you have at the moment that you're offering. So that's
When you
dependent on economics are dependent on a flat earth. The economics don't work on a globe.
Right. So when you do a plank, how's that supposed to look?
A plank?
Yeah, you try doing a plank.
When I hear plank, I am thinking about planking my hand on a table or something.
You gotta stay. Your back has to be straight. Everything has to be flat. You ever done
Oh yeah.
planks? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You ever done planks?
When I'm sideways, I know I'm sideways. Let's see.
Planks law. Alright, I'm gonna exit out and play some Halos. Talk with you guys again.
Later,
Take it
bro.
easy, Jimsy.
Peace
Thank you, bro.
Alright, later, guys.
I think the Globers are sleeping. They're never here early most of the time. It's always flat earthers early, mostly, unless there are down under in Australia or New Zealand. I think Globers don't wake up early. They're watching their globe movies during the nighttime and sleeping during the daytime, dreaming about the globe. I saw the globe in my dreams.
Looks like a raccoon. Or a mixed breed with a raccoon.
No, it's definitely a cat.
Is it? Mm.
Yeah, here.
It's too small. The quality's not that good.
I don't think it's like a. I don't. Its body seems built not like a regular house cat, but then again, the striped tail just didn't match any. Like this was in Maryland.
Hmm.
Here, I'll put the link.
Yeah, it looks bigger than a cat, definitely. Bobcat, almost. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But the tail is too long. Here's the timestamp of the video. You can see it walk. Just when I saw it, I was like, "What?" He never noticed, and it was just kind of funny.
I think it's a cat. It's just huge. Like it's been fed a lot. I would say.
It's very muscular. It looks like it looks like a cougar or even a mountain lion, but not because that striped unless it's some kind of mixed breed something. I don't know. It's yeah, kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know.
Spaghetti.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing? You alright?
The huge.
The huge.
Capped. Interesting. Feel free to say hello, Capped. Dinky. Dinky Dog OP. Capped Underpants. You are unmuted and free to say hello. Oh, wow.
Tough perm, huh?
Came on too strong, you know. Too aggressive and all that.
Rookie.
So,
You had like 0 hours sleep, have you? You sleep discording.
Apparently.
apparently, what?
He was asking you a question if you were sleep discording.
Oh, but I am kind of half asleep, sorry.
Gospel, what's word of the day?
What's the word of the day?
Do you have one?
Sure.
The etymology of the word of the day.
Sure, I'll type it in here. There it is.
Nice. I use that from time to time. Bit of a kerfuffle.
Yeah, apparently originating with the Scots.
Yeah.
Gaelics in general. Yep. That's a good one. Oh boy.
Can we maybe get the music box playing or?
What's that?
I was just saying if we could maybe get the music box playing or something, whatever, to fill in the void.
You can do it, sir. I just let you do it.
Okay, cool. I haven't used it before. Let me see.
I'm listening to this video, so I'll probably deafen myself. But the one I posted in the chat.
Okay.
But I'm not telling you to play that one because they have whatever approved list and all that. But yeah, truth is stranger than fiction. I wind up finding a new video. He's got like 6 years of content, so it's not hard. It'll take a long time to make it through all the videos that guy's made.
Yeah, thanks for that recommend, Gospel. That's a good channel.
Yeah. Yeah, he's easy to listen to. He doesn't do very much wild speculation. Obviously, he does speculation, but it's more like, think about this. He's not telling people what to think or how to believe or anything like that. And anyway, it's good stuff. I like it.
Do you have something in mind, Quest, to put on, or do you?
I'm just looking. Not at the moment.
You find something, man.
I'll see what I can find. Flat Earth related, so to say. Eric Dubay raps? Does he rap? I didn't know he rapped. Let me see. Yeah, the font. Can you link it? Possibly. Oh, damn. I didn't know Nathan Oakley was in the Vice documentary, whatever you call it.
In the what, sorry?
The Vice? You know, Vice?
Oh, yeah.
This one. I don't think the bot can play SoundCloud, can it? SoundCloud links? Is it on YouTube? Have you tried SoundCloud links?
I tried SoundCloud, it didn't work before.
Okay. Yeah, I posted the Nathan Oakley part of Vice actually interviewing him. I didn't know about this one. Maybe I missed it.
Oh yeah.
2018, not that long time. 1 million views.
Probably made him look stupid.
I'll listen through it fast, but I'll try the link.
Yeah, try it.
That works. No.
Right,
Popped in then.
Yeah, it's doing
Maybe,
that again.
I typed it wrong here as well. Let's see. Okay, the queue has been cleared. Try again.
Yeah, try it again.
So it's space between play and the link, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's popping out again. Try play next. So was it? Actually, M exclamation
M
play
exclamation mark.
next.
Play next.
Play next space and then the link. Yeah, just put next to the play.
Oh.
No.
It's acting up.
It does it. Sometimes it works if someone else tries straight after. It seems to happen with Helio. If you play stuff, it doesn't work, and then no.
Commands list from. Is it M exclamation mark commands?
If you put on. It's playing up again. We could try a different file format. Indio plays these archive links.
For the 200th time, Zanuck.
He's already destroyed this argument for himself earlier today by claiming that you can't leave reference frames, you can't leave reference frames. Like, he's already destroyed himself numerous times on this.
I love you,
I
Chocolate,
don't
but
know
I've got
why
to jump
this is.
in.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Mike West is in the house. Mick West, even.
Oh, I seen him in the check-in. I didn't think he was real.
Yeah, no, he is real. Bev has been talking to him on Twitter and has managed to get him in. So, just so you all know that he's probably going to come down to the live stream soon.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, that's going to be way better than fucking
Yeah,
with
behave yourself, Zanuck. You'll be the
Is he like
first.
famous?
I'll be what?
You'll be muted if you don't behave yourself.
I'll always behave myself.
Yeah.
Just about got muted a second ago.
I'll be the judge of that one.
Hey, Chocolate, can we just talk about one thing before we let this topic go? The leaving of reference frames?
No more reference frames, please.
No,
My
just a
ears
simple-
are bleeding.
There seems to be a misunderstanding. I just wanted to explain it in case there's ever a question.
I wasn't here when you.
Sorry, say that again, Chris.
What's he playing?
So this is I just copied. I just tried one of Indio's. Indio's uploaded stuff to archive.org. This is one he played earlier. It sounds like it's gonna be a Mick West thing, but I just wanted to play a bit of one because it might reset the bot. So we could try the YouTube link
Oh,
again.
you mean like that? Okay. Also, it can play that
'Cause
type
that's
of
like-
link as well? Okay.
Yeah, so but SoundCloud it won't because SoundCloud forces you into the app
Oh, yeah.
or into a music
M4A.
like a native,
What kind of file format is
native music player. Same with I think it's an Apple M4A. I think it's a music file.
Yeah, I'm not familiar
Not
with
sure.
that music file.
100%. I've seen it in a list of possible things to convert to before, or to output to.
And the queue has been cleared. I think it's the link to the sick.
We can put a tried and trusted old song on to see if that works.
One of the older songs? Yeah, I see.
See, KJ's played a SoundCloud
KJ?
song. Yeah, at 6:27 today. Maybe 7:27 or 5:27. Yeah, it might be either an hour in front or behind for you. I can't remember which way.
I'm at 4 p.m. now.
Yeah, so she played it.
Let me see. She played
This morning.
Moses.
You were an hour in front, didn't you?
Yeah, ahead of you, yeah.
You played it.
Oh yeah, I see the SoundCloud app.
SoundCloud.
Go. Yeah.
.app.
Okay, what is the link we got from? Let's see. Yes, it seems.
Yeah.
We can try the link. I don't know. We haven't tried it, I guess.
So that must
work
against SoundCloud. Yeah.
It says app go. What kind of link is this? There's a different type of. Yeah. See, yeah. Trying to figure it out. Copy link. Let's see. Flurry, you
Yep. Too loud.
the train in the background.
The flat earth movement is taking on the world here. You are not living on a pear-shaped oblate sphere. Water finds its level, horizon stays flat, rises to your eyes, no matter where they're at. The pole star hasn't moved an inch in millennia, while the other constellations all around it turn perennial. Group rotations in perfect formation, never moving an inch from their relative locations. You're not moving, the earth is static, gravity is magic, the truth is tragic. You fell for some sad shit, time to redact it. Earth is flat, that's that, can you grasp it? That last mass pick was faker than a spastic. Ass crack at it, claimed to take his last hit. Your blue balls fit firmly in the cockpit of all your dog shit bought by the public. But not me, bitch, I'm running through your gauntlet. A page chills like water through a faucet. Right quick like I knew from the onset. You try to hijack and co-opt the movement. But not me, see, I'm running through your gauntlet. A page chills like water through a faucet. Right quick like I knew from the onset. You try to hijack and co-opt the movement. Like Paul Bale sitting jealous in his bathrobe, or Stephen Christ looking sly in his dim light. Orphan Red on her bed flashing gang signs, or Mark Sargent from a game design standpoint. Like Rain Griffin's interpretive dances, past years, fake smiles, and furtive glances. Powerland's weird songs and rambling rants are like John LeBron, always changing his stance. The shill M.O., it's always the same. Take the flat earth keyword and make it so lame that it stays taboo and avoided like the plague. So it seems like you're trolling and just playing a game. Mix some misinformation and you're ready to play. Put flat earth in the title and your shills get paid. It's as easy as that, just Google Hangouts all day. Keep it kosher and bash on Eric Dubay. But not me, bitch, I'm running through your gauntlet. A page chills like water through a faucet. Right quick like I knew from the onset. You try to hijack and co-opt the movement. But not me, see, I'm running through your gauntlet. A page chills like water through a faucet. Right quick like I knew from the onset. You try to hijack and co-opt the movement. But you failed, underestimated my drive. I'ma keep fighting for the rest of my life, exposing the truth and destroying your lies, dethroning kings one at a time, like my man Gerard Hickson, Thomas Winship, Samuel Robotham, and Charles K. Johnson, or my gals Lady Blunt and Gabrielle Henriette. Irrefutable proof is all you're gonna get, like David Wardlaw Scott and A.E. Scallon, William Carpenter, Westfield, Ashini, and Shenton. Your globe world disorder is what we are ending. Veils are being lifted, that's what you are sensing. Your control getting cold, humanity's moving on. We're beyond playing chess and we're done being pawns. So prepare for the final checkmate, it's on. Once the tipping point's hit, you motherfuckers are gone. But not me, bitch, I'm running through your gauntlet. A page chills like water through a faucet. Right quick like I knew from the onset. You try to hijack and co-opt the movement. But not me, see, I'm running through your gauntlet. A page chills like water through a faucet. Right quick like I knew from the onset. You try to hijack and co-opt the movement.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep under my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
My name is Tristan and I'm in second grade and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level. What'd your teacher do? She just didn't talk to me what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. Hi, my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
What do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has ever been in space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts. Okay, that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. So there's a distance for which that is. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit. And I'm sorry, as an astrophysicist, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe.
All right, listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology. and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on space station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go, and this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's minds. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that.
Delano wanna beat the tomato with. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. I'ma tell y'all motherfuckers that the earth is flat. It ain't no motherfucking ball. How the fuck you believe that? NASA ain't some bitches, they ain't go to the moon. Near the grass and you a bitch just like Winnie the Pooh. Bill not a science guy, bitch, fuck you too. The earth flatter than the water at the top of a pool. The earth stationary, bitch, that mean it don't move. In the flat earth wins, the globalists lose. NASA in the Hebrew means lie in the sea. I'm trying to shut the truth till you brainwash people. Do you feel like you're moving? Do you see a fucking curve? But when you touch fire, don't that shit burn? Cause you feel it. Are you globalists some bitches? We just telling you the truth. Flat earthers, we the realest. And we get laughed at cause we ain't stupid like you niggas. The government pimps and y'all suck they penis. The sun not 3 million miles away. Get the fuck out of here. I see that bitch every day. It's inside the fucking firmament, the way it's in the Bible. You hate me, I don't give a fuck, you my rival. Rainbows prove it's a dome, bitch. Sundogs prove it's a dome, bitch. The sun and the moon in the dome, bitch. In this water, a butterfucking dome, bitch. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists. Bullshit. If fall just like dropping the bricks. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. Scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists, bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks.
What up? Hello.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of...
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't let it say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak. Debunk my bubble. It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right. Fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
We didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell your vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting us citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a banknote. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically entertainment? The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters. And when you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own. You better hope you never caught walking alone, to be blocked up a road off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show, brain scribbling when the Wi-Fi's on, airplane mode when I ride my phone, if your eyes wide closed. We're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions, and they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm dripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone. We're living in the...
Hello, guys. You okay there? Hello, this is What Curve calling Earth. What Curve calling Earth. I know there's somebody there. Don't be shy. Come on, talk to me. Talk to me. I need to know it's flat, man. I need to know it's still flat. Come on.
What would change it?
What would change it? Nothing for me, mate. I know it's flat. How's it going?
Howdy.
Say again?
Howdy.
Howdy.
How do ye?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm all right, mate. You okay?
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
I'm going to have to be rude and ask who I'm talking to because I'm using my phone and I can't really see who I'm actually talking to. There.
It's okay. It's Gospel Bearer.
Gospel Bearer, how's it going?
Doing well.
Cool, man.
Working.
Right. You're just breaking up the day talking in there.
Yeah, I was taking in a couple of Truth is Stranger Than Fiction videos, and I think they were playing the Flat Earth Music Bot, probably similar kind of sound clips or something.
Right. Cool. Yeah, I've popped in here a bit last few days. Like, I've got to be honest, like, sometimes this place bloody annoys me. Some of the people in there, they really do. But hey, you know, you get a mixture of people, don't you, around the world. But the other day I came in, or all over the plane, I should say, sorry, you know, I came in the other day, right? I spoke to a couple of people, and this guy Flatty as well came in to see if he was around because I was going to send him a friend request because I kind of liked what you said, like, you know.
Sure.
But yeah, it's cool. See you lot in there. I didn't mean to interrupt your music, by the way, when I just came in and was going, hello, hello. I just,
No, I don't think it's a big deal.
yeah, just saying hello, innit? You know. A little break from the fucking so-called real world that we're allegedly living in.
Yes. It's certainly wearisome.
It's certainly what?
Wearisome.
Oh yes, yeah, indeed, yeah, mate, yeah. I mean, it's not really for me. I mean, I'm kind of all right, you know. I'm kind of oblivious to it. You know, I'm that old now. It's like water off a duck's back. But what freaks me out is seeing these, you know, these young people. Sorry to use the term, but they're younger than me. You know, I'm 50. You know, they're only half my age. They've got their whole lives ahead of them, and it's just this. What all I can see is just nonsense. You know, I could have swore there. I'm trying not to swear in a live stream nowadays because I got asked not to the other day, but I could have bloody swore. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, it worries me what the future is for all of these good people that I see around me, people with energy and, you know, something about them, some spunk, you know, nice people. And there just seems nothing in the future for them, and that is, you know what I mean? It's a bit hard, that is.
Yeah, it boils down to how folks are going to spend their time, what they're going to place value in. You know, folks need to learn how to work with their hands a lot more, learn tangible skills.
Yeah, practical skills.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you
tradable
got?
skills at that, isn't it? You know, because when the
Good.
shit hits the fan, and let's face it, it is going to at some point. You know, we're all playing the waiting game here. You know, that's the way I look at it. But when it does go down, these sort of practical skills are going to be they're going to be sought after, aren't they? You know, you're going to be able to trade your skills. You know, in a way, for some people, it might even be the only commodity they've got to actually trade. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Good morning, Effie family.
Hello.
The Effie family.
How's it going?
Pretty good. What are you guys talking about? Hands-on skills? Like
Yeah, just you know, practical skills in the
practical
real world.
skills.
You know, when we're gonna,
Exactly.
you know, at some point we're all gonna need them, aren't we?
That's what I've always tried to like continue to better myself with is those
Yeah, check this
skills.
out, guys. You know, at the beginning of the COVID thing, right, which a few years ago now, a couple of years ago, right, I lost the use of my right arm, and I'm right-handed.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
Which is like having to adapt to that is crazy because like I can't use like certain things. It's weird because I can still use my hand, but my arm has just stopped working. So it's like I can still play video games, for example, right? Because I've got the use of my hand, but I can't. I've got no. I can't use my arm for anything. I can still use a chainsaw, believe it or not, because kind of I've got used to using it kind of left-handed, you know. But it's like in the real world of when the shit does hit the fan, and let's face it, guys, it is going to at some point. You know, let's face it, it is. You know, it's like what use is a one-armed person to somebody? You know.
That all depends.
Exactly, which gets us back to what we were just saying about the skills that you have, other things that you can offer people, you know.
For instance, and this is very random, but let's say you understood the process to extract is not the right word, but to if you knew how to process sheep to make your own rennet,
Oh, right. Yeah. I know.
You wouldn't necessarily need two hands to do that.
Yeah.
And that is maybe not the life or death skill, but it is an extremely rare skill. There's a very low number of people in the entire world that have that that knowledge of how to make your own rennet.
Yeah. I mean, that's quite crazy that you chose rennet as an example, but yeah, I mean, you're right there, man. Yeah, it's like you know, when you make pemmican. Is it pemmican? I never get the word right. You know,
Pemmican. Yeah, pemmican.
Yeah, that stuff. Yeah, because you have to render the fat, don't you, beforehand?
Yep.
And like even rendering fat is like something most people don't even know about, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Sure. Different. I mean, there's a lot of food preparation stuff, fermentations and stuff like that. Just what I'm pointing to is knowledge, right? Sure, it's great if somebody is really great at like building, and yeah, that would be really tough, with only one hand. Not impossible, but really, really tough. But there's also like just brain knowledge and intelligence that can be a great asset to a survival situation.
Yeah. Where do you live, man? Do you live in a large city?
Do I live in a city?
Yeah.
No. Well, yes, actually, I do. But it's not like the kind.
I didn't hear that last bit, mate. You'd have to repeat yourself. Sorry. Hello.
Yeah, I heard a beep and then he cut out. And now he's deaf muted. So he must have got a call. I think he got a call is what that was.
All right. Okay, cool. Yeah.
He's probably still working.
Yeah, this whole preparedness, like obviously I live in the UK. I live in the second largest city in this country, right? And it's like, and I live 5 miles from the city centre. I don't drive, right? So if it ever went down pear-shaped, like I'm possibly in one of the worst places you'd be if it ever went down. You know what I mean?
I know. I live in a city too. I live in a pretty large city in California here. But I'm fortunate because there's thousands of acres of wildlands actually still that I could go to.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Which I can survive in that. Like if the shit hit the fan and there was like let's just say random chaos in the city or random violence or whatever whatever you want to call that. Unrest. Civil unrest, is that what they call it? There was a name in the hospital they had for it, like Code Orange or something. Anyway, if that happened, I know how to survive out there in the woods. So that's a good skill. I mean, like that's from like building shelter if I had to, building temporary shelters, building fabricating my own weapons from what's around me.
Yeah.
Like I know how to do all of that. Like I don't know how I learned some of those skills, but like maybe I watched too many
We just the modern life just beats you out of you, doesn't it?
It does. I've been so freaking traumatized. Like I grew up as a little scared, little skinny, little white kid, and until I got bigger, and so I had to learn how to protect myself. So
it took me a long, like I said, I'm 50 years of age, right? It took me a long time before I realised
I'm older than you. I'm more than a decade older than you.
You know what I mean?
More than a decade older than you.
Are you really?
Yes, I am.
Man, you don't sound that.
I'm more like 15. I'm more like 15 years older than you.
How old are you?
60. I'll be 64 in July.
That is crazy, mate. It's crazy. you know God Rocking?
Yes, exactly. I know God Rocking.
Yeah, God Rocking's a mate of mine. He's the same age as you, isn't
he? He's older than I am, just a year or two. And Dave Hinkle and us three are about the same age. All three of us.
You really don't sound that that age, though, man. You don't.
I'm
Yeah.
a singer. I'm a musician and a singer. So
You know, another guy that's up there with you guys is Crypt.
Crit is too. He is, isn't he? Yes, he
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. And he's another guy that sounds really, really, really young. I
He
was like, this
does.
dude's 21, 22. He's like, no, I'm in my 60s. I'm like, no, you're not.
I don't normally ask these questions, guys, but do I sound old?
No, you don't sound old.
No.
No.
You sound
I
like you're
thought
in
you
your
maybe
40s.
35 to 40 or 35 to 45 maybe is what I kind of thought.
I'm 51. I'll be 52 this year.
Yeah, you got a young voice too.
Not that these things bother me. I was just interested, like, you know.
Just a thick accent.
It's your accent. Yeah, your accent throws it a little bit. Because I'm like, bloody hell, bloke. You see, I'm an honorary wanker, right?
Oh, no.
Right?
Sorry.
Yeah, honorary wanker. That's right.
When I hang out with God Rocking, like, he loves it when I say the word wanker, because it's like very British sounding thing, isn't it? You wanker, sir.
Nice.
You know what I mean?
I love British humor.
Yeah, I got a phone call with your question.
I'm going to say this, right? Before I got on to Discord, I was already on Discord because I was a game player, so, you know, but then I found out you lot, you know, Flat Earthers on there, and I came on.
You weirdo.
Yeah, you know, they're bloody weird, aren't they, those Flat Earthers? But I tell you what, I've never really spoken to American people. You know, I just had this idea of what Americans might be like and all this. And I've got to say, being on here, they've completely blown my mind and reversed my, you know, my prejudices, maybe call it that, you know.
That's good. Yeah,
think,
we need to challenge it. We need to challenge these beliefs and ideas about what other people are because we've mostly been given this information from the mainstream media, right? We've been given this information of what we're supposed to think people are.
You know, if you don't actually go there and find out for yourself what you're going to see, it's like, you know, this thing with Ukraine at the minute, right?
Yeah.
There's this war going on, right? Now, I saw this thing the other day with this guy, like he got on a plane and he flew to Kiev, right? Got off the plane, he spent a week there. There's absolutely nothing going on.
And had a vacation, huh?
Yeah. Now, guys, I'm going to repeat myself again now. So if anybody heard me yesterday, they're going to hear me repeat myself. I'm going to do it again deliberately. Right? You know, like us like-minded people, there's a kind of there's a base set of things that you should have watched or read. You know, stand you in good stead for having conversations like on here, aren't there? You know what I mean? It's like I hear a lot of people making references to, for example, the movie The Matrix, right? And I can see that, why they do that, you know. So it's like, but without having seen The Matrix, you wouldn't really know what was going on, would you? Right? There's a movie, right, and it's called Wag the Dog. Has anybody seen it?
I started watching it last night. I just fell asleep, but I will continue.
Mate, you've got to properly plow through that film and watch it. It is absolutely incredible. It blew me away.
I like the beginning of it. I like the beginning of it already. He's like, if you will not be telling anybody about this meeting or anything, discussing it, like that first part. So, yeah, I wanted to watch it when I could focus and pay attention to it.
Oh, yeah, it's well worth watching, guys. Honestly, I can't big it up enough. I can't believe it's passed me by for all these years. I only saw it recently.
Me too. You know what? I don't know what I thought about that movie, but I always avoided watching that movie for some reason. And I don't know why that is, because for some reason, you know, some just fly under your radar, some movies, and you never really ever watched them.
Like Mel Gibson's conspiracy theory or conspiracy theorist movie.
Yeah. And Phenomenon.
Wasn't there one with matey, Will Smith? That called
Enemy of the State?
Oh, Enemy of the State. Yeah, that was pretty good. Do you know what I like best about that film? There's one scene in that film, right? I'm certain it was taking the piss out of Truthers. It was, he goes, he said, we're going to need a dedicated satellite on this guy. And the guy looks at me and say, we don't have this technology. And then you suddenly see a satellite in orbit, like moving, like looking down at him. You just think, that was in the days when A, I thought the world was a globe, and B, I was a fucktard more than I am now, because nowadays I know there's no such thing as satellites, and well, I suppose there are such things as satellites in that regard, because all they've got is really high altitude fucking balloons going around in circles, aren't they?
Yeah,
and planes,
man.
and
That's what they're using to take the photos.
And planes, yeah, they got planes, they got balloons, they have drones now. They have they have drones that look like aircraft.
I know you guys like to keep it flat Earth on here, right? So, I mean, I'm more into. I don't like the term mud flood, but I'm into history, right? That's more my kind of thing and stuff, right? But I'm a flat earther. Well, I'm, you know.
I think I'm going to start switching to level earther.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like this terminology at all. I really don't.
I don't either. I never did like labels of any kind, actually. I don't like them.
Yeah, they're ridiculous, man. It's like once you can label it, you can sell somebody something, and then we're back to square one, aren't we? You know what I mean? It's like, man, it's like when I was at school, right? You didn't have kids with these problems like that you've got today. Like they call it the spectrum, don't they? You know, this autism, ADHD, and all this. I mean, I've got ADHD, right? That's chronic. I really have. I've had it all my life. I'm a manic person, but that's just me, right? That's not just a label, a medical condition. That's just somebody who's manic. Because once they can label it, then they can sell you a drug to help you with it. You know what I mean? And this whole thing about these, like, you know, these spectrum drugs, you know, like it starts with like Ritalin and stuff with that, like that, doesn't it, on the ADSD end of the scale. And then at the other end of the scale, you've got like autism and all this, and they're using these drugs, man, and these drugs are like expensive. You know, it's like
it's like when they went out through they said the Van Allen belts, they didn't know about it. So I probably have all of those things, but you know what? They didn't know about it yet, or they didn't make them up yet. So, but what I figured out for myself is what they were trying to do is take away elements of my personality.
Yeah.
Because I have a personality. They want to take those parts of your personality that they deem as not being appropriate or whatever they deem them as, but they just wrote it in a book somewhere. They wrote it in a book. They just wrote it. They just wrote it. They made it up and wrote it in a book somewhere.
Yeah.
And so
there's your movie link.
Do you know what they really don't like to see, guys? This is the reality of the world that we live in. They don't like to see happy people.
Oh, it's almost done.
Yeah, look at what I posted in the chat.
Mate, I can't because I'm on my phone. I don't know. My computer broke, so I'm relying on my phone.
It's okay. It's a link to Harrison Bergeron.
Right, who's who?
It's a link to the movie Harrison Bergeron.
Right, never heard of it. Tell me more.
It was a short story, I believe, originally. I don't know how long of a book it was, but they made it into a movie. It's about everybody having to be forced to wear a handicap device that basically prevents anybody from being too smart. It's a pretty neat story.
Who am I talking to now again? Sorry?
Gospel Bear.
Gospel Bear. Sorry, man, because I can't see. I'll see on the phone. Yeah, Gospel Bear. Could you DM us that, please?
Yeah, I could put it in DM. I think. Let's see. No, you got to friend me. Got to friend me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll try and. All right, so sent a friend request.
Yeah, I did.
But, honestly, I know this makes me sound like a spastic, but this phone is. I'm just used to using my computer, and this is just bloody awful.
Oh, Discord on the phone is pretty cumbersome. I don't like it on the phone at all.
Like, honestly, mate, I find it really, really hard to use. It's like it's hardly responsive. So I've got the friends suddenly come up. All right, got it. There you go. I think I've done it now.
And the link
Nice one, man. Thanks.
is right there. There you go. Excuse me.
My mum gave me a laptop yesterday, so I'm going to get on my. I'll get back on my laptop later, and I'll be able to look at it properly then.
Sorry about sneezing into the mic. Oof.
No worries, mate. We pride ourselves around here on sneezing and farting. But belching, you're not allowed to for some reason. If you burp, no, they're not cool. But farting's okay. Bit weird, eh? But there you
go. Better out than in.
Indeed. Any of you guys grow your own marijuana?
Yeah, California.
No. Yeah, well, I can't guess that. I'm in England, it's still illegal, remember. Yeah, I just thought I'd ask. So I'm just smoking some cannabis through, like, a couple of weeks ago. It's fucking crazy ass. Some of the strongest stuff I've ever smoked, man.
The tolerance is probably really low.
Say again?
Your tolerance is probably low. That's why it's probably hitting like that.
Oh, yeah, but I've built up a tolerance really quickly as well, I've noticed, to it. Yeah, this strain's called Do-Si-Do. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Oh, yeah, I heard of that. Pretty good.
I recommend it. It's nice. Really kind of just whacks you out, though.
Especially after work, you hit a blunt. Oh, my God.
Yeah. So it's quiet around here, isn't it? For the daytime, normally. There's normally a few more people in than this and that.
And one time I get off of mute, it's quiet in here. Interesting. I'm always muted in here, so I don't really speak like that.
What, you are, or I am?
Oh, yeah, I am.
Oh, yeah,
I'm always muted.
Then I always come in here drunk, calling people cunts, and that doesn't help. That's enough to get you. That's enough to get you muted. It's only because normally I come in here and I hear these people going on, guys, and I just think, man, they're so full of shit. Like, these people need to be brought down a peg or two, man. They're up their own arseholes, most of them, and they don't give other people a chance to say anything either, and I don't like that. Like, when there's obviously people here who have questions, I think they probably feel intimidated about asking them, the way some people go on around here. I've noticed seems to have been an exodus of people, it's like they've all gone to their own servers and they've taken their egos and they've left. You know what I mean? There does seem to be a lot less ego around here than there was a while back, to be honest.
I think what it is that I think the audience observes what happens when, let's say, a Glover comes in and asking an obnoxious question that goes against the social construct of flat Earth, right? And they get drilled instantly, bombarded with lots of facts and damning evidence, and they're either silenced or banned instantly, and they're like, oh, I don't want that. They want to continue listening in and observing and either gathering information or, they want to get better in their own knowledge, but they, like you said, they may get intimidated just by what happens in here.
I mean, when I discovered flat Earth, right, I used to, years back, I used to hoax crop circles back in the day, right? That was quite a few years ago now. So, I've been in the conspiracy scene for a long while. I know the score, right?
Yeah.
And I'm kind of giving it up. And then Flat Earth came along for the second time in my life, right? The first time Flat Earth came up in my life, right, was about the year 2000. And I got online and I spoke to this group of people. You might know them. They're called the Flat Earth Society.
Don't think so.
You know who they are.
Okay.
The Flat Earth Society, you know what I mean, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. I got onto them. And they got a friend of mine turned me on to the Flat Earth about year 2000, literally. And I looked it up and I just thought, these guys are a bunch of fucking nutters, man. What's going on about, right, you know? And it was only 6 years ago or so that I, you know, rediscovered it and obviously figured it all out, you know. Can I ask you a question? Straight up question, right? Honestly, guys. Does it make you feel lonely being a flat earther?
Does it make me feel what?
Does it make you feel lonely being a flat earther?
Oh, dude, yeah, 100%. I mean, my views alone, I mean, a lot of them in today's society don't align with that. So, yeah, I may feel alone with it, but I don't acknowledge that aloneness in a sense because, like, what is there to acknowledge that for? You know, like, there's either objective reality you acknowledge or you're either in another illusion, someone else's illusion, and I don't pertain to that. You know, I'd rather just be in an objective reality and what I see is flat and that's it. Like, what the fuck is the curve? Where is it at? You know, so no one else has ever even say, hey, I have billions of dollars. Let's go test it out. Put this to rest. No one has ever done that. You know, so
yeah, man. Right. You know what, as well, like, I was an atheist till I discovered the flat earth about 6 years ago, like, you know. Fucking atheist. And now I'm kind of definitely not an atheist. You know, I don't really know what I am, but I am not an atheist, that's for certain.
you definitely acknowledge that there is something out there that is higher than yourself, higher than the rest of us in a sense, you know?
No, I don't myself. I look at it like this. I try to be pragmatic. I try to look at it like the real thing. Like, you know, the way I see it is this. There is a creator, obviously, you know.
Yeah.
All of this didn't just come from fucking nowhere, man, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
As for God, I've got to say I don't buy into God at all. I think God's a human construct. It's a thing created by humans to control humans. Yeah, it's as bullshit as Hollywood is to me, man. The Bible, to be honest. You know, I'm not putting the Bible down, but all of that organised. Actually, I shouldn't have just picked on the Bible, should I? You know, all of that organised religion. I've got no time for it. It's just a control
I
mechanism.
agree.
It's just a control mechanism. As for the creator, whoever made this all around us, let's face it, this is quite an undertaking.
How does the
You know what I
Bible
mean?
control you?
Say that again, mate.
How does the
Organized.
Bible control you?
He's
what has
referring
it-
to organized religion, if anything.
Yeah, but he puts in correlation to the Bible, and the Bible has nothing to do with organized religion.
Yeah, I corrected
I agree with
myself
that
on what
also.
I said there. I didn't actually mean the Bible. I just meant all organised religions. I'm not.
I agree. Yes, organized
I'm not
religions are
picking on
there
any of
too.
them. I'm just picking on all of them. I think they're all
Right.
ridiculous, man. Do you know what I mean? We know what's right and wrong, guys. Come on, man. We're not stupid. We're grown adults.
But keep
Right,
in
you know?
mind,
We don't need a book to tell us what to do, or a big building that we go to on Sundays that's drafty.
the book,
with hats, you
the
know.
book even tells you that you are the temple of God. The
That's right,
church,
amen.
you are the church. Okay, that means that going into a church is not the way of you finding God ultimately, and also just saying, "Oh, I'm a Christian," doesn't mean that you're really a Christian. It's about
That's right.
acknowledge. It's about acknowledge. Wait a second. Let me finish for a second. It's about acknowledging that God Himself was killed by religious people in order for us to be saved through the works He done. Okay, that's what you need to acknowledge. That God did the work for you in order for you to be righteous on the day of judgment.
Well, God did the work through His Son.
There's nothing
God
to be
didn't die.
acknowledged there. It's like we have no evidence of God. Let's face it, guys. Now, the
Are
only
you for
thing
real,
is,
man?
Listen. The only thing
Okay.
is, we have, right, we're here in existence, aren't we? We are physically here. So something must have created us, right? Now, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm also not trying to start an argument, guys. Right? Listen to me, though. You know, maybe it's because I separate God and the Creator into two different things, because I do see them
That
as
makes
two
no
different
sense.
things. Why does that not make no sense? Because your God is just somebody who you just like, mate. You may as well work for NASA
Hey,
and
listen,
tell us
man.
that we went on the moon. You know what I mean?
My God was born in a barn, and he teach scripture to very religious people who thought of themselves that they're really righteous. He did miracles in front of him, and still at this time, even though let me finish. Even though they've seen him doing these miracles, even though they've seen God in person, they still killed him. That's what you need to understand. That's why it's not easy for many people to actually believe in or even believe in the Bible, which is ultimately the word.
Okay, right. I'm gonna tell you what. Right, I'm gonna really try and do the right thing here and say something to you. Right.
You're
can I
just
back
leaning on your own understanding. That's your
No,
problem.
yeah. Listen, please. Can I back out of this conversation? Because I could get really kind of shouty and ranty about it, you know, and
I
I
know.
didn't really come in here to have that kind of conversation with you guys, like, you know.
But you're saying things that are not
I tell you
true.
what though, man. If you want to come to our server later, we'll be on there, man. You're quite welcome to come to ours and have a shout at us and a rant. We're always up for that.
What?
But I just don't. Yeah, I'm just not really going to do it right now.
I'm just saying that the things you said about the Bible and reality are not true. And you can wait until you die to find out, my friend. You can wait until you die, but then it's too late, okay? That's why I'm telling you. I'm not your enemy. I'm just sharing my experience, you know. There can't be a coincidence that all over this plane people say that suddenly they're safe from taking drugs, from having a lifestyle of darkness and so forth, and have all the same. They all have the same. They all say the same thing, that they've been saved by the hands of Jesus Christ. So is that a mass coincidence that just happens? Is that a mass coincidence? What do you think? How can things like this happen?
I'll tell you now, they're delusional. It's a cult. It's just like the cult of the flat
Man,
Earth
that's
and
to think
the
that
round Earth.
it's really stupid.
You know, everything is a cult, really.
It is not a cult.
It is. It's just what side of the fence you sit on, isn't it? You know, it's like, yeah, it is, man. It's
the
like,
Bible even says if you
like,
love this,
you're going on about this, right? But listen, right? You mentioned nothing about actual time, how long ago these events happened, or when they happened, right? Yeah, these things are hard to pin down. Now, I've been reading history now for a few years, right? And I've come to realise that short of anything past 300 years ago, you can't find out anything about it, right? Now, as far as I'm like clued up, the Bible, including all of the other organised religions, they were all made up in the 16th century, man. Completely. The whole world you live in is a construct.
Where's your proof for this? I can travel with you, take a flight to Sodom and Gomorrah. I can show you. I can show you literally.
I know, but you're not even listening to a word I'm saying. Please, listen.
You're saying that the Bible is something made up.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm actually saying quite the opposite, if you'll listen to me, right? The whole of human history.
What are you trying to explain? That the Bible is untrue,
can actually be condensed down into about 1,300 years, right? If you look at it, right? Including in that 1,300 years, all of the events in the Bible. So don't think I'm putting the Bible down, because I'm not, right? I'm not at all. Right? I'm just saying to you, you need to rethink the time scales that you're actually thinking about this, because when you think biblical terms, you're thinking a few thousand years ago. These events didn't happen a few thousand years ago, man. they happened relatively recently. They really did. And what I'm talking about, I'm
I'll be
talking
honest
about.
with you. I'll be
Yeah,
honest
yeah.
with you, man.
I'm being serious. I'm being
Yes, I
serious, guys,
understand,
man.
and I accept what you're saying. But at the end of the day, you know, regardless what time span or timeline or whatever, is how much they faked history or how much they faked the calendar, I still know that God forgave me as being a very, very bad person, a sinner full of darkness, and He
Well,
still
that,
accepted me and
yeah,
and
but
uh, and
that's
and
got nothing to
returned.
do with. Yeah, but that's got
Yeah,
nothing
yeah,
to do with
but that's
Christians or
everything
anything.
that's
That's
everything that I
the
need. I
outdoor.
don't need to see any miracle because he made a miracle.
Well, as well, man. Yeah, that is
And
All right. Sorry. Took me a second.
What happened?
I moved them to the appropriate room, biblical.
Oh, I see. Yeah, this is the live stream, so
Correct. Dead air is the preference over religious matters in this specific voice chat.
oh yeah.
I wish you
Well,
were here yesterday, Gospel.
What's that, Flatty?
I wish you were here yesterday.
I was here yesterday. I was
Were you?
lambasted, ridiculed, criticized, made fun of, and shamed by certain other people on this subject. But the fact of the matter is, I just be a moderator that moderates, and people can say whatever they want to say.
Yeah, fair enough.
I haven't heard lambasted in like ages. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Well, there aren't very many occasions where it's a fair word to use.
Right. But the fact that it happened yesterday, like, damn.
The part that gets me is like I think to myself, surely one would not want to take parts of, and this is last I'll say about it. Take parts of the Bible that actually do correlate scientifically with Earth. You surely wouldn't want to go against those, would you? That's a rhetorical question for everyone. No, for me personally, no. I had to take a second look at the Bible and look how the Bible actually correlates with reality as we actually see it and measure
That's
it.
right.
So, like, once I did that, like the rest of it, I don't know. Listen, I'm not any kind of scholar. I've done a lot of reading. I've been in Christian churches for years and years. I've done much reading of the Bible. I don't consider myself religious at all or Christian. I don't know that I'm qualified to make that judgment of myself or others. I'll let the higher authority make that determination for me. I don't care to like name myself something like that. It's none of my business.
Funny thing.
So if I am like, listen, here's the way I've always thought of it. If you're a Christian, supposedly you're living along certain guidelines or laws, that just are right and wrong. We all know what these things are. They're written in our heart. If you don't, So, forgot where I was going with that. But what was I going to say about that? Darn. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just leave it at that. It's none of my business to call somebody a Christian or to call myself a Christian. I don't know. Oh, here's what I was going to say. If you are living by those standards, then it would be obvious. There'd be no reason for anybody to even say it.
I'd strongly disagree.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
And I can give you just one particular person as an example.
Okay.
His name was, well, he was known by many names, but one of his names was Jesus.
And what did he say? If you, so what you're saying is that you could act and behave Christian, but still have malintent in your heart or something. No, I could agree with that. That's possible. Is that what you're kind of describing, though, or trying to say? Why'd you deaf me? Oh well. I bet he got another call.
Oh.
That's the only reason he would do that. I know gospel pretty well.
He didn't like the cut of your jib, Sonny. He didn't like the tone of your voice.
No, that wasn't it. It's a good. See, I'm so happy that I don't take things like that and run with them, thinking people think, like trying to determine what people think of me. Oh my God, that's just such a slippery slope. What a ridiculous
Yeah,
thing!
dude. It's worthless, really. That's
It's
even
a
think like
waste
that.
of time. So yeah,
Especially talking to people on the internet. It's just like,
I don't have that kind of weight on my shoulders anymore. Thank God for that.
Amen.
Amen to that.
So I just let others do as they do. They're always going to do as they do. I'm powerless over that, as well as other things like, well, let's name them. What are we powerless over? People, places, and things. Okay, that pretty much covers everything outside of beyond my nose.
That was really bad timing for me to get a phone call, but that's just how it is with me. I can't help it. And I didn't mean to come across. It sounded probably like I was coming across almost angry, but I wasn't at all. It's just I've heard this before. There's this old historical figure. His name is Francis of Assisi,
Yes,
aka what's that?
I said I keep the prayer up on my wall.
Gotcha. Well, there's a quote that's allegedly falsely attributed to him, and that is, "At all times, preach the gospel, and if necessary, use words." Well, there's no actual proof that man said that. But even if he did, it doesn't really matter who said that. Somebody's obviously said it at some point. Otherwise, those words wouldn't be strung together in that way. So who it's attributed to is meaningless. But with that said, I disagree, and on account of the one who definitely used words.
Okay, but maybe I could
go ahead.
clarify the gospel, because I think you may have misunderstood what I said. I said if somebody is a Christian, it'll be obvious.
I would agree with that statement for
That's
sure.
all I said. That's all I said.
Oh, okay.
It wouldn't have to be. You wouldn't even have to say it. It would just be obvious. This person lives along with those rules. Like they behave as if they have the rules in their heart, like we all do, but they're obeying what they know is right in their heart to the best of their ability. We're all human, right? So, but
Yeah.
if someone's a Christian, it's not that. Well, I don't know. I won't get into the deeper philosophical stuff. If I do, I'll go into religion.
Yeah,
myself.
the thing is, anybody can accomplish moral fortitude.
That's true. Now, that's the point I was trying to bring right when you got your call, is that, but I kind of see your point, because some people could act and behave that way, but still have malintent in their heart, correct?
Well, I'm not even going to blame anybody for malintent. I think that there's plenty of people that choose to live as morally upright as they can, based on whatever, what is their foundation for moral choice. That's a question to be discerned in that instance. But anyway,
yes.
In regards to what was happening, guys, it seemed to me that they were just arguing over history and validity, religious topics, and all that.
Right.
So I was like, okay, this is just too much for
Yeah,
this PC, and I
exactly.
was not trying to take it or let it continue to be a religious topic by any means.
I gotcha.
It was a no holds bar at Nathan's.
Yeah, I think I dipped out of that server a while back. I purged a bunch of servers a while back just because of the Discord community guideline toss update thing, and yeah.
Yeah, Ether took a big butt whooping today.
I don't know who that is. I don't think I know who
Ether.
that is.
No, Ether. Well,
the topic.
But nobody knows what Ether is. Right?
Oh, wow. It's
They
a
took,
concept.
they took like 2 hours trying to define it.
Yeah, I could pretty much sum it up in, I think, under 10 seconds.
Somebody said it wasn't physical. The other one said it was everything. The other one said it was a subvariant of lightning.
Yeah. The issue with the concept of it being quote unquote everything is Kabbalistic in origin and is a slippery slope to the religious belief of monism, where everything is one and one is everything.
I mean, Ether itself is a deity.
It can become that in certain people's conceptualization of it, yes. It is not that inherently, it is not what you just said, but it certainly can be made to be that based on a certain person's interpretation or conceptualization of it. I posted a good video on a little bit related to that topic earlier. Where did it go? Boom, boom, boom. Right here. Well, vaguely related to the topic, but anyway, the Truth is Stranger Than Fiction channel. He's constantly talking about how these things are related.
I just looked it up. Ether is a deity. It's a Greek mythology deity.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not exactly. It says in Greek mythology is the personification of the bright upper sky, according to Hesiod. He was the son of Erebus and Nyx. Brother Hemera in Orphic cosmology, Ether was the offspring of Kronos and brother of Chaos in Erebus.
Chaos had a brother? I didn't know that.
Well, they're all related, right?
I thought Chaos was like the originator in Greek mythology. It's like that guy that's basically has hands as feet. and it's like his body is like an entire eye or something like that. Pretty weird.
Yeah, but I see what you're saying. Gospel ether, as they proclaim, it's like saying heliocentric model is not the deity, but is named after the deity.
Yeah, anything can be an idol. Yeah, what if contrails, known by some as chemtrails, are a red herring?
There's a whole treaty about chemtrails.
What if the chemtrails are just a distraction, and those are actually all of the quote unquote satellites? And by satellites, I mean they're just planes.
Then you have to explain the metallic dust particles that are floating in the air and them wanting to control the weather.
Yeah. I definitely know about the weather programs and all that. Here's what I want. Might be really hard though. How would... Okay, could you fly a private plane at the altitude that those planes are at? First question. Second question, could you fly that plane with an attached filter, kite type device in order to actually capture and then test the actual caught red-handed material as opposed to secondhand knowledge, claims, and speculation? That's my
I agree.
questions.
Yeah, I mean, we just have to have the money to do so in the time.
Well, lots of people have private planes. I'm not talking about like anything fancy. I'm just talking about like good old 20,
Yeah.
30, $50,000 private planes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm game for that. I mean, I would do that, but I mean, even then, everything is really a distraction. I mean, you have to understand that in this life, that if you're not focusing on God, and I mean, what are you really doing? If you're not multiplying or giving Him praise, I mean,
Multiplying. How many kids do you got?
me 0
Yeah,
at the moment, but I
that's
have
okay.
plans
You're
of doing
probably
so
young.
in the future.
Probably young, right?
Yeah, 24.
Yeah, yeah. I was 24 when I was getting married, so I get it.
Yeah, I could have been married already, but I mean, yeah, life happened and had to elevate. Really,
Yeah,
no,
I
I'm
got it.
not focused on that. So
Well, 13 years later, now I
yeah,
got 3. Oh.
you got 3 kids with him. That's
Yeah.
good. 13 years later, huh? Okay, well, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. What are you, sort of 37?
That this is the year of 37 for me this summer. Yep.
Look at that. Yeah, you're still young, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Dude, I turned 25 this year, and like, I'm just thinking like I'm doing pretty good for myself right now. But I'm just thinking like, man, like 30's coming up. I just don't want to be 30 with no kids, honestly. But I mean, if it ever
Hey,
comes to the point, that's fine, you know. But
30 with kids isn't a big deal. Being 60 with 15-year-olds, now that's a different story.
oh shit, yeah,
It's
yeah,
not about how old you are when they're born. It's about how old you are when they're teenagers. Oh man.
yeah, yeah. Most of my peers already have kids right now. I'm like the only one
Mm.
that doesn't have one, but I'm okay. I mean, they're not where I'm at in life, so
Yeah, but I agree with the message. Multiplication. It makes a big difference. Fight the lie of overpopulation head on.
yeah, I don't agree with that. Yeah, no, I don't agree with overpopulation at all.
If you're thinking about having kids and you're 25, it's a good thing, man. At least you're thinking about it, you know?
Yeah,
Everything happens in its own time.
yeah, yeah, it does. I just can't rush it, you know. I just gotta be patient and continue what I'm doing right now. So, and everything will fall into place. Bad thing happens when you start to rush things that don't happen at a given time.
Exactly. And prayer is important too. So I think you're fine, man. Just keep doing you and think about these things. It's good for you and
Yeah,
it'll happen in its time.
thank you. I think I needed that. Yeah.
Yeah, the tail does look too long. Exactly. That was such a weird creature. Well, not really. I mean, it's just for the area, it's hard to know what exactly that was.
What do you mean?
Here, I'll post the message link. All right. So earlier today, I posted a timestamp to a video by Barricade Garage. Dude's just live streaming his backyard, talking about, and the timestamp. For fair warning, he uses quite a bit of special language, but he's still, he's a great guy. He's actively discussing attitudes and behaviors for his hypothetical zombie apocalypse posse. He's just goofing off in his backyard. Long story short,
Okay.
and he never notices this creature. It's a cat of some kind walking, I don't know, 15, 20 feet behind him in front of his woodpile, and only one person noticed it in the chat. I'm watching this video, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what is that? It only shows up for like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
But he's in Maryland, and I'm like, yeah, bobcats are definitely in that area. Bobcats are all over the East Coast, but there's a lot of cats that aren't, right? Somebody said puma, and I'm like, yeah, it does kind of look like a puma, but this is Maryland. There's not pumas, there's not cougar. Well,
Right.
there's a lot of cats that aren't in the East Coast Maryland area. Like you can't. Oh, it's a mountain lion. Well, first of all, it doesn't look like a mountain lion as far as the tail goes, and I think it would be slightly bigger if it were a mountain lion. But it's right in that bobcat range.
What about a lynx? Is it a lynx or?
This again, Maryland, bro.
Right. Yeah. Doesn't sound too common for it to be over there.
Posted the pictures. I kind of just screenshotted. And it's just moseying through in the background. Truth, yeah. Yeah, but again, that European wildcat. Yeah, I get you. The tail is definitely very similar, but look at its body color. Like, it's got the body color of a mountain lion. And then that tail, though, and its head is, I don't know. It's not got very large ears from what I can tell, but its neck is just massive. Like, its neck doesn't go in at all. It's just, that's why I'm thinking this is not a regular old house cat. A freak bobcat. I don't know. I don't know.
I wish the picture was just a little bit clearer, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could see the video, but it's
there's a
still
video? Okay.
kind of blurry. Yeah. I'll repost the link here.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't think it's a fat cat. It looks muscular and lean to me, not like a big old fat house cat or something. The thing's got a long body. I think it's a freak bobcat. That's my guess, but what are you gonna do?
Let me look at it. Hold on. Let's see this. Oh, what? Um,
Can you see it?
yeah. Huh. I almost said I think it was an extinct animal. That what it looks like to me, but it's not. That's not going to be there. I was gonna say it looks like a Tasmanian dog or something, but just by the fucking the tail. But
Yeah, but I definitely think it's a cat. I would have a hard time believing that's a dog.
yeah, no, it's not a dog. Yeah, if anything, that's extinct. European wildcat, good guess. Probably a really adult one or something, but
In Maryland, just outside of Washington D.C.
yeah, good point. Yeah. Mm-mm.
I mean, I guess stuff happens, but still, that picture I mean, that's a really pretty cat. But
It could
again,
be their habitats being disturbed, and that's probably why they're migrating this way. I mean, who knows? I mean,
migrating
potentially.
on boats.
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense. Yeah, I know. What the hell that is?
His dialogue in that video, though, is pretty hilarious. Alrighty. We had to update and did not allow the transfer card. Where'd you go? Oh, okay.
The guy in the video doesn't seem concerned.
No, like he didn't even notice. Like, and one of the guys was like, "Cat," in the chat, and I mean, he reads his chat, but he reads it like when he wants to read it. He's not obsessed with reading the chat. He just reads it whenever he wants to read it. That cat that you posted does not look like the one in that video, though. That thing looks
obese.
Well, yeah, the one you posted, but the thing in the video looks like a lean, keen killing machine.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. I might have found
kind bobcat.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has the bobcat look, but bobcat's tails are almost like I can't find examples of bobcat tails being that long.
Oh, the length of the tail. Yeah, no, that's a long ass tail. Yeah, that's pretty long.
Yeah, it's not a fat cat though. Like
it's 26-pound cat that could be a police dog.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I
it
don't
could
know
be
if
easily mistaken for a bobcat. It says in the article, and
yeah,
could
but
also
look at this
go ahead.
cat's body. It's not got stripes on anywhere else on its body. It's got black feet up to its midway up its leg or whatever. It's all black. It's all brown except for that tail with the weird, striped appearance. And it's got the big old shoulders. Looks like it's in the neighborhood of 20 to 26 inches in height at the shoulder and head. I'm guessing based on the wood pile, but
That guy made like an hour-long plus video, and we're focusing on the 3 seconds that the cat went by.
well, I watched the video. I like Barricade Garage. I'm a big fan, but this was an anomaly. Like, he doesn't have creatures except for the birds. Like, he's got birds in his backyard that he's interacting with on from time to time because they're funny. But this is the
Oh,
first
that's
time.
probably why the cat's there, because of the birds.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Just never seen a creature walking around on his live streams, and this one just didn't look normal to me. There's one thing I know about cats, though. Cat rhymes with flat. And then, like, one of them Sphinx cats, or is that just a photo edited monstrosity?
I don't know. I was looking for a muscular cat. That was one of the first pictures that came up.
Thing's arm looks really creepy. Like the paw.
Yeah. Ugh. Jaguarundi?
That's the name of a cat? I thought jaguars down South America, yeah?
There's jaguar and jaguarundi. It says wild cats of North America.
Oh. Interesting. Yeah, it's who did that one? There we go. Oh.
Doesn't look like it. I mean, whatever.
This is why I posted the mystery. Oh, that's a neat little chart, though. Yeah, like mountain lion, but small. Or, I mean, gosh, yeah, no, that's what it looks like. It looks like a mountain lion mixed with a bobcat.
Yeah.
Or a jaguarundi mixed with a bobcat, but more so the mountain lion mixed with. But I don't know. It doesn't look all that big. Yeah, it's a weird one.
Did
That was a hello.
Children
Hello.
of the Corn. How are you? Wanna be a robot?
Yeah, we don't play the game where you name yourself after a thing. Even though I don't even think me 6 robot is. I don't think that bot is in this server. But anyway, what's up, robot? I mean, we don't have to do wannabe. It doesn't have to be weird. We can just do robot. Robot. What's up, robot?
You hurt its feelings.
Well, if it was really a robot, it wouldn't have feelings.
Oh.
That's lame.
Yeah.
Super lame.
So did you find out which cat? Oh, damn.
No.
That's a muskrat cat. Yeah, some of them pumping steroids in their food as well.
No. Okay. We have made a completely new freaking system on.
All right. So
nice.
I'll just mute you because you're trying to play a recording of some kind. It's not how that works. You had an opportunity to say something. Your mic worked, obviously. So as a result, you'll have to take some time to think about your actions. I'll give you an opportunity to think about your actions. In fact, go ahead and stop your recording. This is a possible moment of instant grace. Okay? I will give you one chance to just have a normal conversation. 3, 2, 1. Go ahead and speak.
Is the
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And your time is up. Oh well. I'll give you 11 days to think about it. Bye. Weirdo. Hello.
What's going on? Checking that out.
Yeah, it's been quiet today.
Oh, Lalo, haven't seen you around for a while.
Yeah, just lurking around. Seeing. It was a good debate yesterday, or stuff that he was talking about.
If you call that a debate.
Gravity. Oh, okay, entertainment. All right.
Yeah.
To see how
it
other
didn't
people
fill all the
react.
criteria for debate, but yeah, it was entertaining. And in the beginning, but then it spiraled out.
It did spiral out.
Yeah, sadly.
Gravity, yoo-hoo. It's a good experience to see what people react to when you do find someone. And if I speak with someone about it and they react that way, I know what to expect.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hey there.
Oh, hey. Yep. Trying to send you messages.
DMs.
Yeah. Because it's a long list. Like,
Yeah.
everything from popcorn to tiny kangaroo, kangaroo, whatever. There's a lot of roles in this server. Is all I'm saying. So, there's a lot of pet roles, so to speak. I guess they call them vanity roles. Chests and all
In
kinds
that
of stuff.
point,
Hello, Gregory. Long time no see.
long time no see. Hold up.
Yes.
Exegesis God. Oh, God all one.
Yes.
Is it?
Hey, Gregory, it happened a long time. I only hear about you through our mutual friend Eli. So
Yeah. Exegesis, where do you recognize me from?
Ron server.
Ron?
Yeah. The debate server.
What's the name of the server?
War of Words.
Okay. Oh, Ron. Oh, yes. Okay. You heard? So we spoke before?
Yes. It was just simply
Okay.
God 01. Then I got banned off Discord based upon my discussion. So.
Off the entire app altogether, or just that server?
Oh no, the entire app. They had to make another account. I don't know. Yeah, I was talking about Russia and Ukraine, and I was talking about electromagnetic frequencies and stuff. And after that day, they banned me. I don't know why. So
They through the things that I've been hearing through other persons, they are not consistent.
you mean as far as policies for Discord?
Yeah, Discord.
Yeah.
They do what they want.
Oh yeah, I lost everything, bro. I hate it. Like all my servers I gain access to, like I lost everything. I hate it. I'm thankful I created the server, my own server, and retained some of the information and knowledge I've gained. So at least I have that still. But
right,
yeah, that's what happened. That's crazy. That new policy though, they're basically like banning people that are speaking against free speech or something. I don't know.
Yaka.
Every now and then we purge some roles. I'm looking through this silly list right now. We got Squirrel Farmer on here, for crying out loud.
What was that made? What was that made for? What was that supposed to say? What is that supposed to mean?
Apparently, people that farm squirrels. I don't know. I don't know. It exists as a role on our server, though, so there you go. All right, Bible study, honest, and realm. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. Click this. We just type in book, and then we type in
More
that
cheese,
one.
please.
And then honest, and then realm. All right.
Good grief, a wanker. You're the occultist.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a list.
It's a list. Good grief, I know who made that role. Pretender clown.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yep.
What does space influenza mean?
It's the same as all the other derogatory space roles that we have. Yeah.
Like space aids.
Yeah, exactly.
Christ alive.
I don't know. I like the one that says blue-haired NASA intern. I think that's pretty cool.
Oh my god.
That's a pretty good role.
As soon as he said it, the image comes to mind.
Yeah. Yep.
Is the UN the United Nations?
I suppose, and I'm not sure why that's a role. I don't know who that's
what
a role for, but it's there.
The average person going around being a United Nations apologist? I mean, what?
Yeah, I don't know.
Good grief, degenerate anime. Wow, man. Degenerate anime.
Yeah, well, truth be told, a lot of anime and other comic type things are pretty degenerate. So
Yeah, it's almost a catch-all.
yeah.
Good grief, space crabs. People really think they're funny.
What with the roles?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a work in progress. They just keep on scrap some of the old ones, make up a new one. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Also, she blinded me with science. She blinded me with science.
Yeah, I think that's a ladies' night role for anybody that comes in here. And I don't know where that one came from. That's just my guess. Or it's a Michelle Fowler. Is that her last name? Michelle Fowler, the complicated rock lady.
Yeah. Okay. I saw that clip.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Special person.
Like they don't appreciate just how intellectually bankrupt that kind of metaphysic is. Like, do you realize you just gave up knowledge with that? You gave up all abstracts, including knowledge.
Yeah, imagine some of the most pathetic philosophers in history. Not even the well-known ones, just the dudes that were like, "Huh, why does peanut butter stick to the roof of your mouth?" Like really low level philosophers, right? Like all of those guys throughout history are probably thinking, "Oh my gosh, are we to blame? What made this happen?
Is this our fault?
Did we do
this? Did we do this?
It's bad.
Is this the logical implications of our thinking?
That would be sad. But especially just good old the OG Aristotle stuff. Like he was really not breaking incredible ground with his thoughts. He probably ripped half of it off from Solomon, but
perhaps
or more. But yeah, I mean, those guys. I bet if they were to confront and have a conversation with somebody like her, they'd just be like, "Wait, you know that's illogical," and they're like, "Oh no, we're in the age of quantum logic." And they're like, "Okay, explain. Explain. What does that mean?" And they're like, "Well, you see, manifesting truth is more true than truth itself." And they're like, "Oh no,
Oh Christ!
what's happening?"
Aristotelians are putting this talk about oh Christ.
I might have just coined that phrase, by the way. I'll have to do a Google search and see if quantum logic is a.
Quantum logic. I can't get over that. Like, in whatever sense you mean, I can't help but think of it in the sense of logic, just comprised of just indivisible, irreducible particles.
Nope.
Which
Here it
then
is. Here it
reduces
is.
logic to absurdity because it's an abstract universal.
Here's quantum logic in a logical equation. A equals and doesn't equal A.
Right.
That's quantum logic.
Equals C, N, D, N, E, N, F, N, G, in all the letters in the alphabet, in every alphabet, in all numbers.
Yeah.
Even imaginary numbers.
A equals and.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Slick, hello.
Sure.
Wow, that was weird.
He's struggling. They'll get it right.
There we go. I put it in text form there. Or maybe I need to replace the and symbol with a slash.
Yeah. Well, no, that works. A equals A and does not equal A. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Why are you talking about A equals A?
We're making fun of quantum logic as a concept.
Did she say that? Is that the phrase she used?
No, I made that up just now.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you,
logic.
Slick, but it is it's a little robot-y, little Chad robot-y.
Now look who'd joined the doggone room.
Which one's
with his
that?
last name being F.
Oh yeah, look, yeah. What's up, Elijah?
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Whoa.
We heard you, but you're very low in volume.
Nope, I'm gonna have to restart. I can't be on Google Meet and then try to come on Discord.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're back if y'all can hear me.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
hear you.
Quantum logic. Yep.
So how do you define this neologism?
Just that. That's what I would do. Well, and of course, all I'm doing is I'm codifying Schrodinger's cat in a logical equation.
I see what you did. Kind of like space aids.
Yeah. They're okay with this, and they're okay with this because it has its origins in the mystery school religions and Kabbalah and all the other derivatives of the mystery school religions.
And then they still can't have that. They can't even have fallacy. This is how erroneous. This is how erroneous and intellectually bankrupt matter and motion ideology is. Whether they call it physicalism or materialism or naturalism.
And I tell you what, man.
But you cut out there. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
He received a phone call. He'll be right back.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep, we hear you good.
Yeah, good.
Hey, what's up? What's up? Good to see you in here, Gregory. I don't have to run in here and leave because you're here. So I was just trying to say, let me see what's going in there real quick before I call Gregory.
Oh, there he is. Oh, wow. Hey, Greg. How are you?
Yeah. What's going on in here?
Oh, Gospel Bearer, he was just explaining the hilarity of his neologism, his new word, quantum logic, where he's making fun of the scientists and the materialists, the physicalists, of academia, and how he's essentially, it's essentially a hilarious a jab at their irrationality, quantum logic, quote unquote. And then he defined it as, and he made an equation. He said A equals A and does not equal A.
That's good.
That's quantum logic.
That's so
because
good.
I mean, that's not even a non-favorable, like, that's accurate because that's what they say. They run their mouth about Schrodinger's cat, and that's what it amounts to. Just forsake the law of non-contradictions. But that's not okay for the Gospels to do that. Never mind. Again, the violation of the law of non-contradiction. Don't contradict yourself. Don't be a hypocrite. But shame on me for expecting consistency from them.
Does it say anything about passive aggressiveness? Because that's what EXO keeps being.
It does talk about meekness and kindness and gentleness and long suffering and compassion. So yes, technically, by implication, with those virtues that one filled with the Holy Spirit is to demonstrate. I thought these were cookies. Oh, never mind.
It is so freezing cold today, and it's almost absolutely windy. I wonder what makes a windy day.
I was asking myself that question yesterday. What is wind? Where's it coming from?
Cause I mean, on a not windy day, I mean, it's not like there's less oxygen to breathe, and when it's windy, it's not like there's more oxygen to breathe. If anything, when it's really windy, I can hardly breathe. But that probably has nothing to do with the amount of oxygen. But the point is like, what the fuck? What what is it?
What
I
is
don't
it?
know.
What is this? What is what? This? What are you pointing at? I don't know. It's just this thing everywhere. What thing? I don't know. It's not solid. It's not even liquid. I can't even see it, but I certainly feel it. What does the gold and gold plus rolls mean?
I don't really know.
You know, with the time that I've been in this room, I've recognized that there are many bouts of silence just like this, besides me speaking right now. Are people just waiting for someone else to speak so that they can listen to them?
I guess yeah. I'm not speaking too much because it's windy as hell right now where I'm at. It's like damn near impossible. Um, but it typically is that way, unfortunately. And
Kind of just waiting for the over to come in.
exactly, you know, it's perfectly fine, and you know the airwaves are totally free. Then a globe earther comes in, and everybody wants to bum rush the microphone.
More gravity. Well, I'm working right now, so can't talk too much. Yeah, I'm working. But as far as the wind is concerned, I think that's just, you know, you guys were talking about wind. Where does wind come from? You have atmospheric pressure differentials, and the mediation of the pressure differentials causes the movement of the atmosphere itself.
An atmosphere. That sounds
Aren't you
like
talking
a
about
thing.
high density and low density areas?
Sound like a
What you mean?
globe when you say sphere, man.
That's
High
what I'm
pressure,
saying.
low pressure. Damn, all I had to say
What are
was
you talking
atmosphere, and
about?
motherfuckers started talking. Well, I was seeing if you were talking about what I thought you were.
See, the moment you say the word sphere, see how shit gets crazy all of a sudden.
Get triggered, bro.
Let's not develop any intellectual allergies to any English words now.
No, that charter. Anyway, yeah. Oh, yeah. So there's a difference between. There's a boundary at which once it's met between one differential and another different. That's when I guess I don't know. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I was about to ask the question with what Napalm just articulated. What causes the pressure the differences?
Typically, temperature and pressure have a relationship. So I would say temperature.
But what causes the movement of the two? The difference to increase temperature and increase pressure, or the opposite?
It's because they're constantly trying to overtake one another.
I see.
It's usually how it works with high pressure and low pressure areas. They they equal out, or they try and overpower the other and then equal out as a result. But since we have a constant movement of them, they're always rotating around our plane. Yeah, in this dynamic system, you can talk about the movement of the sun can certainly have an effect on this dynamic system that we live in. Constant movement. Well, it does work very similar to a spotlight. It has a local source. I mean, haven't we taken videos of the sun like behind the actually in front of the horizon, like very high altitude, like plane footage?
No.
I have not. Have you?
Well, I think I've seen it in the server. It's someone inside of a plane and they can see both the sun and the moon. And they're up so high that the sun is in front of the horizon, which shouldn't be possible if we live in a heliocentric world because, the sun should
No,
be
well,
millions upon billions of miles
yeah.
away in empty space.
Well, I would like to see what you're talking about because I mean
It's a video in
the
the server. I think it's still
horizon
here. Let me see if I can grab it. It's in Livestream voice text, at least last I saw.
because the horizon is just uh the meeting of the top and the bottom half of your angular vision, I suppose. And there's this line there. And everything on the bottom half is everything that is um underneath that horizontal point or that halfway mark. So for the sun to be below it, that would mean that the sun is below you. Like and I don't see how that proves your point. But I think we just use words to like some shit we want to drill down and make sense, and some shit we're just like we're just gonna accept that as is because what would we be saying at all if we just took apart the whole thing? It's like
Which is to be expected and unavoidable. No one is neutral. Everyone has something that they're trying to emphasize, so they emphasize certain points or data or evidence or whatever so as to thoroughly express their point that they're trying to express. And if they don't like a counterpoint, they will minimize it.
Well, I'd say that goes into the. Well, in that instance, I'd say it would be more like the burden of proof that we talk about. People saying, like, oh, flat Earth requires a burden of proof. Well, no, it wouldn't because we observe it in nature. The ball Earth would be the burden of proof because you need to prove these simultaneous counterclockwise and clockwise rotational motions that would throw off every single aspect of our, everything that we see in our cosmos. Like,
Well, in
for
regards to
example, like majorly with the Orion's belt, the Three Kings, right?
Mhm.
That should not work on a heliocentric model.
Yes. In regards to any and all posteriori information, any empirical information, knowledge that we're trying to ascertain, everyone has a burden of proof to substantiate the claim to knowledge about some empirical phenomenon in nature. It's just that I do get your point that they're the ones that have the greater burden to carry because their claim is contrary to the empirical data that we do observe. And when the globalists suppose the question, they in their mind they think that we just completely bankrupt of evidence of any and all a posteriori data, any and all empirical data to substantiate what we're saying, when the truth is the very antithesis of that.
But that's why they down talk the truth. They merely want the tickling lies that feel good. They're not truth. They're just lies. They just feel good.
I couldn't say it better right now.
Well,
And
that
the
part is
funny thing
biblical
is,
itself.
the reasons for them preferring this cognitive paradigm don't imply what they want. They don't imply the kind of worldview, the kind of the world that they want. Believing that you live on a ball flying in a void with amongst humongous other balls of solid liquids and gas does not indicate, it does not logically imply that there's no God and that you can do whatever you want and that you don't have to worry about punishment if you don't repent or anything of
Well,
the
even
such.
more so, that would be more of a bolster for God's evidence because is it really logical to say that all of this would come out of a random cosmic accident? It's nearly impossible. For the complexity of life that we see it and the small micro elements of it. It'd be impossible to come out of a random means.
People don't realize this when they talk about cosmology, but as long as there is something, no matter what cosmic paradigm you believe in, if the earth is a square, if the earth is a cube, if the earth is a cylinder, if the earth is a cylindrical pyramid, no matter what the geometric aspects of the cosmos there is, there must be a God.
Mm-hmm.
People don't understand it. It's a necessary being.
Well, even so, they believe in things like science to just do away with it, even though science in and of itself would require an intelligent designer to put these specifically lawed and ordered things into place. If it were random, we wouldn't have fixed, ordered laws.
And in fact, the ultimate implications of there being no God while you try to maintain the existence of science is really just absolute chaos unto nothingness, which is what they teach. That's the eschatology that they teach. From nothing came nothing, and to nothing it will go.
Mm-hmm. But even if you bring, no matter how much evidence you bring to them, they just still, cognitively dissonate away.
Yeah. Pretended autonomy, just hand waves, just dismiss, just whistle past the graveyard.
A good old-fashioned whistling past the graveyard. Hmm. Alrighty.
It's not a matter of whether you do or don't have a God. It's just a matter of what is that God and who is it.
There's thousands of religions. There's only one truth.
Well, for those that know, at least old school Owen Benjamin, he used to say something. Who is your master?
Yeah.
Who is your master?
Which is an echo of what Lord Yahushua, Jesus, said.
Yeah.
Everyone's a slave, just a matter of who you're a slave to.
Yeah. So some bread, flour, milk, cheese, potatoes, a sirloin steak, bacon, and eggs in 1913 was $1.55. 100 years later, in 2013, was $23.98, and 9 years later was $50.72.
Wow.
Yeah.
From what time to what time?
So the first is 1913, $1.55. 2013, $23.98, and 2022, $50.72. Yep. I tell you what, family of five, that grocery bill, guys. Like,
Oh, yeah.
people make jokes about doing the ramen thing. People make jokes about eating beans and rice, but if my family were to spend the same that we were spending just 2 years ago on groceries, that's like legit what we would have to do is just rice and an extremely inexpensive protein. And what's really, really crazy, I took a picture to go back to the grocery store with, and I know people are probably going to be asking, what on earth did you buy that for? But maybe you've heard of a spice called, or herb called fennel. Fennel.
I haven't.
All right, so there's this herb called fennel. It's unique. It tastes a little like licorice. At one grocery store, a bulb with the stalk and all the little fennel leaves and stuff was $15 for one bulb and stalk of fennel. And at another grocery store, it was like $3.98. There's some weird things that happen. I don't know who makes. There's different grocery stores owned by different people, but in the same general region. About 35, 45 minutes down the road from each other. And anyway, that is a weird thing. but it's also kind of an obscure item. But every now and then, some things get a premium price that don't deserve it, so to speak.
It's
But
too
yeah,
low
yeah, well,
or too
no,
high.
way too high, way too high. Fennel shouldn't be, $15 a bulb. That's everybody be a fennel farmer if that were the case. Like it grows like onion or any other. It's not an incredibly complicated
Yeah,
plant.
I know where
Plant.
fennel grows. I know where actually fennel grows quite a few places around here. There's whole little sections of fennel growing, all kinds of good stuff.
Yeah.
Sage, a bunch of sage, different types of sage.
Hmm.
Really good on the food. Fresh rosemary. I put that in my gum the other day, and it was like gave me relief.
Yes. Yeah.
From numbing
Rosemary, oregano. Those herbs, man, they are in their raw natural state. They are super
super
powerful.
duper. They are. Yep. So
Oil
like
of
I got
oregano for sure.
I got numbed out the other day because I got this tooth pulled, and it's one of my wisdom teeth. Well, it's yesterday is the day it got pulled. So today I had a really bad night, but yesterday during the day I went and found some of this rosemary because like there's gardens around the park that grow that stuff. There's whole big patches of fresh rosemary. I mean,
Hmm.
talk about a good spaghetti dish when you put fresh stuff in instead of
For sure.
store bought that's been sitting around for 2 or 3 years. Yeah, and so I put some of that right in my gum, right next to where the tooth was, and it actually started feeling like it was numbing, like a continuation of what they numbed me with in the dentist's office.
Yeah.
Like it kind of helped continue on that numbing sensation, so I didn't feel the pain. Helped quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Learning so much. Like daisies, almost every single daisy type of flower has medicinal properties, anti-inflammatory, like a bunch of vitamins, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. I don't know about daisies. I did do a dandelion tea once, but
Antioxidants, yeah. Nasturtium, if you can find nasturtium, they have lily pad like leaves and these bright yellow, green, yellow, red, and orangish flowers. And the entire plant is edible. They're full of vitamins, full of something called lutein, which is like some
Yep.
kind of superfood.
Yep. Yeah.
It's an expectorant. It can help you. Like it's helped me because I had these infection, and part of it was in my breathing, in my upper sinuses, and my upper respiratory, and so like I'm kicking all of that using these kind of foods. Wild mustard, awesome stuff.
By what you two have said, I can safely assume y'all have a garden.
I do not. I need my soil tested. I just moved to North Dakota a year ago, and I've been going through one crisis after another. So I don't. Of course, our growing season where I live is about 3 months long. So I would need extremely fast crops, basically. With that said, North Dakota is the #1 producer of sunflowers.
What I'm talking about grows out in the wild. I'm strictly talking about plants growing out in the wild that I can go forage.
Yeah, no, that's really good. North Dakota produces a ton of stuff. They could be financially independent. It's pretty interesting.
It's cold in Dakota.
Oh yeah, sure is. We got inches and inches and inches of snow on the ground still. So because we had another blizzard last weekend.
I got that little phrase from Kent Hovind, one of his presentations, making me crack up. It's a shame he doesn't know the truth about the cosmos.
Mm-hmm.
Or rather, he does know, but he refuses to accept it.
Yeah, there's this.
That's not my wife. It's just a picture of her. It's just hilarious, corny jokes.
There's this appeal to want to fit in with the mainstream.
which I learned when studying history, the history of believers who, for the majority of history, call themselves Christians, have struggled with that. I mean, ever since the first century, all the way through the medieval era up to the modern era, we're trying to defend the faith by contrary presuppositions, presuppositions that contradict presuppositions that we profess to subscribe to, and with the appeal for the sake of trying to appease them and trying to seduce them. I mean, that's really what it boils down to, trying to appeal to some degree to their worldview and to their ego so as to allure them rather than just simply using love and the truth to allure people. You want to appeal to their antichrist ways, their disbelieving ways, so as to allure them. Like, what is the point in professing that you have the truth, which is exclusive to any and all other suppositions that contradict this truth, and then you appeal to that which contradicts the truth that you supposedly have, so as to draw them unto the truth?
Yeah, kind of a roundabout reverse psychology. Best case scenario, but not really.
You know, once again, the
Isn't
struggle
that
with
basically speaking of unfalsifiability?
Why do you say that?
Or maybe I heard the last bit of what you said about they'll have a presupposition and then things that are contradictory to proving the presupposition in the first place. Or
No, no,
maybe
no,
I'm
not. Yeah, no, not proving the presupposition. The believer, like you and I, appealing to the presuppositions, the suppositions, the beliefs of the disbeliever that contradict the truth, so as to draw them unto the truth that we profess that we have. We're appealing to falsehood to draw them unto the truth, and appealing to the ego, which is contrary to the Lord's word and the Lord's pleasure, so as to draw them unto the Lord. That's the history of the the thought leaders. That's the history of the thought leaders in Christian history. You keep appealing to the doctrines that are contradictory to the truth, and the ego of the disbeliever that disbelieves the false doctrines contrary to the truth, so as to draw them unto the truth, seeking their approval. Because it's not just a means of seducing them, but still being self-assured of ourselves. We're not. They have it. They were not self-assured of themselves, and we're seeking the approval of the disbeliever, so as to gain more confidence about themselves and the truth that they supposedly profess to believe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you don't need that. You don't need falsehood to prove truth. You don't need the approval of disbelievers of the truth to make the truth seem credible. And you don't need the approval of disbelievers to to approve of oneself according to the word of the Lord.
It almost sounds like you're trying to say that truth stands on its own. It's like
kind of, not quite, but you know. As though the truth is so weak that it needs the crutch of falsehood to stand upright.
Downright poetic.
Thank you.
Is somebody playing Mario Kart?
Do you hear my background?
I heard what sounded like the starting to a Mario Kart race.
Hang on, let me mute myself, see if it's coming from me.
Do, do. That's what I heard.
Did you still hear it when I muted myself?
No.
Okay, that must have been me because that's my TV. That's my mom's TV in the living room. I guess
Oh
it's
wow.
loud enough to come through my door in my room.
She playing Mario Kart?
No, it's an Animal Planet documentary with the
Oh,
soundtrack.
I got you. So who is? Matt Will East. I don't know you, but welcome.
Thanks, buddy. I'm
Hello.
just listening here in the background.
Sounds good. That's fine. Oh, did you? Is there a fracking? Speaking of Animal Planet stuff, there's a dude that's been making some interesting videos. He's gotten fairly popular. And I'm forget his YouTube name. Something National Geographic. See if I can find. I'm never gonna find it with those search terms.
You'll never find the link you're looking for.
Yeah. The way that I find a lot of stuff is by going to my my history and then searching my history, searching my watch history.
Yeah.
Geographic.
Don't you hate it when it doesn't work still?
Yeah, or when I watched that video on a different device when I wasn't logged in. All right, so his YouTube channel is named Casual Geographic, and that dude has a really funny sense of humor. Of course, he definitely is on the evolution train, but
my.
But he incorporates creationism in his dialogue, which is weird. You know, it's like weird flex.
Is this dialogue like with other persons or a diatribe with itself?
Yeah, like soliloquy type stuff. Well, no, it's not a soliloquy because he's not really. He just does monologues. He'll feature an animal and then do a he'll do a monologue on a particular animal or here, like why honey badgers don't fear God or lions is the title of one of his videos. But his delivery is a very I guess you could call it TikTok-y kind of delivery. But
ain't that funny?
What's that?
His banner on his YouTube channel, Hood Nature.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah. He's got a pretty good sense of humor though. I watch all sorts of stuff on YouTube.
So is he just monologuing, going on and on, making jokes after jokes after jokes?
Basically, yeah. But you know, it's on topic. It's not like stream of consciousness or anything.
Yeah.
All right. So I've shared this resource before, but for anybody that does a ton of YouTube, this was an extremely huge discovery I made. It might be meaningless to anybody that doesn't really care, but it's this link that will take you to all of your YouTube comments. So that's not hard for the average person to do. But when you can convert your YouTube account into a content creator account, you lose access to getting any notifications of anybody replying to your comments or anything like that at all. So basically, when you're a content creator on YouTube, every activity that you engage in is lost forever unless you use this link, which is myactivity.google.com, and you can actually look at all the comments that you've like ever left on YouTube.
Why is that? That doesn't make sense.
Why do you stop getting notifications that people are replying to your comments and stuff?
Right.
I don't know, except for content creators. If they did that, they would be getting like, some people would be getting like 10,000 emails a day.
Well, then just design it to where you can toggle a setting. It doesn't need to like.
Sure. Yeah, I hear you, but I'm not aware of that setting existing in the first place. So
yeah, like it's not up to me, Gregory. I didn't make this.
Yeah, but when I found out that this existed, I was like, oh my gosh, finally I have a way to check. Because sometimes I'll leave a comment on something and be like, I wonder if anybody replied to that. I wonder if anybody engaged in that. And most of the time the answer is no. But every now and then,
someone speaks up.
Yeah,
Someone has
and
something to say.
there's a handful of things that I'd only had like 300 comments on my initial day, and those are the ones that are fun to check back in on, and when you kick the beehive and stuff.
Someone has 2 cents or more to give me.
Oh, I like to kick beehives every now and then.
You know, what's life without a swarm of insects attacking you?
Something like that.
I mean, what's life without destroying the one and only habitat that they spent so much time to make?
Oh no! When you say it that way, I'm like a villain or something.
You're like some kind of cosmic monster, like a Cthulhu.
Oh no, the Cthulhu. John Smith. I see you're VC verified.
Hello, Mr. Smith.
Hey, what's up? Do you remember me, Gregory?
Do I remember you? You sound familiar?
Yeah.
Wait. Ron
Silver.
Yes, it's you. How are you?
I'm good, bro. Yo, Ron
Didn't you
told
have
me.
a different name?
Did not have a different name. Smithy. That one?
That's the name that you use in Ron server?
Possibly sometimes. Ron said yesterday that you left Discord.
I didn't leave Discord. I just left a number of servers because they were just getting, becoming very inactive and boring and or annoyingly contentious with no fruitful dialogue.
Exactly. That's a good point. Yeah, well, a bot came in and banned a bunch of people, so I can't get back in there now.
What is the deal? I mean, I'm not a tech wizard, so what is up with his servers?
It's not. It's a matter of being on Discord. When I started up a server, and I got a few hundred people on there. I don't even remember what the number got up to, but like, I just being on websites like disboard.org and stuff like that, trying to get your server out there, you get like random bots that would come in with like 150 accounts, and they'd all spam the channel. And like, even when you set up rules to prevent any tomfoolery, somehow, some way, even the bots could like do different things. So I would get all these weird attacks. I was just like, all right, well.
And how is this not magic? And how is that not some kind of agent of chaos that simply enjoys chaos for the sake of it?
Yeah.
What's the best way to protect your server from stuff like that?
Not making it publicly accessible, invite only. That's the best way.
Really?
Actually, there's a couple of other ways. Obviously, we have a really, really good setup here from that sort of attack.
Yeah.
Not issuing any permissions automatically is one method. A manual human led screening process is crucial.
HR.
Not having any bots that you don't have a 100% knowledge base of, like secret code or anything like that. So like that, if you're trying to get to the highest levels of prevention and awareness and protection and all that stuff, then you want to have a fully vested team, and also the bots that you employ. You want to make sure that they're clean as a whistle, as it were.
Might want to tell Ron that he probably made one of those mistakes or more.
Yep, Manny.
Patience, I think, is a big one.
If you want something done right, you got to do it yourself.
Gregory,
Say it again,
what is your take on just whatever's things are going right now, just with the world, just everything, everyone?
I mean, things are continuing as they are. There are still the Holy Spirit is at work in the world and making disciples every day, but yet and still the adversary, the agenda is still progressing to what the Lord foretold it would progress untoward. And even in my own anecdotal personal experience, you know, on a relatively minor level, I can still see the depravity of man on full display. And it's a woman who I'm talking about. And I had to speak to my staff agency employer. Well, I left her a voicemail because this supervisor that I have at my job is simply without any rational sound reason for doing so. It's simply a heart motive that is wicked, is choosing to antagonize me. Choosing to antagonize me for the ultimate purpose, I believe, very likely so, to just have me fired.
Well,
and so, what's the issue? I mean, most people avoid talking about the issue, but the heart of the matter literally is the human heart. The issue that we all face. I mean, I can go on and on, which most people do, about various problems that we face in the world, but symptoms of a heart core issue that is the core cause of all these symptoms of evil that we complain about. It's the human heart. You want to talk about a pandemic. There's been a pandemic of sin from the beginning, not COVID-19. They're focusing on the wrong pandemic. People are fearing, up in arms and erratic and panicky about the wrong pandemic.
Do you by any chance remember that guy Terran who was in Ron's server?
Oh yeah, I can't forget him.
Yeah, well, he said something like, there's some kind of virus, where it's like a non-biological virus that plagues all of mankind. No matter what happens, it's imminent, the same outcome, or whatever. Like, it will all have
Well, if it's a virus, it's not imminent. But,
he said a
whatever.
virus is in like, it's a virus you can't see. It's like more of a way that man are like, or like,
Yeah.
it's
Perhaps
a
he's
mindset thing.
Yeah.
Or yeah, he said something like that. It's corruption, some kind of corruption in that. And he said the problem is hypocrisy in mankind as well.
Well, again,
but the
hypocrisy is
virus,
just one of many symptoms.
the non-biological virus he speaks of, which he doesn't give as much depth to. He just says it means everyone's screwed.
Etymology. Right now, this word biological. I just, somebody saying something is non-biological. So I would accept that if I would accept somebody saying a rock is non-biological.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. There are, minerals, those sorts of things. But if something plays, I don't know, then you could go into chemicals, right? You could say acetic acid is non-biological, but it has an impact. It can affect biological. Just because it's non-biological doesn't. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe I'm just. They do seem to waver one foot in and one foot out with this biological versus non-biological. It's not a spectrum; it's a dichotomy.
It's a dichotomy.
But
It's alive or it is not.
yeah. I don't know. It's a weird one. A non-living thing obviously can have an effect on living things. That can be demonstrated perfectly easily. But on the other hand, you wouldn't. Why are they wanting to say non-biological in the first place? I guess is what I'm bothered by. What are they? What's the purpose of saying non-biological at all? Because doesn't in order to be coherent with the narrative, don't you need to say biological so that you can reinforce evolutionary ideology? Because if you extract this item from the category of biological, then how can you invoke an evolutionary narrative to a non-biological thing?
What an excellent question. But in fact, you know, if the evolutionist is astute enough, they will say, well, Gospel Bear, that's not a problem because non-biological things also evolved over time from nothing to something, and then bigger and bigger and bigger, and then more complex and more complex, and then spawned life. The non-biological came before the life. Ha 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 ha.
What's now being referred to as non-biological? Sorry, I missed that.
The big V for vendetta, the big V word.
Well, if you think about it from this standpoint, there are specific, let's say, crimes against humanity or things you can or cannot do based on world laws. And one of them having to do with weaponry that may be of a specific category.
Okay, yeah.
And if
I see what you're saying. For legal purposes, they have to classify it as non-biological because otherwise
That's
they
on
could be
record.
accused.
Just say it. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully you read between the lines, and hopefully the lines weren't too close.
They weren't.
Yeah.
I could see right between those sentences, the line between them.
No, the legal protection is the answer. That's why Barricade Garage calls himself a comedian.
See, like another symptom. You see, like how we have to play these games with one another. We're the human race. Why are we playing these word games with one another? Trying to make these word games and legislate them into legislation so as to have some kind of legal basis and justification to ensnare whoever you perceive to be your enemy, and then you have to play the word games with them or make your own word game, and now you have the clash of word games so as to protect yourself from the snare that your enemy set up for you in this word game and their erroneous, unjustified, wicked legislation.
Yeah, we need like a key code, a key that we can use to cipher through all the like, just like you said, this double speak and this. So it'd be nice if we had our own like, what do you call that? Deciphering tool.
Yeah.
Cipher. Well, yeah, but so
But
check this out.
the thing is with a cipher is decipherable. The legislation isn't even a cipher. It's just a hodgepodge cesspool of contradictory nonsense that cannot be made sense of.
Yeah, maybe
if you
the
really
hard thing is
examine it
this.
analytically in its entirety, it's unintelligible.
Maybe the difficult thing is this: that maybe the only way we can decipher these things is through intuition only, like, or that's the main we're going to use to decipher. That's probably what we've been using to decipher the information we've gotten to be where we are right now with this server and all, and the conversation generally. So intuition. So
Well,
it's kind of a hard thing to quantify something that where we're using something that is unquantifiable, like intuition, but we know it's a thing. Like obviously, intuition plays a big part. Anyway,
well, it depends on how exactly you're using your intuition, because everyone uses their intuition according to some system of thought. But
well,
in
yeah.
regards to what I'm talking about regarding the laws, the de jure things,
Mm-hmm.
intuition is not going to be an adequate means of
Oh,
deciphering, as it were, such things. Nothing is going to be an
oh,
adequate epistemology
you
for
mean the
deciphering,
pseudo?
untangling, or
Do you
making
mean
intelligible that which is unintelligible.
do you mean the pseudo laws?
Well, it's all
Yeah. Whatever
intentionally.
is
Right.
whatever
Yeah.
truly is a law and is incoherent, or what is falsely called a law and is incoherent.
Right. I gotcha. I'm with you, man.
Yeah, you have to be able to decipher the code of legalese, which is
Yeah.
why you
Yeah.
can't just read the legal documentation using common definitions or common nomenclature. It's
Yeah,
it's
common
all
sense language.
it's intentionally deceptive.
Ah, so are you saying the language needs to be cross-examined?
Pretty much.
It's written. What Napalm just referenced is an abuse of language, because even they themselves, they're not perfect. They don't even. They're making an unintelligible, incoherent system of language in a legal system. So they're abusing language. When you abuse language, there is no perfect way to use a language in its abused form. You're going to say nonsense sooner or later, and it's going to be unintelligible, and it's all just going to come down to the arbitrary say-so of whoever is the dominant party. That's it. So it's really just a hedge around them while they sit on their ivory tower, simply governing the world by their say-so, which is how all ultimate authorities, all authorities of whatever hierarchy at the highest peak of the hierarchy operate. It's just that's how it is. That's how a hierarchy works. That's how power works.
Yeah, you're taught quote unquote proper grammar and language in school, but it's not proper grammar and language in anything that controls you within the legal system. Like you have
Right.
no proper understanding of that language, which is completely different, even though it contains the same words. Many of the
Right.
same.
Because the way you speak in an emergency, in a dire situation where you need to be concise, cogent, make sense, and it needs to be maximally, optimally communicated. That's real language, right? And everyone is endowed with this ability and this knowledge, which is why we're able to detect that doesn't make sense, this does make sense, this is true, this is false, this is incoherent, this is coherent, and things like that. So then when they take whatever language, including the English language, and they just start redefining crazily so as to simply make this legal barrier between them and the people they govern, it's a game which is rigged to fail. It's rigged against the people they are trying to dominate, to govern, to control. And then I was making the second point that even they themselves, they don't play it perfectly. They themselves don't play it perfectly. So they simply just fall back on their say-so. They always eventually, at one point in time, fall back on common sense language like all of us do. So they made this game. They themselves can play this game perfectly as they set it up, and it's people that the people that they use it as a weapon against to dominate, especially can't play it. This is an abuse of language. It's no wonder why the Lord said, "You shall not lie."
Yeah, and the one thing I disagree in that statement is I do think that they play it well. The only
Oh, they
problem
play
is
it well. They just don't play it perfectly.
it's rigged in their favor, and there is
Right.
always remedy. There is remedy. You just have to understand and know how to seek remedy within the system. There is always an out.
Now, I do see what you mean. Like, according to the rules on paper in the game, yeah, I think I blended the two distinctions together. So you're emphasizing the de jure on paper rules that are written, that establish the rules of this wicked game of laws. And what I failed to distinguish was what they do de facto, what they do in action. So when they fail, they play their game de jure well, And then when they do fail, they just default and de facto say so. Or they just do whatever they want, whatever they can, so as to gain, so as to accomplish whatever they want to do. If they don't want you to rise in power, if they don't want you to gain more money, if they don't want you to gain more fame, if they don't want you to have any comfortable livelihood, if they want to plummet you into abject poverty, if they want to slander your name in public and defame you, that's what they'll do, lest the Lord intervene.
They don't always play fair, but they do play well.
They play well, and they cheat when they fail, when they're beat at their own game.
Yeah.
Amen.
Well, I think the problem is we believe we believe in proper things. We believe in correct things, and we have a misunderstanding of the system as a whole. Is my opinion, at least 99.9. Don't try to ask me for a citation of that, but I would say 99.99% of people don't even see the game that's being played to begin with.
Yeah. And for someone like myself who has whatever minuscule amount of knowledge that I have, but still understand, yeah, that's a game, that's a wicked game, it's rigged against me. They know how to play it, and even when they fail to play it, they cheat. Yeah, I'm not going to play it all. I'm not playing.
Yeah, you have to understand the path to remedy, and there is a path to remedy within their system. It's just not an easy path.
Mm-hmm. I think a good question is like, is it really true that this many people were so deceived and so had the wool pulled over their eyes that they would ask why someone would lie in this day and age? Like, or is there another alternative motivation for some of them? And I have to put that out there because we know there's a certain group. But, did that many people actually? So what is it about the programming? Here's my question. And I don't know if there's an answer to it, but how much of the programming, like, how did the programming achieve that? Like, as far as that many people, because it doesn't seem like they were overtly told these things, but regardless of what little yarn they're trying to string together with this global thing, this heliocentrism, whatever strings they're trying to put together, they all have this background thing of why would people lie? Like and my question, I guess, to put it succinctly, is that real, or is that a gray area where it is real for some people and others are just bullshitting?
You have the deceiver and the deceived, the minority and the majority, the ruling minority, the dominated majority. The ruling minority is either doing it deliberately or they are believing the lies that they tell. The majority either don't want the lie and still believe it. They're indoctrinated, they're conditioned, or they do want the lie and they believe it. And they're either not indoctrinated and still choose it, or they are indoctrinated and still choose it.
Yeah, but my
So
question
you got these different categories of the deceiver and the deceived.
Well,
deliberate,
my question is,
not deliberate.
That wasn't really my question. My question is more like, how did they achieve this through the programming, or was that just a byproduct of the program? How did they achieve that in the programming?
I was just in the groundwork.
Without it being overtly told to them, because it wasn't overtly told to anyone. They just believe these things, and in the background, they're like, they seem so naive to me. I'm like, did you just graduate first grade because you don't know people lie yet? I'm sorry. You need to go back and have that talk with your mommy. Are people really that, like, that's my question, because I'm astonished by it.
So
I'm laying the groundwork to the answer.
I'm sorry. I'll stop, Brian.
I was just going to say it's the operant conditioning that we receive through government schooling. There's a lot of it, and it's very subtle, and we think we're just doing specific things because that's the way things are supposed to be done, but it's a form of operant conditioning. least in my opinion.
I
You just don't see it.
I wanna give you guys some food for thought. I was gonna read like this article, which is really good, but it's about a 2 minute read. It's about attention and things, and like things of today. It's called "Billions of Egos Dance for Your Attention." I wake up every day around noon. Instead of leaving bed like many normal people have to do, I grab a book and lay under the covers. I read 20 pages of a work that took some man hundreds of hours to complete, and possibly thousands if you account for the expertise he had to develop in order to write it. Why did he write the book? For money? For fame? Just to share knowledge out of goodwill? A man writes a book because he thinks he possesses something that other people don't possess. His labor comes from a position of superiority, however righteous, that is verified in physical form once the book is complete and achieves positive reviews and sales. A man's ego toiled and strained himself to complete a book that brings me entertainment and knowledge, and I thank his ego for that, for wanting to prove that he could provide value to the world. I make a cup of coffee and then sit at my desk. I check Twitter first, and am greeted by a backlog of tweets from individuals who are desperate for followers and retweets, who are competing with millions of others to be heard in the sea of social media. I appreciate their futile efforts, one that has measly rewards, and quickly update myself on the news, which includes checking Google News to see what will be the lies of the day, written by journalists who hope to transform their liberal degrees into soft power by massaging their egalitarianism into a palliative narrative. Behold how hard they work for your attention, all for my clicks, for the chance to affect my perception of reality. As the world grows in population, the heights to which people strain themselves to be noticed and to feel special borders on the insane. Women sell their vaginas to perform in porn. Men spend over 12 hours a day in front of a computer screen to break a story 30 seconds before someone else, and leftists rush to destroy their own country through displays of virtual signaling in a pathetic attempt to prove to others that they are as moral as Jesus. The persistent need to be superior is played constantly around the world, as egos battle it out for fame, money, recognition, and pats on the back that increasingly aren't even physical, but existing as pixels on little screens. Quote, great article, quote, sharp comment, quote, you predicted this, quote, good job. The ego is stroked. It feels good, and then